Durud Patriots, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. This is day 47 of Iran Revolution Live. Welcome, welcome. We have our wonderful host, Armin Navabi, here with us.
And our wonderful host, Goldie Kamari, as well with us.
Thank you so much, Armin. Armin, how are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Oh my gosh, today's been such a busy morning already.
Really?
I had another interview with CBN News. It was with a show called The 700 Club. So that was
Nice.
fantastic. I really enjoyed that. And it was, it's always really nice to get positive feedback. Apparently, after the interview, the producers reached out and said, the team mentioned Goldie today, see below. Gordon said she was a home run and wants to keep her in mind as a 700 Club guest, possibly in the future segment, especially if there's war with Iran. So,
Amazing.
working hard there behind the scenes. I should do more about like promoting or sharing all the interviews I do, but that's fine. So there was that, and then Armin. Right after that, I finally got notification that our Canadian petition to formally recognize Prince Reza Pahlavi as the leader of the transitional government and formally asking the Canadian government to recognize him as the legitimate leader and the transitional government is legitimate was finally published on the Government of Canada website today. So
Amazing.
I made a quick video about that in Persian to explain it. I didn't have time to make an English version because, of course, the live stream was about to begin. But if you want, very quickly before we get to, let me just bring it up here. I can talk about it really quickly if you like. Before we get
please.
to.
That's very important.
So here it is, and then I'll add the link as well. So here, I'll add the link in the YouTube chats as well. One moment. For those who are watching on X, I've already posted about it on X, so you can go and you can see the link to the petition there. So let me just pull this up. So if you go to the Government of Canada website and you go petitions open for signature, you'll see right there, petition 7152, Melissa Lanceman, open for signature. So if you click on that, this is a petition. Now, okay, 39. Okay, perfect. So as soon as I posted this, like there was only let me drink some coffee first. My mouth is really dry. So, when I noticed that the petition had gone live, there were only 6 signatures, right? The 6 signatures would basically be myself and then the 5 other people who like submitted their support. And then, a few minutes ago there was 11. Now it's up to 39. So the one thing I want to, because a lot of Iranians are asking about this, they're a little bit confused. Why is their signature? Oh, wow. Now it's up to 156. You see that? 156. So,
Nice.
okay. Oh, but here it's 42. So I have to make a post in Persian that explains this as well. But this is not like a change.org type of petition, right? So this is a formal Canadian petition, and every single petition must be validated by the clerks of the Canadian legislature, right? So just because someone signs a petition, it doesn't mean that it's going to go there right away. I guarantee you there's already like thousands and thousands of signatures on this petition. It's just you're not seeing it live because every signature must be validated. Guys, this petition is only for Canadians, And the reason that it's only for Canadians is so, as like a former politician in Canada, we don't look at change.org petitions. Okay. So if there's like a change.org petition, that's irrelevant to us because as a politician, we don't know who's signing this, right? We don't know who's signing it. We don't know if they're in Canada or if they're not. So that's why, like, politicians, like, you could have a change.org petition that has like 1 million signatures, but for us politicians, it's irrelevant because we don't know who these people are. We don't know if it's valid or not, right? So only formal petitions are politicians only care about formal petitions. So the change.org petition supporting King Reza Pahlavi in Canada was fantastic, but like that's not going to like do the job when it comes to politics. So I basically took the text of that petition and I made it into like a formal one. So here I can read the petition for you if you like. So it's petition. Okay, let me put the link first. Let me put the link first in both chats. There's the link. There's the link. I put it in both of the YouTube chats, and let me just pin it to the top of my YouTube channel as well. Just give me one moment here, and then I'll explain how this works. Because I know that there's a lot of questions about this. So let me just pin this. Pin message. Okay. So this petition is for anyone who is either a Canadian citizen or is a resident of Canada. Okay. So I will be making an English language video after the live stream later tonight, encouraging everyone to sign it and to share it. And guys, for those of you who are watching, if you're not Canadian, but if you have friends or family, or if you know someone in Canada, you can help by sending the link to this petition to them and asking them to sign. Like that would be a huge help as well. So here's the text of the petition. So, petition to the government of Canada. Whereas Canada and the Islamic Republic of Iran have had no formal diplomatic relations since 2012, the Islamic Republic of Iran has ruled through systemic repression, widespread human rights violations, political violence, and the denial of fundamental freedoms. The political, moral, and legal legitimacy of the Islamic Republic of Iran has been irreversibly eroded. Prince Reza Pahlavi has emerged as a democratic, unifying, and nationally recognized leader for Iran's transition period. He has repeatedly and unequivocally affirmed that he does not seek permanent power and is committed solely to a time-limited transitional role, enabling the Iranian people to freely determine their future. And in recent weeks, the scale and clarity of public expression by Iranians have been unmistakable, including a rally of over 150,000 people in Toronto, peacefully calling for the end of the Islamic Republic and confirming the leadership of Prince Reza Pahlavi to lead the transition to a democratic, secular Iran. We, the undersigned, citizens and permanent residents of Canada, call upon the government of Canada to, 1, declare that the Islamic Republic in Iran is not a legitimate government and is a foreign occupying entity with no support in Iran. This line comes directly from King Reza Pahlavi's press conference. Remember, right at the beginning of the press conference, he started off by saying that the Islamic Republic is not a legitimate government and is a foreign occupying entity. So this comes directly from him. So we want governments to recognize what we're saying. We want governments to formally recognize that the Islamic Republic is not a legitimate government, just like what King Reza Pahlavi has said. Number 2, recognize Prince Reza Pahlavi, the leader of the Iranian transitional team, as a legitimate representative of the Iranian people. 3, recognize the legitimacy of the Iranian transitional team as Iran's temporary transitional government and support its plan outlining a transition to a secular, democratic government in Iran. And 4, begin engagement with him and the Iranian transitional team in discussions on Iran's future governance and transition planning with the goal of reaching a free and democratic Iran. So this is open for signature. 30 days is the shortest amount of time. 30 days is the shortest amount of time that I could have the petition open. So that's why it's going from February 12th until March 14. My amazing friend, Melissa Landsman, MP for Thornhill, she is sponsoring the petition. So she's going to be presenting this in the Ontario legislature. 42 signatures, but that's not true. So here you can see 156. This number might even be higher right now. Let's see what it's at right now. Okay, so it's still at 156, but so see, it's at 43 now. So for everyone who's asking why it's not, like, why their signature is not showing up right away, that's because this isn't like an automatic thing. Just because you sign a government of Canada petition, it doesn't mean that your signature is going to show up right away. The clerks have to validate it, right? So again, this is not like I submitted the petition, but I don't have any access to the information, and I can't even see who signs it, right? Because everyone's private information and personal information is protected, and so when you sign, the clerks have to validate the signature before they add the number here. So I'm asking everyone to give it a little bit of time, be a little bit patient. What I'm seeing from people on Instagram when they submit, like when they sign it, it takes somewhere between 15 to 20 minutes for them to get a verification email. Now, having said that, I posted a video about this petition, explaining this petition on Instagram about an hour ago, and it already has 15, almost 16,000 likes, and like 4,500 like reposts, and I don't even know how many shares yet. Probably in the thousands and thousands of shares right now. Okay, so now it's actually at 22,000 likes, 1.5 thousand comments, over 6,000 like reposts or whatever, and probably thousands and thousands of shares. So we have to be a little bit patient with the clerks of the Ontario legislature. So the person who's saying take time to update us. So like I was explaining, only validated signatures are counted. So it's not like a change.org petition where as soon as you sign, the number goes up. Because this is a formal petition, the clerks of the Canadian legislature, they have to verify your identity. They have to confirm that you are either a Canadian citizen or living in Canada. Once that happens, then the number will go up. So you can see here, it's showing 43 signatures. But if I go to like the actual like petition page, if I go to the petition page, it's showing 175. Okay, so it's slowly updating. It's not a manual thing. It's not an automatic thing. It's manual. Yes, you can be a Canadian. So the two conditions for signing this petition, you can be a Canadian citizen. So Canadian citizen anywhere in the world. If as long as you are a Canadian citizen, doesn't matter where in the world you are, you can sign the petition. Or if you are living in Canada. So if you are a permanent resident in Canada, right? So that's why the petition says citizens and permanent residents. Okay. So yes, anyone, if you're a Canadian citizen, doesn't matter where in the world you are, you can sign it. Or, if you are not a Canadian citizen, but you're living in Canada, then you can sign that as well. And the clerks are going through all the signatures. So please be a little bit patient. I know everyone has been waiting for this petition. Okay, see, like literally now it went up to 89. Okay, so it was 43 signatures a few seconds ago. I just refreshed the page. It's going up to 89. So the clerks are working on this. So just please be patient with them. And there we go. But I'm just so grateful to everyone. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for supporting this petition. There you go. Yeah, absolutely. Sarah's right. It's not instant. Like, guys, this is a Canadian government document. That's why it's not instant, because the Canadian, like the clerks of the legislature have to verify it. And that's why formal petitions like this, they carry more weight than a change.org petition, because this is a legitimate petition. This petition will now be recorded in Canadian history. So for the rest of time, there will always, like, this petition will be in the historical record for the Canadian government. So I just wanted to put that in there. So yeah, there's I put the link to the petition at the top of the YouTube live chat. People who are watching on X, I posted a link about it there. So there you go. Yeah. Yeah. So I would say, yeah. So the email verification is slow today because they probably like have received, like, because as soon as I posted it, my post on Instagram went viral. So they've probably received like thousands and thousands of signatures that they're working through. So it will be a little bit slow right now because it's a very popular petition. But just, have some patience, and you'll all get the verification signatures. All right. All right, Armin, over to you. Thank you so much. That was my update about this petition in Canada.
Okay. Guys, so Mossad is obviously continuously working with Iranians inside Iran, and there are a lot of Iranians inside Iran who are working constantly. Hello?
Sorry, I think Tusi is live.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, he just went live. I'm so sorry. All right. Okay, guys. Sorry about that. Let's go to 2C. He just started like a few minutes ago. Like literally he started like a minute ago. So sorry, Armin. Okay, we gotta go to 2C.
Welcome to 2C TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C, and the Israeli Defense Forces have sent a message to Iranians asking them to get in touch, to collaborate, and of course fight against the Islamic occupation of Iran. President Trump has also secretly sent around 6,000 Starlink satellite terminals to the anti-IRGC Iranians, and the Islamic Navy of Iran have also decided to show how strong they are. Meanwhile, more mosques are being burned down by the Iranian people across the country. We have a couple of things to show you, and of course the reaction from the international community. Before we begin, ladies and gentlemen, as you guys know, we have now finally released our latest collection on our 2C store. Yes, the Iran collection is finally here. You can go on 2cstore.tv and you will get direct access to all our new Iran merch. That includes obviously t-shirts and mugs and hats and everything else that we have, including the final battle, the Lion Risers, and the Sun and Lion flag. Anyway, get your merch ASAP. Let's talk about what's going on first. We're going to go to a mosque in the village of Gargal. This is the main Jama mosque that is based in the center of this small town. Let's go and see what happened there, and of course then we're going to give you more updates. There we go. So this was tonight, of course, a few hours ago, but the video has now been released and broadcast by Iran International. Now, we do know that the Iranians are ready for the second wave of attacks against the Islamic occupation. Of course, they do need some help from the outside world. We do know that the Americans obviously are still mobilizing their troops. The Israelis are now slightly more direct in terms of sending help using Mossad and the IDF. We are going to talk about obviously what President Trump and the Prime Minister Netanyahu talked about, because it's quite interesting, the diplomacy and the propaganda of words, let's just say. But before we do that, we're going to talk about what the president did. We can now confirm that President Trump, with the help of Elon Musk, sent around 6,000 Starlink satellite terminals to Iranians in secret in order to help fight against the communication blackout, the internet blackout and everything else across the country. Now, some of those terminals have been confiscated by the IRGC forces, but the rest of them are still there. because obviously there's so many, and there are people who obviously helping each other, neighbors and all the local people. But this was a huge move by the Americans in order to obviously send help to Iran and the Iranians. That aside, the Israeli Defense Forces have sent out a message to Iranians saying that we kindly request patriotic Iranian people to please only follow our official channels of contact, get in touch with us for cooperation. The pages and links included in this post are the only official and legitimate accounts. As you can see, we got at IDF in Farsi and at Mossad_Telegram. And we do know that the Israeli intelligence, Mossad, have been helping behind the scenes on the ground with this revolution against the Islamic Republic. But it is time to step up and take it to the next level. Of course, while we are waiting for a potential escalation on a military level, we also still have the actual uprising on the ground to deal with, whether it's, again, with the help of Mossad and CIA and others, to be able to empower people on the ground, including those who have slightly more access to the armed forces of Iran. We are hearing that more things are about to happen across the country before we even have any potential military intervention. The help is there, and the coordination will have to begin now. The head of the IDF's Persian unit sent out a video message as well. Of course, this is the anniversary, the 47th anniversary of the Islamic paramilitary coup in 1979, saying that the revolutionary regime is celebrating that for 47 years it has tried to erase from the public mind the brilliant and glorious past of the Iranian nation. Let's quickly go to him.
امروز در روزی که رژیم آن را سالگرد انقلاب اسلامی مینامد، جهانیان چهره ملت دیگری را به یاد می‌آورند. چهره ملتی که هزاران سال قبل از دل نور
This month, Nutrifarms is welcoming you to the table with 75 big boxes of beef.
از روزگار کوروش و شکوه تخت جمشید تا فردوسی و حافظ و سعدی، هویت پارسی بر پایه کرامت انسانی، آزادی و حق انتخاب استوار بوده است. پیش از این انقلاب سیاه، آنجا سرزمینی بود که در آن زنان و مردان می توانستند بیافرینند، بیاموزند، دوست بدارند و رویا ببینند، بیان که با آنها بگویند چه کسی مجاز هستند که باشند. نماد شیر و خورشید تزیین قدرت نبود، روح یک ملت بود، نیرویی برای پاسداری از مردم و نوری برای روشن کردن راه آنان. این انقلاب گذشته آنها را در یک روز پاک نکرد، آن را آرام آرام نسل به نسل سرکوب می کند تا همگان فراموش کنند که ایرانی کی و چی بوده است. اما روح پارسی جاودان است، در زبان، در موسیقی، در شعر و در تلاش برای آزادی که بخشی از میراث پارسیان است. به یاد داشته باشید که شیر هنوز برمیخیزد، خورشید هنوز میتابد و آزادی دوباره باز خواهد گشت، نه به عنوان رویا بلکه به عنوان یک انتخاب.
Now, this is a direct message from the Israeli Defense Forces that freedom is coming, liberation is coming, and the end of the Islamic rule in Iran is coming. In terms of the IDF, and actually, specifically speaking, the Israeli Navy themselves, they have been pretty busy and pretty active. So, the Israeli Navy conducted a large-scale multi-vessel exercise over the last couple of days, with hundreds of sailors from the missile ship flotilla, submarine flotilla, and the 13th fleet, all of them participating across a variety of naval vessels. In terms of the military preparations by both the Americans and the Israelis, that is still ongoing. We also recently had a joint exercise by the US and Israel together. And so obviously all eyes are on the Middle East in terms of what the negotiations are going to do. The reality is that Prime Minister Netanyahu, who did speak out earlier after he left the White House, saying we had a good conversation. And also the White House have also released their own statement. So what you have to do is just read between the lines, because what you hear directly when it comes to geopolitics is not usually the case. It's what's in between and how they're saying certain things. So both the US and Israel said one thing together. We are both on the same page when it comes to nuclear, when it comes to ballistic missiles and everything else. So that's quite clear. We already know that. There is also the situation about the red lines. Netanyahu said that I have full faith, basically, on President Trump, because usually there's been disputes and reports that, oh, they have fights, or the Israelis want something else, the Americans want something else. Saying that we're on the same page, and I'm fully confident that President Trump could potentially get a good deal. But the reality is, it's not really up to the Americans, and it's not really up to the Israelis to get a good deal, or a deal. It's up to the Islamic Republic, who are not playing ball. So when President Trump has been going around, even in May and June 2025, before the 12-day war, repeating the same thing, and basically saying, yeah, we could get a good deal. You know, we're confident. They are basically cornering the Islamic Republic. They are trapping them once again. Because what they agree to, the Islamic Republic, would basically be the end of them. If they agree to a deal, it will be the end of the Islamic Republic. So they can't say yes. Now, it's either a yes to a deal that will bring down the regime, or no to a deal, which is boom, boom. And everything will depend on the next few days. A retarded person says, what's with the clickbait? Sorry, but you complained about not enough trolls last time, so I figured I'd help you out. So we can now confirm this person is not retarded. He's just very bad at dad jokes. Thank you. You got me. Anyway, somebody says, is this today up to date? It's live. I'm real. When it says live in the bottom left somewhere, with the red dot on YouTube, that means also when you click on a video and in the middle of talking, that usually means it's live. If it starts from the beginning, that tends to be it's not live anymore. Anyway, let's go to the Iranian regime's navy. All right, the Islamic Republic decided to respond to the military exercises, and of course to celebrate the 47th year of the Islamic Revolution. Right now, the problem with this. They low energy IRGC Navy. This is on the IRIS Macron chanting death to the US in the middle of the Indian Ocean. Let's just watch this. You'll find out what the problem is here.
مرگ بر آمریکا مرگ بر آمریکا مرگ بر آمریکا مرگ بر آمریکا.
It's like they're forced to be there. They have absolutely no energy. The guy, obviously, with the megaphone is screaming, America, death to America. And then they're saying, and also, what is that? What is that supposed to be? What is it, like 25 of them, 30 of them? And with that little ship, they're supposed to be getting ready to fight against the USS Abraham Lincoln and USS George H.W. Bush, two massive supercarriers. Sure, I mean, I believe that you can do. I believe in you. Come on, IRGC Navy. But yeah. Now, in terms of the overall geopolitical situation, everything is happening at the same time. So you had the White House meeting between the Israelis and the Americans. You also had the Europeans, the European Union, becoming slightly more vocal. And now, this is very fascinating. The chief of the Atomic Agency, IAEA, Rafael Grossi said, is now warned that the Islamic Republic have buried stockpile of highly enriched uranium, and they could produce a few or maybe a dozen of weapons. He has now said that the Atomic Agency's inspectors still have no access to the key nuclear facilities that is in Natanz and Fordo and Isfahan. And obviously, Tehran and the IRGC have blocked the IAEA's access and entry. But the Islamic Republic have claimed that they have, 400 kilograms of enriched above 60% purity. And now, obviously, according to the IAEA themselves, the material is there. They do have it. And they are worried that they might be escalating things, which makes things even more interesting, because until now, nothing was actually about nuclear. After the 12-day war, nobody was really talking about nuclear. Now, I still believe that the Islamic Republic is not really a threat when it comes to the wider nuclear threat, because if they get close, they get hit again anyway. But nobody was talking about that. Israel's obviously the biggest concern that they have is still the ballistic missiles. We know that. Somehow the Americans brought out the conversation around nuclear after the uprising, right? To have an excuse to do these so-called negotiations. And now we're starting to hear from the IAEA, who have also been pretty quiet until now. Seems like the narrative is basically being created to get ready, because the Islamic Republic is very dangerous. Now, obviously, the Islamic Republic is dangerous, but on different levels. They are dangerous because of the proxies they have around the world. They are dangerous because of the ballistic missile program. They are dangerous because they are very close to all the other countries and bases, the Persian Gulf Arab countries, Israel, the US bases, and everybody else. That's what makes them dangerous. But suddenly we are now being told, oh, we need to start worrying about nuclear again. This is the narrative that has been created in order to create legitimacy in case things kick off, in case the IRGC decide not to sign the surrender deal, so that the rest of the world, including the United Nations, won't have any sort of real objection. If things escalate, well, they are dangerous. In fact, we are now hearing countries around the Persian Gulf are slowly rising up. Let's talk about Bahrain. They have now said that the Islamic Republic on US bases or on Bahraini soil, they would not remain silent, which is kind of interesting, because compare this to the 12-day war, and also about 3 weeks ago, the Persian Gulf Arab countries were not necessarily, firstly, they weren't really speaking out. They were not threatening the Islamic Republic, saying, oh yeah, how dare you. What they were doing was the opposite. They were sending messages to the Americans saying, can you not escalate, because the IRGC might hit us. We are scared. But now it seems like there's another thing that's been building up in the region, and you can see the same thing from Azerbaijan and Armenia, is that the Americans clearly have been working behind the scenes to slowly go around, speak to every single one of these countries. We also have UAE. UAE have also spoken out to prepare them, to reassure them that, don't worry, we are bringing in what President Trump calls an armada, but that's for defense of these countries, defense of the US bases. Reassure them, protection is there, and tell them you need to basically now speak out, because if you speak out publicly against the IRGC, then they're going to get cornered. So that, again, is all just the narrative that's slowly been building up, with the IAEA talking about nuclear threats, with the Persian Gulf Arab countries slowly coming out saying, IRGC, you need to be careful. Armenia and Azerbaijan are suddenly prepared to basically be the launching pad for the US military and the European Union, which I'm going to go to in a second. But as we said, after the meeting between Trump and Netanyahu, something interesting happened, because the Pentagon and the US government started posting photos like this with bombers. And these are basically just very quiet, subtle messaging, as opposed to everything else, which has not been really that subtle in terms of sending aircraft carriers left, right, and center to the Middle East. But they have also been doing a lot of posts. The Department of War have been doing that, and with President Trump standing on a rooftop or doing bragging about the strength of the US military, sending a message to the enemies. They are basically cornering, as I said, the IRGC during these talks. Meanwhile, at the United Nations, yeah, I know, the United Nations, they have a different priority. They have decided to congratulate the Islamic Republic of Iran on the 47th anniversary of their violent coup. But that's not the only thing. The United Nations have now appointed the IRGC's regime in Iran as the vice chair of the UN Commission for Social Development. They are now on the committee of the social development, which is to promote democracy, gender equality, and tolerance and non-violence. Let's quickly go to the UN the moment the Islamic Republic were given the award.
May I take it that the Commission wishes to elect by acclamation Mr. Abbas Tajik of the Islamic Republic of Iran and Mr. Shahryar Khajiev of Azerbaijan as vice chairs of the 65th session of the Commission for Social Development. I hear no objection. It is so decided.
It's so bad.
On behalf of the Commission, I would like to congratulate the elected members of the Bureau.
That is so bad. Big shout out to the UN Watch for calling this out. It's bad, isn't it? But obviously, it's not really a serious thing because it's just the United Nations. Nobody cares about them. Some people are upset. Some people have been having meltdowns like, oh, how dare the United Nations? This is the end of the world as we know it. They are rewarding terrorism. It's the UN. Give it up. Nobody cares. Just calm down. It's a joke. So, and also, they're just making it a lot easier so that in the coming years, we could just completely defund it and destroy it. They have to do these things more for them to be exposed. And now, in terms of the UN congratulating the Islamic Republic, that is a problem. When they congratulate the Islamic Republic on their 47th anniversary, that is pushing for continued legitimacy. That is a problem. Putting them on committees and commissions, that's just nonsense. That doesn't do anything. It's just bureaucracy. But when the United Nations continue to defend and support the Islamic occupation of Iran, you're supporting violence and you're supporting terrorism. That is a big problem. And in reaction to this, Yusuf Haddad, good friend of mine from Israel, made a reaction to this about the UN Secretary General that congratulated the regime in Tehran.
Despite the shocking massacre of tens of thousands of people in Iran, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres sent a message of congratulations to Iran's terrorist regime on the occasion of the 47th anniversary of the Islamic Revolution. Yes, the head of the UN supports and congratulates the regime that massacred its own people and dreams of destroying another country, which happens to be Israel. There is no limit to the hypocrisy and corruption. A terror supporter heads the UN. So is it any wonder that the UN has become an anti-Semitic, hypocritical organization? So while you guys are failing and not even raising the voice of the Iranian people, we will do it. And we will shout it as loud as possible until we win. So there is only one solution. End the Iranian terrorist regime, not congratulating them. You useful idiot.
Fair enough. Absolutely, yes. Useful idiots of the United Nations. But again, once Iran is free, there should be a collaboration between Israel, Iran, the United States, and a couple of other friendly countries like Germany to stop pushing for the removal of memberships. Just withdraw your memberships from the UN. It's time. Until now, it's been politically incorrect to say that. It's been a little bit, it would have come across as you guys are the crazy ones leaving the UN, but we now have more legitimate reasons. After October 7th, 2023, the invasion of Israel, the way the UN have handled it, now with the uprising in Iran, you can see that it's building up a mountain of reasons for good countries to slowly, it will take time, it will take a few years, but the campaign must begin now to end the United Nations. Now, in the European Parliament, the anti-IRGC MEPs have also started to speak out, but the European Commission, the actual European Union, are not too happy about how robust some of these MEPs, members of the European Parliament, are talking. It doesn't matter because they still have access to the Chamber of Parliament in Brussels. Let's go to one of them.
EU in The Hague. We are not witnessing strength in Iran. What we are witnessing is fear. A regime terrified by its own young women, terrified by students, terrified of a generation that has stopped being afraid. In the hospitals, medical workers are reporting that they are walking in blood.
Welcome back to Funnel Frenzy! Before the break, Matt tried to fix the funnel by going through the door marked
Than what hope can do. This is what a regime do when they know their power is slipping away. They shoot their own children. To the mullahs, to the Revolutionary Guard, you can imprison bodies, but you will never be able to imprison history. Your crimes against humanity are documented, and they will be prosecuted, and you will answer. And you will answer in the International Criminal Court. See you in The Hague.
Yes. I did mistakenly thought somebody who was doing a dad joke, thought that person was retarded. Actually, he wasn't, but I found an actual retarded one. Look at this guy with a hat. That's your favorite word. We now can confirm Trump just ... That's not a word, that's a sentence. Well, that's technically half a sentence, not a word. So he's saying, your favorite word, which is incorrect, is we can now confirm Trump just. And nothing happens, but a bunch of smoke. For the record, everything we say is verified and confirmed. So the White House have confirmed, Starlink have confirmed, Elon Musk have confirmed, and the President of the United States of America has confirmed that yes, the Americans did send around 6,000 Starlink satellite terminals secretly to the Iranian people on the ground. So there is a reason. We can now confirm is my favorite half a sentence. Not a word. It's not a word, in case you don't know. It's half a sentence. But yeah, because it's been confirmed. You insane creature. Now let's go to another MEP, German MEP Hannah Newman as well, and let's see what she had to say.
Iranians did not die for deals. They rose for freedom, and Europe must stand by their side. Tens of thousands shot, body bags piling up in silence, grieving families forced into forced confessions. The Islamic regime has one goal: to ensure that no one ever dares to take to the streets again. And they are not done yet. Iran's prisons are full of protesters, from Nobel Peace Prize laureates to thousands whose names we may never know. There, the regime tries to break those they did not kill. They use rape as interrogation tactic. Against women and men alike, those who refuse to obey are threatened with executions. Dear colleagues, whether there is an Iran-Trump deal or not, our responsibility does not change. Iranians did not die for deals. They rose for freedom, and Europe must stand by their side. The IRGC terror listing is there, finally. Now we must enforce it. Follow the money, freeze assets, dismantle networks, end transnational repression, bring perpetrators to justice, and support Iran's opposition in all its diversity. This regime will fall. Let us all help it falls fast. Bahoye.
Absolutely spot on. Yes, the regime is falling regardless, will fall. It's just about how fast you want it to happen. Somebody said about, obviously, the Starlink devices being sent to Iran. Spencer says, that's why my Starlink mini order hasn't been confirmed yet. Yeah, they've run out. They've run out of devices. On the issue of the Islamic Republic themselves, something interesting has happened. The Iranian people have managed to expose the regime, which is not for the first time. I will get your reactions, the super chats in a second, but you're going to want to see this. This is crazy. So Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader, made a speech yesterday, right? Not live, not public speech, just holding a microphone for the first time, actually for the second time. He's never done this, standing there, right? With something in the backdrop, microphone. He's never done this. Anyway, we had Mozayari that exposed this. Good journalism, by the way. Saying, I have no doubt that today's video and the one from 2 days ago of Khamenei were both recorded at the same time. And only the backdrop curtain has been changed. I myself have taken photographs of him back when foreign media were invited to ceremonies. And this sliding curtain was constantly and easily changed for different events. If you pay close attention to the photos, especially the audio and the videos, we will see the clues. In the photos, but once again, the metadata has been wiped, so the exact time cannot be verified. So the Islamic TV in Iran claimed that it was a live speech. But we don't think it was. We don't think it was around. So the only difference in the new video is that his ring is missing. You can see he's wearing a ring in one of them, but the ring is gone. Interesting. But that's the only difference. Even the stains on his robe, his turban, and that some of the dusty patch are still exactly in the same places. That is highly unlikely because obviously they tend to change the clothes anyway after days, right? Even when they eventually take a shower. But also, even if you take it off and put it back on, it should change. The creases and everything else, the places for any dust, it should change. The strand of hair, obviously, and the keffiyeh, his keffiyeh obviously been slipped back as well, a little bit, is exactly as if they recorded the first video, gave him a short break, and then started recording the second video right away. When you listen to the audio, and this is the interesting part, when you listen to the audio and the videos of the actual videos, the first one is recorded in mono and released that way, while the second is in stereo. Another slip-up that escaped them again, and which they later corrected. But contrary to the common speculation, I believe he is still in Tehran. These are the final days of his rule. He has become humiliated and helpless, a mere puppet in the hands of those behind the camera. They will drag him around like a marionette for a few more days here and there, and then abandon him in some dusty corner. The murderous little man, the cowardly little man. That is correct. Because at the end of the day, his time is up, not just because the regime is falling, because he's expiring. And those who are, again, metaphorically and literally behind camera, are pulling the strings. It's basically the weekend at Bernie's. That's what's going on right now. He was not out in public yesterday during the 47th anniversary of the Islamic Revolution, right? He was not live on TV either. They claimed he's done a video, but that's from days ago. Even if that previous video was actually from days ago, it might have been from 2 weeks ago, from a week ago. Speculation suggests that he might be in Mashhad. We can't confirm. He might still be in Tehran. He's moved locations a couple of times, obviously, every time he got leaked where he is. The reason that people thought that he might be in Mashhad was because Larijani, his right-hand man, when he's been traveling around over the last few days, he went to Moscow, he went to Qatar, I think he went to Oman as well. He keeps flying back to Mashhad. He never does that. He always flies back to Tehran. Mashhad is the second largest city. He always goes to Tehran. That's normal. But he's going to Mashhad. Khamenei is from Mashhad, by the way, obviously, and he has a massive base in that city. But it might just be for distraction. It might just be deflection. You never know. They might just say, hey, yeah, go land there, so that people think that you've gone to see your boss, so that, you know, people think he's in Mashhad, and then just drive back to Tehran. Something like that. You never know what these idiots are doing because they are extremely paranoid. But the paranoia also creates mistakes. The Islamic Republic, during yesterday's anniversary, we showed you guys and we exposed them because they didn't have enough crowd to be out there. But they said there were 35 million people who were celebrating. They weren't there. But the Iranians have managed to expose these guys because somehow they decided to bring in some women hardly covering their hair, which is illegal, and showing basically this is propaganda, saying, "Oh, look at all these young women, and you know some of them all have dyed their hair blonde, normal, and they're allowed not to cover their hairs." Well, people have been doing some research in Iran, and they have exposed the identity of these people. In case you don't know, the report is the Iranians have identified some of the women who are not covering their hairs, brought by the Islamic regime, and they're put in front of their marchers, small groups, in front of cameras. Most of them are known drug dealers, prostitutes, and owners of local brothels. They were ordered by the regime's judicial system to attend the rally and pledge allegiance to Ali Khamenei in exchange for reduced sentences or suspended sentences. And obviously a lot of Iranians are familiar with these individuals. So they say, well, I know that one. I bought drugs from that one yesterday. I mean, look at this. Look at the Botox and the one in the middle. What happened to her face? That is not a normal face anymore. That is bloated. That's not good. The one on the right is not even a real face. It's just plastic. That is a terrible nose job, by the way. The one on the far right. Terrible nose job. Come on. Should have gone to Turkey. And the one on the left just looks demonic. So I'm not really sure what's going on there. But yeah, I think she might be one of the brothel owners. She looks like a pro. Anyway, on the issue of... actually, there's a couple of things I want to respond to. And then we're going to go to normal people from Iran, real people who have been suffering. The word Iran is rooted in Aryan. Yeah, Aryan. It means the land of Aryans. Shouldn't we be calling Iran Persia? No, because you just said it in the previous comments. Persia and Persians, like me, it's an ethnicity in Iran. So you got Persian Iranians, Kurdish Iranians, Lori Iranians, Azeri Iranians. You can't just have a tiny country just for the Persian Iranians. What about the rest of the Iranians? Was that meant to be the whole ship's company? Yes, that was literally the whole crew. That's the IRGC Navy, ladies and gentlemen. And they had no idea. It's like they just woke them up. Get on the deck. We're going to do a video. Just chant death to America. Oh, do I have to? I just did it 2 hours ago. I need a nap. BBC reported that the mothers and sisters of the IRGC have been on the side to win asylums. I'm not translating that. Let's just say they're doing some 18 plus activities to win asylum. But it has been denied due to subpar quality. Oh my God. I was wondering where that was going. And like this comment, if you support Israel and agree that pro-Fakistinians are evil hypocrites. Yes. Yeah, Maya, hello from Malta. UN is United National Socialists. Trump is smart. He's getting everyone on side before kicking off. But the UN is totally communist. So, yeah, you don't need the UN on this issue, but yeah, everything else, everybody else. Now, we have to also talk about the real people in Iran. And they are suffering. There is this teenage girl, who was kidnapped by the Islamic regime and detained. Let's hear from her.
چیزی که الان قراره بشنوین روایت تجاوز گروهی به یکی از نزدیکای خودم. قبل از هر چیز من متاسفم که این واقعیت قراره خیلی همونو ناراحت کنه و من تمام سعیمو کردم تک به تک کلماتشو بهتون برسونم بجز جزئیات تجاوزو. ببین گفتن اینا سخت‌ترین کاریه که دارم تو زندگی من انجام میدم. حتی سخت‌تر از چیزی که تجربه کردم. نمیدونم شاید. ولی بهت میگم و تو باید قول بدی. قول بدی که به گوش همه برسونی. برو به اون خارجی‌ها غیر ایرانی‌ها بگو چیزایی که شما پرونده جنایی میدونین تو ایران داره اتفاق میفته. چیزایی که شما هر روز میایین برای حقوق بشر ازش دفاع میکنین الان داره اتفاق میفته و شماها ساکت شدین. اون شبی که ما رو بردن انداختنمون توی یه سوله. قبلش هم خیلی کتکمون زدن در حدی که فکر کردم دیگه قرار نیست فردا رو ببینم. یه دخمه تاریک بود. من اولین بار بود بازداشت میشدم. فکر میکردم قراره ببرنم زندان، ولی بردنم توی یه دخمه تاریک که بوی خون میداد. باهات شوخی نمیکنم، به خدا قسم بوی خون میداد. من نمیدونستم خون بو داره. بچه‌ها رو مثل یه حیوان به دیوار زنجیر کرده بودن. باهات شوخی نمیکنم وقتی میگم بچه سناشون از 13-14 سال شروع میشد. تفلک‌ها از سر و روشون خون میچکید. بعد یه مش حرومزاده با صورتای پوشیده اومدن وسط، شلواراشون رو در آوردن و خندیدن. بلند بلند داد میزدن آزادی میخوای؟ بیا، اینم آزادی. میفهمی؟ جلو چش همه مثل کفتار، مثل حیوان ریختن سرمون. میگفتن شما اسیر جنگین، مال ما این، هر کاری بخوایم باهاتون میکنیم. حتی جنازتون رو نمیتونه کسی پیدا کنه. صداتون به جایی نمیرسه. خانوادم 2 میلیارد پول دادن، به همه وابسته شدن، از همه کمک خواستن، به همه پول دادن تا فقط منو از اون تو بکشن بیرون. حالا هم بابامو دارن تهدید میکنن. هر روز زنگ میزنن میگن اون یکی بچه‌ت هم میکشیم اگه جایی حرفی به کسی چیزی بگی. راستی یه چیزی رو حتما بگو. هیچ کسی جز اون بیشرفی که دستور خامنه‌ای رو اجرا کرد، کشت، تجاوز کرد، زندانی کرد، مقصر نیست. و ازتون یه خواهشی دارم. اینو به همه بگو. بگو ساکت نمونید. ما اینجا داریم تیکه تیکه میشیم. اینا با تفنگ وایساده بودن بالای سرمون وقتی اون یکی داشت کارشو انجام میداد. اینا هر میخندیدن. اینا واقعا تجاوز میکردن. به دادمون برسید قبل از اینکه هممونو توی سکوت کوفتی دفن کنن. من از خودم و این زندگی حالم به هم میخوره. فقط نذارید این دردا بی صدا بمونه. تو رو خدا شمایی که خارج از ایرانید بجنگید. به خاطر ما، به خاطر من.
Yeah. Now, this was a testimony from a young girl in Iran. We have some breaking news, guys, from the White House.
Following your
President Trump. We can quickly go to a couple of clips we've just received. He has now given a vague deadline that over the next month, which is basically February, is the final chance that the Islamic Republic have to sign the surrender deal. We can go to the president, and also said that if they don't, then it will be traumatic for the IRGC. Let's go to the president.
Meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu yesterday, has your thinking changed at all as it relates to these negotiations with Iran or the timeline with Iran?
We have to make a deal, otherwise it's going to be very traumatic. Very traumatic. I don't want that to happen, but we have to make a deal. They should have made a deal the first time, and they got Midnight Hammer instead. And this will be very traumatic for Iran if they don't make a deal. Look, if they don't make a deal, then...
Then we also have the second clip. Somebody asked him about the, I think, deadline. I think the conversation was around that. Let's just quickly go back to... Yeah, let's go.
Back. I guess over the next month, something like that. Yeah, shouldn't take... I mean, it should happen quickly. They should agree very quickly, yeah.
I just realized what he accidentally almost was saying, because this was the question was about negotiations and deadline for deal, right? And obviously the Americans are doing this because they have to build up the military, not just build up the military.
There's DIY, and there's doing it yourself.
Also need to get the neighboring countries on board, which is happening now. Slowly they're coming on board anyway. And but the question of the discussion was simply about deal. But listen to him again.
In the back. I guess over the next month, something like that. Yeah, shouldn't take... I mean, it should happen quickly. They should agree very quickly, yeah.
It shouldn't take that long. He didn't want to complete that sentence. It shouldn't take that long. He accidentally was basically saying... yeah, it shouldn't really take that long to finish the preparations. But otherwise, you would not really put any deadline in that sense, because you don't need a deadline if you are just negotiating in good faith, let's just say. Obviously, the Americans and the Israelis are not negotiating in good faith, rightly so, but these talks must happen. They have to happen. It's part of the dance. The only fear is that the IRGC could get so desperate at the end that they might say yes to basically the big demands, the red lines, but without meaning it, because obviously they can lie. They can do a takia. They can say, yeah, sure, we agree that we're not going to do nuclear or ballistic missiles, which means that the Americans would now be cornered. They're like, well, we have to sign this, because how can we do it? Now they have to spend the next few months, the next few years, try to expose the Islamic Republic that they lied, which is the same thing that's happened way before. It's the same cycle. That is the only worry. If the IRGC get so desperate that they might just basically say yes to the surrender deal, but the Israelis and the Americans obviously are making sure, and that's why there's constant conversation between Netanyahu and Trump to ensure that that doesn't happen. There is not going to be a deal. That the point of the negotiations is not to get a deal. Even if you get a deal, it will be a fake nuclear, limited to nuclear deal, which is meaningless. Let them talk. Let them negotiate. Let them sign a deal, because it doesn't change anything. The Islamic Republic will fall anyway. But yes, we need time for the build-up in the region. Now, Trump is smart. He's getting everyone on side. Oh, yes, I just saw that earlier. Sorry, guys. And is the globe boiling yet? Asking for Greta. No idea why. Maya, I saw a sad video posted on Sahar TV created by an Iranian young guy who is sadly not with us anymore. Is it the same one that I showed you 2 days ago? The man who took his life? The gamer? I don't know. Or is it a different one? Let me know. There is a rumor that Yusuf is going to run in the elections. Haddad, love you to see the best news media there is. Oh, well, I'm going to see Yusuf Haddad in 2 days' time in Munich. So I will ask him. Obviously, I'm going to bring him on the channel when we are in Munich for the rally. I totally despair this world that we now live in. Life is a suffering, as Jordan Peterson would say, but it's also beautiful. Air power was decisive in defeating North Vietnam. Oh, wait, no, it wasn't. Because we're not going to have airstrikes. The plan for airstrike was supposed to be 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, and they called it off. Or at least public perception.
Okay, so Tusi's going to the super chats now. Let me just message Armin so we can go back to the updates. Thank you, guys. Thank you for your patience. We have like an arrangement with Tusi, so whenever Tusi goes live, if he's speaking about Iran, we will pause, because of course we want to support Tusi and all his efforts, and of course Tusi is supporting us and our channel as well. So we want to make sure that we're not, we always want to make sure that we're supporting one another. Let me just text Armin. Let's see where he is. Sorry, guys. I'm getting a lot of emails and questions and messages about the petition. Oh, there we go. Okay, perfect. All right, Armin, I'm so sorry about that. The floor is yours. Welcome. You're on mute, though.
Sorry, I had the wrong headphones on. There we go. I'm back.
I'm glad that you didn't say, sorry, I have to put on a shirt.
What's wrong with that? Yeah.
I'm just teasing you. That's fine. All right. Sorry about that. So you were going to speak about Mossad.
Well, I mean, I was gonna, but Tusi covered it. So
yeah, but he does. But he does these things. Listen, so like Tusi kind of does like the quick overview of everything, but people really appreciate your news and your updates, because like we're not just news. Like we provide the context, we go into the details, right? And that's why like our audience is a little bit more informed when it comes to all of these things, because we dive into the deeper part of it. So I would love for you to give us all the updates that you had prepared as well.
Right.
Also, to be honest, I wasn't actually paying attention to Tusi too much either, because I'm working on the petition. So yeah.
Okay. No worries. All right, so guys, there's a lot more people in Iran that are trying to work with Mossad, and the Islamic Republic is trying to find ways to hunt these people down, including fake applications for Mossad. And so it's very important for Iranians inside Iran to actually take this message from the IDF and other Israeli outlets very seriously, and just make sure that you use like if you're contacting the IDF or Mossad, you're contacting their official accounts. So the IDF has here basically telling you this is the official page for Mossad, and this is the official page for IDF in Persian. So let me actually translate this, saying, we kindly request patriotic Iranian people to please only follow our official channels of contact and get in touch with us for any kind of cooperation. The pages and links included in this post, link in bio, are the only official and legitimate accounts. And so basically it says the same thing over here. This is one of the best ways, by the way, to organize and cooperate inside Iran, because the Mossad and IDF have a lot of operational information. So when it comes to tactical and operational activities inside Iran, the Iranians who want to find the best way to get the best guidance on what to do to be the most effective, it is recommended that they contact Mossad. But just make sure that you use all safety protocols necessary for you not to get caught, because this is obviously very dangerous. But I know many Iranians inside Iran are very eager to cooperate with them. I do have some updates that I'm gonna try to quickly go through.
Why quickly? Why quickly? You have 40 minutes. I want 40 minutes of Armin before you leave us.
Okay. So there is in Iran, there's a tradition that the Shia stole it from us, but it goes back to Persian traditions, that on the 40th day of someone's death, you do another funeral, right? So we have it's basically the 40th day memorials. So there are memorial gatherings right now inside Iran and that's usually when it comes to the victims of the Islamic Republic. The original funeral becomes a reason for people to organize a protest against the government. But then the 40th day memorial as well becomes another potential spark for a protest against the government. So this is why the government is very, very sensitive when it comes to both the original funeral and the 40th anniversary, because under the excuse that we're planning a memorial or a funeral, then all of a sudden something might happen, and the very people who were gathering there for the memory of the fallen, they ended up becoming protesters, right? This is why you often see in the memorials or the funerals of the fallen, there are way more people usually that participate beyond the family members of the fallen, right? Because it's not just a memorial, it's also a show of force against the government whenever these things happen, right? So keep that in mind, and remember, like, guys, you could see it says Iran Revolution Live, right? And it says day 47. That means that now, because right at the beginning, that was not the time that the murders were happening, the killings were happening. It happened a few days after. So now it's the time that if it's the 40th memorial day, 40 days after the massacre happened. So now all of those events are happening. So that's something to make sure that we look at. So memorial gatherings are large crowds gathered in various cities to mark the 40th day, or Chehellom. We call it Chehellom. Chehel means 40. Chehellom means the 40th day. The Chehellom, since the death of the protesters killed during the National Revolution, the Sinai Revolution. So we have some specific victims that have been honored. So, for example, Parisa Lashkari, a 30-year-old mother of one from Nurabad. Mamasani, she was shot and injured by agents on January 10th while attending a funeral for other victims. So this woman was killed on a day after the slaughter, not January 9th, January 10th. She was shot in a funeral. And then when she was shot, she wasn't killed yet. She wasn't murdered yet. Despite asking for help, she was shot again. And her memorial included music and flowers. We had Ayub Safari. Again, I wish the names were written here in Persian. So because it's in English, I might be mispronouncing it. This murdered on January 8th in Kazarun by direct fire. His family was pressured by security forces to bury him secretly at night. Then we have Mustafa Amiri, a 35-year-old Bakhtiari citizen. Bakhtiari like Goldie. A Bakhtiari citizen from Falut Shahr, Isfahan. He was killed by military-grade bullets on January 8th. His memorial featured cheering and calls for justice. And there were a whole bunch of other names. I just wanted to make sure that we mentioned a few of them. So in the ceremonies, we saw a lot of defiance. Families are refusing to mourn in the traditional sad way instead, and they're refusing to do a religious ceremony. They're refusing to do the Quran readings or all the stuff that is used to happen in Iran. Instead, they're clapping, cheering, celebrating the birthday of the victims. Like it's turning to get into like a birthday party alongside the 40-day memorials. Mothers are chanting that their children are gifts to the nation. So, for example, one chant that we have is one very popular chant during these memorials are in gol par shade hadiye be mihan shade, which is a change of the chant that the religious people had. So it literally means that this what is it called? Parshade, Goldie, when it this withered away.
Yeah, withered away or wilted. Wilted or withered away.
Wilted. This withered away flower has been gifted to the nation. So the original chant was In gol parshade hediye be rahbar shade, which meant that this withered flower has been gifted to Khamenei, the supreme leader. But then by changing it, it shows that the Iranian people are loyal to their nation. They're not loyal to Khamenei. So they changed that chant, right? So there are many gravestones that are broken by religious people. And this is more devastating than a lot of people realize. So when they have the gravestone for our fallen, the religious people, pro-regime people, what we call IRGC, they come and break the gravestones. And not only that's devastating to the families, it's also they're very expensive. They're very expensive, and Iranians are going through a lot of financial difficulties. So the fact that the regime officials or pro-regime people come and break the gravestones, it's not just like it's not just an emotional hit to the families. It's also a huge financial hit to the families, right? And yeah, especially they go for gravestones that has the name Javidnam in it, so immortal. Like Javidnam is the term that we use to refer to our fallen, which means those with the immortal name, those whose names will live forever. So Javid means long live or everlasting, and Nam means name. So that's why we call them Javidnam, right? So if they notice that you might have Javidnam on your gravestone, they come and break your gravestone, right? Which is families were threatened that they would be arrested and buried next to their children if they held ceremonies, but they refused to be intimidated. So that's that regarding the Chelom or the 40-day anniversary. Another thing I wanted to cover was Pezeshkian, the president of the Islamic Republic and the absolute loyal puppet of Khamenei, which has been more loyal to Khamenei than even the hardliners, right? So Pezeshkian has been proven to be the most loyal president to Khamenei in the history of the Islamic Republic. So, which is strange for foreigners because you would expect the most loyal president to Khamenei to be one of the hardliners, right? But every single president, both reformer and hardliner, at some point had some challenges with Khamenei, and they had some tensions between them. So the most famous one being Ahmadinejad. Like they're actually now enemies, right? Ahmadinejad and Khamenei are enemies now, right? But every single president, I mean, the structure of the Islamic Republic is in a way that a conflict between the presidency and the supreme leader is inevitable, even whether you're a reformer or the hardliner. Like it will always happen to some degree. But Raisi, for example, which was the last president before Pezeshkian, has probably been killed by Khamenei. Okay, so they had to remove him out of the way because they needed to make room for Pezeshkian to be able to be more flexible with and also because Raisi had his eye on to become the supreme leader after Khamenei as well. So that was another reason why they had to get rid of him. Anyways, but this has ended now because Pezeshkian, who's supposed to be a reformer president, is nothing but a puppet. He is so loyal to Khamenei that apparently there's no issue here. Like Khamenei really likes Pezeshkian. He uses him. Even though they're religious hardliners who are not in the government, they hate Pezeshkian, but Khamenei himself loves him because he basically does whatever Khamenei needs, and whenever he also needs to take a blame for something, he takes it, no problem. Like he has no issue taking the blame, right? So now, with regards to the massacre that just happened in early January, a lot of people were waiting to see what Pezeshkian does, and I don't know why they were waiting for this, but based on his record, we knew that he was going to do exactly what he needs to do. But some idiots, some reformist idiots, were hoping like, oh, now Pezeshkian is going to come and do what he's supposed to do as a reformer and stand up to all of this nonsense. Because, guys, I don't know if you know this, but we were promised that Pezeshkian is going to, again, like they promise this every time. They say Khatami was supposed to come do a lot of reform. Nothing happened. Rouhani was supposed to come and do a lot of reform. Nothing happened. And they made this promise again with us again. Pezeshkian was about to come and do a lot of reform. Khatami, which is actually was the most popular reformer at his time, reformist president at his time, is now leading the way in trying to justify the massacre of early January by the regime. So like he's actually he's even outdoing the hardliners. That's how bad these so-called reformers are. So let's now, Pezeshkian, we were told like during the election of the presidency where Pezeshkian eventually became the president, we were told that it's guaranteed that if the Islamic Republic, if any protest happens, and if the Islamic Republic shoots at the protesters and kills anybody, he would immediately resign. That's what we were told. But let's now look at what actually happened. So the president's comments, President Pezeshkian's comments, Masoud Pezeshkian met with the victims' families. Look at this, victims' families in Golestan province. I don't know which victims they're talking about. Like, are they talking about our victims or their victims? Okay. But what's more important is what he said. He labeled the killed protesters as deceived and foreign agents instigated from abroad. Reformist president for you guys. Basically, completely line by line, what Khamenei is feeding him. This is the reformist president that some people were hoping that he would take the right side in a moment like this. Okay, so this is what Pezeshkian said, right? So he basically said that the protesters who were killed, they should have been killed, they were deceived, they were foreign agents, blah, blah, blah. He claimed that the crisis were created by others to harm the government. He stated he cannot sleep at night thinking about why young people lost their lives but took no responsibility. So he's very upset that so many Iranians died, but he thinks that these young people themselves were responsible because they were deceived by foreign agents, and they were foreign agents themselves. So a lot of people are pointing out that Pezeshkian is constantly changing the label for the protesters. Like he doesn't seem to be able to keep the same narrative. Like he keeps jumping around. So first he was calling them socially damaged. Then he would call them terrorists, and now he's calling them deceived. So first he was like kind of suggesting that, oh my God, these are socially damaged people. Like maybe they had their point to protest. Then at some point he called them terrorists. And now he's calling them deceived by terrorists. So he can't make up his mind about what really is happening with these protesters, who these protesters are. Are they people who were justified to come protest because they were damaged by society, they were hurt by society? Or are they terrorists? Or are they people who are deceived by terrorists? He seems to be getting different memos at different times, and his programming keeps changing, and he's giving us different narratives based on where he is and what's the latest command from the higher ups are. So again, a lot of people are pointing out that he previously promised to resign if a single person was hurt, but now he's justifying the killing and remains in power. And he's being now accused of sprinkling salt on the wounds of grieving families. And by the way, Pezeshkian came out and attacked, you know, that guy that we showed? I played the video for you guys of Ali Shakurirad. You guys remember that he came out and he admitted that the regime was basically killing its own security forces just so that they could convince them to shoot into people. Pezeshkian attacked that guy. That guy, Ali Shakurirad, who basically gave up the information, basically admitted that the regime kills its own people to justify then killing the protesters. That guy was part of the staff of Pezeshkian as a president, and Pezeshkian is now attacking him. Basically he's effectively encouraging lying to cover up the truth. By the way, guys, please understand that leaking information from Pezeshkian's government, like this Ali Shakurirad, do not believe that guy himself is like, he didn't condemn the Islamic Republic, right? He didn't condemn. He didn't mention that the killings were wrong. He himself is saying stuff like this, maybe because they think that the regime is going to fall, and they're trying to signal to the Americans that, hey, we are potential candidates for you to use us as in the next government. Or they also might be saying these things to signal to the people that, hey, in the next election, vote for me because I was the person who gave out and leaked this information for you guys. Like, these reformers are snakes, and sorry, I love snakes. No insult to snakes. Okay, snakes are beautiful creatures. We shouldn't use them as an insult. These people are evil. They're self-interested, and don't, just because they come out and give us some information to us, don't think that they are any better. They're actually more deceiving and more evil than the hardliners. Okay, so there's that. Let's go to we have more information regarding arrests. So that was the Pezeshkian section. Now we have some updates regarding the executions and death sentences. So let me actually go through this. So Taimur Salari, I think, maybe a lawyer in Giroft, I think, has been sentenced to death. Guys, again, but the reason why I'm having a hard time reading some of these names is because it's written in English, and I wish I had them in Persian. It would have been much easier to read. But Amir Hossein Arghavani, a 22-year-old in Hamadan, was sentenced to death for Moharebe, which means waging war against Allah. Shervin Bagherian Jebeli, an 18-year-old from Isfahan, arrested after being identified at a protest, beaten severely at home, and forced to convince on a TV program. Oh yeah, on a state TV. He has been sentenced to death and holds no contact with family. Mohammad Reza Abdullahpur, a 28-year-old anesthesia expert, sentenced to death for medically helping a wounded protester in Tehran. Guys, this guy, Mohammad Reza Abdullahpur, has been sentenced to death for medically helping a wounded protester in Tehran. Okay. Saleh Mohammadi, which we talked about, a 19-year-old wrestler, a national team member from Qom, sentenced to public execution for intentional murder. That's what they're called. That's what they're accusing him of, right? There are other detainees. Hamid Reza Vatani, a 65-year-old child rights activist from Firuzkoh. Again, because it's in English, that's why I'm having a hard time reading it. Arrested while returning from the hospital. He had shotgun pellets in his body, charged with collusion against national security, and is under torture in Evin prison. There are family arrests. There are 3 brothers in Baharistan, Esfahan. One died, one in prison, and one is missing. So there are 3 brothers in one family. One of them has been murdered, the other one is in prison, and one of them is missing. In Mashhad, a father went to the intelligence department to ask about his tortured son and was violently arrested himself. So he went to the intelligence department to say, "You're torturing my son," and they violently arrested him for coming there. Arrests, but guys, there are ongoing raids as we're speaking. The government just is surprising a lot of people by just raiding their houses. So arrests are continuing daily as we're speaking, including teachers at schools and workers in shop. And so that's the news regarding the executions and arrests. Let's go through crackdown. So the next part that I wanted to discuss, let me see how much time I have. Okay, is crackdown on medical privacy. So the Ministry of Interior and Tehran governorate, is that how you pronounce that, have ordered hospitals, especially in Tehran, Beheshti and Iran universities of medical sciences, to hand clinical records and photos of all patients injured in the protests. So the government is coming to these healthcare centers and they're asking for the clinical records and photos of all the patients injured in the protests. This actually violates the Islamic Republic's own laws, their own stupid laws. They don't even respect their own laws. Their laws don't matter when it comes to protesters. So I mean, handing over patient information without a judicial order is illegal, even based on Islamic Republic standards. But again, their own laws mean nothing to them. They just have it just there for show. So we have what we have right now in Iran as we're speaking is an underground medicine network, right? So a network of doctors and nurses is treating wounded protesters secretly to prevent them from being disappeared by security forces upon entering hospitals. Guys, like imagine right now there's like a secret shadow network of doctors and nurses working in Iran in secret safe out locations as we're speaking, right? So they have like imagine right now as we're speaking, they have turned someone's living room somewhere into like a surgery room, and they're trying to secretly bring people there without it being leaked that they're there. And think about these doctors and nurses that are doing this, because if they get found, like, they're risking their own lives. Obviously they're not getting paid for any of this, and they're risking their own lives just to be able to treat the wounded. And so many of the wounded are continuing to die because they're not going to the hospital and their infections are killing them. This is the militarization of hospitals, basically, and it has destroyed public trust in the medical system. And to say it violates human rights is an understatement. So that was the medical situation in Iran. And then we have, guys, are these helpful? Let me know, because I don't know. I don't want to keep going. Like, if you guys are not finding, like, let me know if this is important information that you, because I didn't see this being reported on English media, any of these stuff that I'm saying. So I thought, like, maybe I should tell you guys. Let me know if this is important. Like, if you want to. Yeah. Oh, Amir saying gives me nightmares. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. So then we have the EU resolution. So let's go to international actions and the EU Parliament. The European Parliament adopted a resolution condemning the systematic suppression and arbitrary arrest and sexual violence in Iran. Again, guys, I know a lot of people here think that the European Parliament is useless and all that, but this is actually going to make an impact, because I mean, the European Parliament is actually behaving better than the United Nations, okay? Because this is going to have meaningful. I mean, I'm pretty sure at some point they're going to do something that we're going to be like, "Boo, EU Parliament, boo!" I'm sure that at some point at some point they're going to disappoint us. But as of right now, this is going to financially have a financial impact on the Islamic Republic, and it's really important that this financial impact gets increased, because apparently, like, if my analysis is correct based on what I told you in the last stream, Trump is seeming to be waiting for the Islamic Republic to be in its weakest possible condition before an attack, and that includes economic suffocation, right? So the faster we economically suffocate the Islamic Republic, the sooner the attack might come. If that interpretation of what Trump is doing is accurate. So, India not buying oil from the Islamic Republic, and, putting sanctions on the oil tankers, and the European Parliament, like, labeling the IRGC as a terrorist group. All of this is going to bring that situation where the Islamic Republic is in its weakest form closer, and maybe the attack sooner. So the vote count for this resolution was 524 in favor out of 568, which is not bad. So the EU Parliament President sent a message to Iranians saying, "We stand with you," and promised that Iran will be free. Again, guys, this might sound meaningless, but these words are more aggressive than what the EU would say before, right? So because this is talking about regime change. Like, the EU Parliament usually be like, "Oh, we need reform." This sounds like regime change talk. And honestly, I think Germany, like, we should appreciate Germany these days, because I think Germany, as one of the leading countries in the EU, has really been basically leaning on the side that the Islamic Republic needs to go. And I think they're making the rest of EU follow. And I think Trump also has a huge impact on them right now as well. So again, I'm not saying this is going to be like this forever. I'm sure if the Islamic Republic survives, they're going to go back to talking to the Islamic Republic and maintaining a relationship with it. But right now, this should be welcome. So we already mentioned that the IRGC is being designated as a terrorist organization. So another thing that they'll be doing is extend visas for Iranians in Europe so they aren't forced to return to Iran. And they're halting deportations and provide humanitarian visas for those at risk, right? So they're not sending people back to the belly of the beast. Oh, I almost have to go to school. Okay, to our community. Let me see what this is. Oh, this is so there's some events that happen in Paris. There's an embassy event that was canceled. So the mayor of Paris's 16th district refused to allow the Islamic Republic's embassy to hold its revolution anniversary. You know, the 22nd of Bahman. That was yesterday. So that's good, right? So we had the UN congratulating the Islamic Republic for the anniversary of the Islamic Revolution. But in Paris, they refused to allow the embassy to celebrate the revolution anniversary at this venue that I cannot pronounce, which is good, right? So the reasoning that they gave is due to pressure from the Iranian diaspora. Oh, guys, it was you guys, Iranians in France. It was you guys who did this. So due to pressure from the Iranian diaspora and French politicians who argued a regime killing its own people shouldn't be celebrated, the embassy was forced to move the event to a diplomatic building. So, oh yeah, so they were having this in public, like in a pavilion, royal venue. I don't know if I pronounced it right, but they had to get there into their own inside building, where it was, and even in that building, it was still met with protest by Iranians. And a former French PM called for a coalition to overthrow the Islamic Republic. Wow. Gabriel Attal, former French PM, called for a coalition to overthrow the Islamic Republic. Okay. So there's that. So Iraq and US relations. I don't know if I want to read this. Let's forget. Okay, this is not that much Iran related. This is between US and Iraq. So I'm going to skip that, especially because I need to get ready to go to our. By the way, guys, if you want to talk to me about any of these, and if you want to ask me about your, give me your theories and check with me, or if you want to ask any specific questions regarding what's happening in Iran, you could come to our community that I'm going to go in a few. I'm going to go there in a few minutes. I'm going to put the link in the chat. So if you find any of this interesting or educational, or you want to get into more specifics, you could come and ask me questions over there. Or if you want to just come and listen, if you don't want to ask any questions, you just want to stay in the background and just listen to the rest of us talk. Guys, you don't have to open your camera. You can only you're allowed to just open your mic but you can also open your camera. That would be welcome if you do. But yeah, or you could just sit back there and listen to the rest of us talk. And yeah, it's a really good growing community. It has turned into a think tank, and it has turned into a political think tank. And we have it's not just me with good information. I think over there are some other people there that have really good information that sometimes people have questions for them because they're experts in their fields. We have like a security analyst there that a lot of people ask questions of, right? So just come there and we will continue these discussions. And I'm also going to be talking about Islam in Europe. Like there are some updates regarding Islam in France and Islam in there are some other European countries and the way that they're spreading right now. That we have some updated news regarding that, so we might be talking about that as well. Yeah, let me pin that. Oh, it's already pinned. All right, Goldie.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Goldie, I have some updates from Mahdi, from our Imam Mahdi. Look at this. I didn't know he has an X account.
We follow each other.
You do?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, he finally posted.
No, he's mentioning that he's not coming this Friday. So because he's supposed to come on a Friday, every Friday he mentions that this Friday appearance is canceled. So if you ever want to know what,
Well, I was going to say, so this is like a running joke for this account. He's been posting this every Thursday for the last several years. So every week he posts this where he says my appearance is canceled for this Friday. And he's someone in Iran, and he's a fighter, so he's fighting against the Islamic regime. So this is like a parody account, right? One of the things that was really difficult for all of us was when the internet was shut down, he wasn't able to post. And so, for the first time in years, he wasn't able to post this post on Thursday. And we were missing him a lot. So it's just very nice to see him back and continue on with the inside joke.
Right. Did we show this already?
No, we haven't shared the new message from King Reza Pahlavi yet. I had that lined up to go. I have the English version of his message here. Let me share that. I was waiting for you to finish your updates before I go to this. So King Reza Pahlavi just posted this message about an hour ago, and he writes, my brave compatriots in Iran, through your gatherings to honor the memory of our fallen heroes, your nightly chants and your courageous messages, you have shown that the Islamic Republic has failed to break your will to reclaim Iran, even through brutality and murder. On February 14, the global day of action, Iranians abroad will once again take to the streets to carry the voice of our great and united nation to the world and to mobilize broader international support for Iran's Lion and Sun revolution. In this spirit, I invite you on the evenings of February 14 and 15 at 8 p.m. to raise your voices and chant from your homes and rooftops. Shout your demands, show your unity. With an unbreakable will, we will prevail over this occupying regime. I pledge to stand with you until our final victory. Long live Iran, Reza Pahlavi.
Amazing.
That was his message. Yeah. So the revolution continues. The revolution is not over, and he's encouraging Iranians to go out on their balconies and rooftops to shout their demands. And guys, this is the interesting part that you have to keep in mind. He's not telling Iranians what to chant. All he's saying is shout your demands. Tell the world what you want, right? And so Iranians themselves are the ones who are out there chanting, long live the king, this is the final battle, Pahlavi will return, Javid Shah. And we can talk more about this when Armin gets back.
Goldie, can I just show one video from one of the memorials for the fallen? Just one.
You can show whatever you like. You're the one that has to go to the discussion group. So you can show whatever you like.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you. This is a video that someone from Iran just sent to me, just saying that make sure you show this. So guys, remember I was telling you about the Chehelom, which is the 40-day Memorial Day after they to remember the fallen. And this is one of them. So just look at some of the chants that they're making. This is the memorial. So they're saying میکشم هر آنکه خواهرم کشت. So apparently the person who was murdered here is a woman. So they're saying I will kill the person who killed my sister. So that's one chant. So they're chanting death to Khamenei. So they're saying in gol parpar shade hediye be mihan shade, this withered away flower has been gifted to the nation, referring to her as a flower. This is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. By the way, the fact that the people continue to chant for Pahlavi shows that all the anti-Pahlavi's attempts to try to get people to stop supporting Pahlavi after they saw the waves of support in Iran for them. Hasn't been working. Iranian people continue to support Pahlavi. Like you see the crowds always when they still gather, they say, this is the final battle, Pahlavi will return. If somebody in the chat saying, is this in Iran? Yeah, this is in Iran. And guys, the fact this is very brave because they're chanting this after the greatest massacre of Iranians for chanting these things. And they're still coming into the memorial of the fallen. And inside Iran, they're still saying this is the final battle, Pahlavi will return. Yeah, and Ali in the chat, Ali sent me this, and Ali in the chat is saying this is today. This happened today. This is recent.
یه لحظه من عذرخواهی میکنم چون لیست نداشتم اسم جواب
Death to Khamenei. All right, that's it, guys. So again, I have to go now. Sorry, but I just wanted to show this before I go. Again, I put the link in the chat for the community, and I'll see you guys there. And Goldie, I will have some other. I'll try to have some other stuff ready when I come back.
Thank you so much, Armin. Appreciate you. And
Thank
for
you,
everyone else, as you know, when Armin does his group discussions, we don't do breaking news unless it's something urgent, and then of course we will go to it. But during the 2 hours, we focus on other things. We focus on we still focus on Iran. We focus on various issues, but we don't go to the breaking news and new videos unless it's something super urgent, so that people who want to join Armin's group can do so without worrying about whether or not they're going to miss news here. So there you go.
I'm so lucky to have you as a co-host, Goldie. All right, guys, I'm gonna go.
We're a team.
I'm Israel. I'm Israel Khai, Javid Shah, Payande Iran. See you guys soon.
Great. See you soon. Okay, guys. So we're gonna start off with the rallies. We have a few more. I'm going to also put out another. I'm gonna put out another call today to Iranians on Instagram and X, and see if there are any cities that we have missed. I'll ask them to send me the rallies. But of course, the website is tinyurl.com/Iran rally. Send posters to Iran rally at chigamari.com. And let me just check my inbox again. Oh, we got one more from Poland. Let me just add this one here. Let's see. Amazing. Okay, let me just add these ones really quick. Wow, Poland's in the house. Okay. Let's see, 26, 02, 14. Sorry, guys. See, that's how you can tell that there's no production team here, right? It's just me. Okay. Done that. All right. Okay, let me just refresh this page, make sure Poland is there. Yes, okay, Poland is there. All right, guys, let's go. So, of course, February 14. February 14 is a global day of action. Be our Valentine. Guys, be our Valentine. Join us on February 14. The main hubs are Toronto, Munich, LA, and Vancouver. But of course, for those who aren't able to travel to one of these cities, we also have sister demonstrations in other places as well. So this is the information for LA. This is the first poster. This is the second poster. This is the information for Munich. This is the information for Toronto, Young and Steeles. Still waiting for the poster for Vancouver. I'm assuming it's going to be at 1 p.m. I'm assuming it's at 1 p.m. It'll be held at Pool Plaza. Oh man, I should have gotten coffee before I started. Anyway, so now let's go to the cities. So For those who can't attend one of the four main hubs, there's a demonstration happening in Adelaide, Australia. So the info is there. Then we have Athens, Greece. We have Atlanta, Georgia. We have Auckland, New Zealand. Belfast, Northern Ireland. Boise, Idaho. Boston, Massachusetts. Brisbane, Australia. That's a second poster for Brisbane, Australia, same event. Calgary, Alberta. Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Chicago, Illinois. Christchurch, New Zealand. Dallas, Texas. Denver, Colorado. Edmonton, Canada. Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Gothenburg, Sweden. Helsinki, Finland. Houston, Texas. Jacksonville, Florida. Karlstad, Sweden. Lisbon, Portugal. London, UK. Louisville, Kentucky. I pronounced it right this time. Louisville, Kentucky. This is a bus information for people who want to go from Lugano to Munich. And then Madrid, Spain. Manitoba, Winnipeg. Melbourne, Australia. Mexico City, Mexico. Bus information for people who are in Milan and want to go to Munich. Nashville, Tennessee. Newcastle upon Tyne, UK. Nicosia, Cyprus. Orlando, Florida. Oslo, Norway. Perth, Australia. Portland, Oregon. Porto, Portugal. Salt Lake City, Utah. This is a bus information for people in the Bay Area who want to participate. Everyone's going to LA. So this is a bus information for people who are in San Francisco and also San Jose. That's the bus info. You can find it there. It's $70 for students, teachers, and seniors, $90 per person. The info is there. Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Seattle, Washington State. So Seattle is having two. Seattle's having one from 12 to noon to 2 p.m. and then another one from 2 to 4 p.m. And then there's Sydney, Australia. Tampa, Florida. This is a new one, Tel Aviv, Israel. So Iranians in Tel Aviv, Israel are also organizing. So that's fantastic. Really happy to hear that. Poland, this is a new one. Warsaw, Poland is having one on the 14th as well. So this is the English poster. This is the Polish poster. And then Washington, D.C. I also got this one today. So Washington, D.C. is also having a rally on the 14th. And then Wellington, New Zealand. Windsor, if you're in Windsor, Ontario, this is the bus information if you want to go to the rally in Toronto. Sofia, Bulgaria. So Bulgaria can't do, this is the day that King Reza Pahlavi announced. And I believe the reason is because Saturday gives people an opportunity to travel in. You know, they can travel on Friday and then they're there Saturday and then they can go back. So that's the reason that it's on a Saturday, because the idea is for people to be able to have an opportunity to travel. So that's why it's on Saturday. So Sofia, Bulgaria is actually doing theirs on Sunday, February 15th, because the 14th is a national day. So that's why they're going to do theirs on the 15th, and there's the explanation there for that. And then this is all the combined ones for Australia and New Zealand. So there you go. That is the most updated list that I have. Just a quick note, I believe that when you go to the website, initially it shows up like this, which is, you know, cool to see all the posters, but it's difficult to, like, you know, search for your city. So if you go up here and you click on like the list icon, then you can see all of the posters there listed, you know, and it's easier to find. And of course, I put it in alphabetical order and also by order of date. So that's why Bulgaria is at the bottom, because the date for that one is the 15th. Okay, so that is the most recent info on the global rallies that are happening. I haven't heard, so someone's asking if there are other rallies in Germany. I haven't heard of any others. So the idea is King Reza Pahlavi wants people to try as much as they can to go to one of the 4 main areas, right? So the idea really is to go to these 3 cities if you can, and of course Vancouver. Vancouver's been added. That's because we want to, show like there's strength in numbers, right? So that's why there's this. I haven't heard of any other demonstrations happening in Germany except for the one in Munich. Like everyone is trying their hardest. Everyone who's in Europe is trying their hardest to make it to Munich. Even Mahir Tusi is going to Munich. I believe he's going to be live streaming from there. I myself will be going to the one in Toronto. I've never live streamed from my phone. I'll see if I can, but Armin will be here running Iran Revolution Live while I attend and come back. So there you go. Those are all of the rallies that I have so far. Literally just checked my email. Let me check my email again one more time, see if I'm missing anything. Okay, someone sent me for Winnipeg, but I think I already have Winnipeg. Let me see, do I have Winnipeg? Oh, no, I don't have Winnipeg. Okay, guys, I just got a new one for Winnipeg, although it's all in Persian. Let me just okay. I asked them if they could to send me an English version if they have it, just because here, okay, let me add this one now, and I'll just share this one really quickly. So Winnipeg is also organizing one. Let me just add this here. Winnipeg. Winnipeg is Manitoba, right? Yeah. Oh, I already had that one. Oops. Okay, I put it in wrong. That's why. Let me fix this. Sorry. I typed it in wrong. I put the province before the city. That's why it wasn't showing up. Winnipeg, Manitoba. All right. Let me just respond to this person. All right, so there we go. That's all of the updated cities, and you can find it all on iranrally.com. All right, quick update on the petition. So I'm trying to I'm also at the same. I'm a little bit distracted, guys. I apologize because I'm also trying to share information about the government petition. So so this morning, the petition, when I showed it to you, it was at 11 signatures, and then it was 35. Right now, the petition is at 700 it shows 762 signatures here, but over here it shows 456. Because again, guys, this is not it's not an automatic process. Okay, so people, the way it works is if you want to sign the petition, you have to put in your first and last name, email, phone number. You also have to put in your address, which province you are, your postal code. You also have to affirm, that you are citizen or resident of Canada and that you agree to the terms of use. Guys, this isn't my petition. What I mean to say is yes, I wrote the petition, but it's not I'm not running the petition, right? The petition is published on the Government of Canada website, right? So when people sign, yeah, it's going to take some time. It's going to take some time because it's sort of like the clerks have to validate it, right? So it's not like a change.org petition where it's just automatic and anyone can sign it, right? So when you look at the When you look here, it says only validated signatures are counted towards the total number of signatures. So please give it some time. Check your junk mail. Like initially, people were getting the confirmation email within like 20 minutes. Now people are saying, and then people were saying half an hour. Then they were saying an hour. I wouldn't be surprised if now people are going to get the confirmation link, within over 2 or 3 hours. Some people might even get it tomorrow, and that's because it's a good problem to have. It's a good problem to have, because this just shows how strong we are and how united we are. So, for example, when I posted my video about the petition, I think I posted it about like at maybe 12 o'clock. So about 3.5 hours ago, I spoke about the petition. I posted the video on Instagram. I'm just looking here. So it has over 500,000 views, almost 600,000 views in 3 hours. And so far it's showing like 37,000 shares. Okay, so you see the arrow there. So my Instagram post has been shared 37,000 times just from Instagram, but of course it's also being shared, on WhatsApp and stories and all these other places as well. So I have a feeling that the clerks of the Ontario legislature are probably thinking it's a little bit overwhelmed, right? They're probably a little bit overwhelmed, wondering what the heck is going on, because again, like it's a manual process, right? So there has to be validation, and that's why this petition is more powerful than, let's say, a change.org petition, right? Because this is like it's a formal government document. Okay, so it's a formal government document. It's now published on the Government of Canada website. So this is this petition is now legally recognized by the Government of Canada as valid. And this is a petition that my friend, MP Melissa Lantsman, she's going to submit this petition to the Canada legislature. So that's why it's going to take some time, because I'm sure like there's probably like 10,000, 20,000, probably more have already signed. And so I apologize, it will take a little bit of time. So please be patient, because the signatures have to be validated. But there you go. And yeah, so the petition is for anyone who is a citizen of like a Canadian citizen, whether or not you live in Canada. If you're a Canadian citizen, you can sign the petition. And then, of course, anyone who lives in Canada as like a permanent resident, I believe, they're able to sign the petition as well, right? So it's citizens and permanent residents of Canada. If someone's just visiting here and they don't live here, then they can't. Yep, here I believe that the link to the petition is pinned to the top of the YouTube chat, but I will put the link again in both chats. So both Armin's chat and my chat, I just reposted the link to this petition. Again, this is being managed by the Government of Canada. So I don't see the emails. I don't see the names. Nothing to do with me, because that's how the formal petitions are run. So here, 762, like if I refresh this now, okay, it's still, see, look, I refreshed it and now it's at 892. Okay, 892. So, but then when I go here, this is still at 470. Oh, now it's 406. Oh, okay. 473. So it's taking some time, right? Because it's not an automatic thing, but it's slowly updating. So I just, and I did post an update in Persian. And for everyone asking, yes, I will make an English video as well later tonight to explain to all of our non-Persian speaking allies and friends who are in Canada, and encourage them to sign it as well. because we were starting the live stream, I didn't have time to make an English video. I didn't have time to translate the Persian video that I posted, but I promise you I will be making an English video tonight explaining that as well. It's just I just really wanted to get the word out there as soon as possible, because I noticed today that the petition went live. So I just wanted to make sure that I share that news with everyone so we can get the ball rolling. And then later tonight, after the live stream is over, I will make an English video as well. So there we go. Okay. So that's the update on the petition, which I'm very, very excited about. And I know everyone is very eager to sign it. Let's see what we're at. 762, 892. So yeah, 474, 473. See, like it kind of goes back and forth because the reason the numbers are kind of going up and down is because the clerks have to verify, right? But like, look at this. So Alberta is 53. British Columbia, guys, Iranians, and so let's just say allies. So British Columbians are really putting everyone else to work here, because British Columbia is up to 176. Ontario is at 98. Quebec is 67. Oh, look, PEI is in the house. Nunavut. Guys, we have someone from Nunavut who signed. That's amazing. Alberta, BC, Manitoba, New Brunswick, Newfoundland, Labrador, Nova Scotia, Nunavut, Ontario. All we're missing is we're missing Northwest Territories. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We're missing Northwest Territories and what's the other province? Yukon? Wait, which province is not here? Wait, who are we missing? Yeah, Yukon. I was right. Northwest Territories and Yukon. So we have all 10 provinces now. Alberta, BC, Manitoba, New Brunswick, Newfoundland, Labrador, Nova Scotia, Ontario, PEI, Quebec, Saskatchewan. But the only territory we have so far is Nunavut. So we're missing Yukon and Northwest Territories. So Yukon and Northwest Territories. Although, I mean, they could have, people could have already signed. We just don't know, right? We don't know because, look, see, now it's up to 933. So it was 892. Now it's up to 933. And if I come here, 473. So this part still has to be updated, right? But there you go. So guys, it is, the process is working. It just takes some time. So we all have to be patient. And we have to let the clerks do what they need to do. But this is good, guys. This is good. This is very encouraging. This number is going to go up really quickly. So there we go. Okay. I wanted to share. Let's see. There's a few videos from Fox News that I want to share with you guys. So let's just go through this because this is also important.
Right now, Canadians are going for gold, even if Blue doesn't want to put her boots on. Maple Leaf nourishes Canadians with natural ingredients and complete protein. So let's go for it, Canada. But first, protein.
President Trump meeting today with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House. Netanyahu hoping to persuade the U.S. to end Iran's ballistic missile and proxy support program. Before meeting with the president, Netanyahu met with Secretary of State Marco Rubio after signing on to President Trump's Board of Peace. Let's bring in Robert Greenway, director of the National Defense Center at the Heritage Foundation and former senior director at the National Security Council. under President Trump. Robert, great to have you with us this afternoon. So here's what the president said about potential consequences for Iran if talks don't work out. He said, either we will make a deal or we will have to do something very tough like last time. We have an Armada that is heading there and another one might be going. The president's suggesting that another American aircraft carrier strike force group might be making its way to the region. It seems to be more than a little bit of gunboat diplomacy here. Is that?
I just want to add something really quickly. Also, don't forget to check your junk mail and your spam mail, because for some people, they're saying that it's going in their junk or spam. So also make sure you check the junk or spam as well, because it might be in there.
Going to work in your estimation?
Well, thanks for having me, John. Look, if this sounds familiar, it's because it is. This is the same sequence of events that got us to Midnight Hammer in the 12-day war, which resulted in the decimation of Iranian command and control of their air defenses, a chunk of their ballistic missile program, and ultimately their nuclear weapons program. And so as we enter into this round, Iran is even weaker with the significant unrest and vastly deteriorating economy. All of that bodes well for President Trump and for the assets and resources that the United States and Israel can muster against them. They stand largely defenseless and have refused and rebuffed all attempts at negotiations, which means, as you suggest, force may well become likely.
Right. So, Iran, they may be weak, but they talk like they're the biggest dog on the street. But here's what the president said about the possibility of reaching a deal.
Do you think a deal with Iran with this current regime would ever really stick?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I know one thing. They want to make a deal. They wouldn't talk to anybody else, but they're talking to me.
Well, the book on Iran, it's, they always say that they want to make a deal. They sign on to a deal and then they never live up to it. So if they're only going to do that again, why even talk to them in the first place?
Well, I think the president has shown remarkable persistence in this line, but his patience has limits. And as he was quick to remind us in the first Trump administration, they never lost a negotiation, but also never won a war. And so I think the Iranians are going to negotiate themselves back out of this deal, and ultimately force will be required. And now their ballistic missile program is the sole focus of that attack, and it's smaller than it was at the beginning. But to your point, I think you're exactly right. I don't expect these negotiations will result in a promising development. I think largely because the Iranians still think they're negotiating with the Biden administration and team appeasement.
So Ali Larijani is the secretary of the Supreme National Security Council in Iran. He is clearly worried about President Trump teaming up with Benjamin Netanyahu. He put this out on X. He said, Netanyahu is now on his way to the United States. Americans must think wisely and not allow him, through posturing, to imply before his flight that I want to go and teach Americans the framework of the nuclear negotiations. They must remain alert to the destructive role of the Zionists. I mean, after Midnight Hammer and what happened during the 12-day war and taking out most, if not the preponderance, of Iranian air defenses, it would seem as though the regime is very worried about President Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu and the power of the Israeli Air Force to team up.
Well, they certainly ought to be, but I'm not sure they're sufficiently motivated to conclude. As President Trump has stated, when a deal's on the table, as Maduro can tell you now that he's in custody in the Southern District in New York, you probably ought to take it. I'm not sure the Iranians are paying heed to that, and they may well pay another price for it.
So Nikki Haley, former U.S. ambassador to the United Nations and presidential candidate, was on Special Report with Brett last night. Here's what she said about this moment in time regarding Iran and potential regime change. Listen here.
Iran has never been weaker than they are right now. The one thing you don't want to do is you don't want to send all these resources over there and then still have the Iranian regime standing.
So we've got the link in there now. There may be another carrier strike group on the way. The president is going to array a massive firepower that could potentially be launched against Iran. We saw what happened with Maduro in Venezuela. If the president sends all of this over, then doesn't get a deal, does he have to act in some way?
Well, I think the odds are certainly in favor of it. And again, his red line was the killing of protesters, and that already happened and was crossed. So I suspect failed negotiations will result in a second strike. And again, I think Iran is, in fact, at the weakest point that it's been. And the goal of the first Trump administration, and I think now, is to remove it as an obstacle to peace and stability in the region. And it is closer now than it has ever been.
Right. The big question, though, I guess, is what might come after the Ayatollahs, and would it be better or would it be worse? Robert, good to catch up with you. Thanks so much, sir. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
Do I need to worry about the dark web? Should I have clicked that link? How would I know if my identity was stolen?
Stress less about online security. Get identity and device protection with TELUS Online Security.
President Trump meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu yesterday, where they discussed U.S. negotiations with Iran. Afterwards, President Trump writing on Truth Social, "I have just finished meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel. I insisted that negotiations with Iran continue to see whether or not a deal can be consummated." This as the Wall Street Journal is reporting that the Pentagon is preparing a second aircraft carrier to deploy to the Middle East. Former NSC Chief of Staff under President Trump, Alex Gray, joins me now. Alex, thank you for joining us. It's good to see you. So President Trump's 1A is to make a nuclear negotiation with Iran. And yesterday, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's goal was going to the White House and getting President Trump to expand those talks to include ballistic missiles and, of course, ending support for Hamas and Hezbollah. So the two allies met yesterday. What happens next?
Well, good to see you, Carly. I think what we're seeing here is the 180-degree difference from Biden to Trump, right? When Biden was negotiating with Iran, he negotiated from a position of literally zero American leverage. He actually started negotiating around the time we had done the disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal, and American prestige was at its very lowest. President Trump is talking about sending potentially a second aircraft carrier strike group to give us maximum leverage. When the Iranians sit across the table from his envoys, they know that President Trump is going to have an extraordinary amount of American power that he can bring to bear if the Iranians play games with us, as they usually do. I think that gives us a huge amount of leverage and momentum in these discussions. Again, the Iranians do this all the time. They love to string us along, but the president is positioning us in a very effective way to have maximum leverage here.
Yeah, I should always say it. It's the carrot and the stick approach. He posted something on Truth Social, says he wants to talk while also simultaneously preparing a second aircraft carrier strike group to head towards Iran. And allow me to present this quote to you from Scott Bessent. He said, "We have seen the Iranian leadership wiring money out of the country like crazy." He goes on to say, "The rats are leaving the ship. That is a good sign that they know the end may be near." Do you believe that to be true?
I think the secretary makes a very good point, and we see this frequently before regimes start to collapse. We saw it in Venezuela with Maduro's henchmen attempting to flee the country. We see it right before these big seismic leadership changes. And so I think it's a good sign that President Trump is on the right track. He is exerting leverage. As you said, Carly, carrot and stick. Always operate from a position of unassailable American strength. And the more military hardware we have pre-positioned in the region, the more the president's words are going to resonate with the regime, and all those rats scurrying off the ship, they can read the writing on the wall.
And the military goal could be to do just enough to weaken the regime and inspire protesters to overturn it themselves, have this come from within. So militarily, how do you see that goal being accomplished?
Well, it's possible. It's going to be very challenging. The regime has 50 years of oppression skills. I mean, it is incredibly skilled at the art of repressing its own people. What I think the president should be focused on, and likely is very focused on, is maintaining American credibility. We cannot have a situation like the Obama red line in Syria, which I don't think President Trump would ever allow American credibility to be questioned that way. But we have to show that when he said that help was on the way, we have to show that America means what it says and it says what it means. I don't think anyone questions that with President Trump, but we have to make sure at all times, for reasons that go from the Taiwan Strait to Eastern Europe to our own hemisphere, that when the American president speaks, he always means what he says.
Certainly true. Talks are ongoing, and we will see if they remain discussions or if action is taken. Former NSC Chief of Staff under President Trump, Alex Gray, we thank you for your time.
I'm Steve Doocy.
Thank you so much.
I got you. I owe you one. No worries.
Navigate the season in the new Kia Sportage. Right now, get great leasing and finance offers. Kia, movement that inspires.
Benjamin Netanyahu meeting with President Trump for several hours today at the White House. The Israeli prime minister stressing Israel's security concerns as the United States has resumed talks with Iran, and they will continue next week. Now, moments ago, President Trump touting, quote, the tremendous relationship between the two countries, and adding on Truth Social from the president, there was nothing definitive reached other than I insisted that negotiations with Iran continue to see whether or not a deal can be consummated. If it can, I let the prime minister know that will be a preference. If it cannot, we will just have to see what the outcome will be. Retired four-star General Jack Keane joins me now, chairman of the Institute for the Study of War and Fox News senior strategic analyst. General, always good to have you with us. Your reaction to this meeting today and the statement from President Trump.
Well, my reaction to the meeting is I'm delighted it's taken place, and it's really quite extraordinary, Martha. And President Trump has been in office 13 months, and he's met with Prime Minister Netanyahu 7 times in those 13 months. That is completely unprecedented to have those kind of meetings. It reminds me of the Churchill-Roosevelt interaction. When Churchill was in the war, Roosevelt was not. He was providing physical, material support to him, to be sure, but also moral support and also intellectual support and how to cope with it. These two men truly have a relationship, a partnerships that's joined by common interests, security of Israel, to be sure, but also stability and peace in the Middle East, and the fact that there is an adversary, an enemy there, a diabolical enemy that wants the destruction of Israel, and if it had nuclear weapons would likely use them. So this has brought them together time and time again. And I think the results of this meeting had twofold intent. One, so the prime minister to let the president know what his thoughts are about the negotiations. And certainly, I believe he's pretty clear, as our president is, that the goal would be no enrichment for nuclear, certainly, reduction of ballistic missiles significantly in numbers, but also limit the range. And the third thing is no support for the proxies. Likely, Iran will not even agree to any one of those in any substantive or consequential way. But I'm sure the prime minister wanted to make certain that the president heard that. And I think the second thing, in terms of the military option, it probably wanted to talk to him face to face, likely something he's done on the phone, to make sure the president understands what an historical opportunity they have here to actually set the condition for regime change. There's been 7 presidents before President Trump who had to deal with this regime. None of them have ever been in this position. And President Trump is in this position for a number of reasons. One, he stopped the nuclear deal in 2018. 2, he killed Qasem Soleimani in 2020, the iconic figure that had so much to do with the death of Americans from '82 all the way to just several years ago prior to his death. And then the third thing, he took action to destroy Iran's nuclear program. So here we are with the next step, which I think is more likely than not, and that is to finally take Iran off the board as the destabilizing adversary in the region, and with the potential for finally, after 46 years, to have some stability and enduring peace in the region. That is the historic opportunity. And I would imagine both of them would agree with that premise.
Yeah, I just want to put this picture up, the then and now, in terms of the images of the entrances to the major nuclear site at Isfahan. And you can see that it is completely buried in this second picture here. It really has been damaged so dramatically, these facilities, General Keane, and also their economy is in tatters, and yet they are clearly committed to spending money to try to rebuild, or at least that's what they say they're doing. They say they're stronger, in a stronger position now to defend themselves than they were before those strikes. Do you believe any of that?
Yeah, this is something, you know, we're really used to these guys.
Yeah.
We've had 46 years of dealing with them. And when they're under pressure, Martha, this is what they do. They talk real tough, and they get real hard-nosed about things. And, you know, certainly they have recovered a lot of their ballistic missiles. I'm not minimizing that. And they have rockets and they certainly have drones, but it's all something that collectively in a combined attack, Israel and the United States can deal with. But under pressure, the rhetoric increases. There's a lot of bluster associated with it. And I'm glad you showed that. There's those nuclear sites. There's not much left of it. This much we know about Iran when it comes to nuclear. One, they have made the decision they want to recover it. They have made some site selection of it. And we have an understanding collectively of where that is. And that's been reported publicly. So whatever attempts they make to recover that nuclear program, likely Israel, and if necessary, the United States would absolutely deal with that. But it's not something we have to deal with in the near term. In the near term, we have the opportunity here to potentially collapse this regime once and for all. The other thing we know is, anecdotally, from what we're getting out of Iran and the people, after the killing of so many people, 10 to 30,000, somewhere in there is a real number, 40,000 in jail, the intensity of resentment to the regime has grown in scale. I'm absolutely convinced that when we apply external military pressure to this regime in everything that is helping to sustain the regime, a holistic, comprehensive approach to it, I would bet anything that once that hits and it's over, these people will be out by the tens and hundreds of thousands again, putting in pressure on whatever is left of that regime, because they are so fed up with these guys.
It's so true. And they feel a tipping point in their bones, and they want it to happen for the most part, the people in Iran, and we saw them come out in great risk to themselves. And it has been an extraordinary moment to watch. So we'll see what happens here. General Jack Kino, always great to have you with us. Thank you.
Hey, Sean
I've been meaning to watch this, so we're going to watch it together because now I have a little bit of time before Armin comes back. So I'm a huge fan of Emily Schrader. Like, we're good friends. We message all the time. She's fantastic. She's lovely. And she put out, like, with JNS TV, they put out this episode on February 9. I still haven't had an opportunity to watch it, so we're going to watch it together. Because I'm always interested in seeing what the Israeli perspective is as well, given that Israel is, one of our closest allies. So we'll watch this together.
Ago, we encouraged people in Iran to go outside to fight for themselves against the regime that you're trying to negotiate with
and save. Like, what do you mean Iran wants to make a deal? On behalf of who? The 40,000 people that they just executed in the streets?
The people of Iran are begging Trump not to negotiate. You have somebody who has their whole life ahead of them that's exhausted. For them, taking their life was literally freeing themselves.
Yeah.
And the message is to you, hey, we're waiting. Welcome back, everybody, to the Quad here from our Jerusalem studios with my wonderful co-host, Sagan Fakheri, who is the head of the Persian press desk at the JCFA and an analyst on Iran. Welcome back, Sagan.
Thank you. I'm so happy to be here again.
Well, we're always happy to have you back, especially because every week we seem to be discussing Iran. Will he? Won't he? What's going to happen? Whilst we all hold our breaths, also the Iranian diaspora, also people here in Israel, what will happen? What do the Iranians have to say about these new negotiations? Take a look.
When we talk about the nuclear program only, we put that into consideration. Regarding the zero uranium enrichment, it's outside the talks, outside negotiations. The enrichment is our own right, and it will continue. And even if when they attacked us, they couldn't destroy this enrichment because they cannot destroy it through attacking and bombardment. The other hand, regarding the missiles, the missile is something that is defensive. We cannot talk about defensive matters, not now and not in the future.
So what exactly can we talk about? We can't talk about enrichment. They can continue enriching. Okay. We can't talk about ballistic missiles because it's their right. So what on earth is going on in the negotiations? What are the American red lines, and do they align with our red lines. So, Gone, you are the expert here, apart from Emily, of course. What is your view on what's going on right now with these negotiations?
Okay, so one thing we know and understand about how the Islamic regime works is that they are the masters of propaganda. Yeah, they will go outside, they will come to the UN, they will come to negotiations, suited up, real like nice and like we're ready to talk. We're gonna like have this like communication with the West,
diplomatic reason.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then you see like in Tehran, you see like in the plaza, in the like the square, you see them keeping like this war and threatening Israel and threatening like, why do you care? Like you have negotiations with America. Well, like every time Israel is like the place they want like to put attention on. And it's always like, no, they didn't destroy anything, and we're so strong, and we're this and we're that, and like
they try to
wake up.
They try to spin it.
Your people, like the people in Iran, are refusing to acknowledge in the fact that the West is gonna like come to an arrangement with and I'm like, so I don't understand it, and it's all propaganda, and nobody actually knows what's going to happen after that. If they're going to come to a conclusion, if there's going to be a peace, like ceasefire or anything in that matter, or we should wait and just have a look on the situation of the citizens, because I don't understand. Like a month ago, we encouraged people in Iran to go outside to fight for themselves against the regime that you're trying to like negotiate with
and save, essentially. Let me ask you one question, because I've read this, I've seen it, and I want to know if it's true. Is it true that there's cracks at the moment in the IRGC, that people are defecting, that people are leaving? Do you think that's true, or is it just wishful thinking on our part?
No, I think it's happening. Maybe we don't talk about it that much, and maybe the regime is trying like to silence it out, and for sure they're trying to. But we have a diplomat that says, I'm not working with them anymore, and he asked for shelter in Switzerland. So I'm like, so there's so many things happening. I'm like, and people are fleeing Iran and trying to move assets and like money and everything to other parts of the world and try to save themselves. I think there's this paranoia that is very justified
for the regime.
Yeah, for the regime people, by like they are afraid that the West is gonna like come in and like the regime is gonna fall. I think that what I said, propaganda, is like they show something outside, and inside I think like it's getting really crumbled. And
I hope so. Emily, last night there's reports that there were more demonstrations, or in the last few days there's been kind of a resurgence, maybe again. Maybe that's just us. Do you think that Trump's tactic at the moment is waiting to push people to do more, to have more defections, to get the Iranian people to do the work that he doesn't want to do because he doesn't want troops on the ground, or to show them that they've got something to replace their regime with? I think what I keep hearing from the people that I know in the White House is, well, he doesn't think that they can be replaced smoothly. It's not going to be an easy thing. And so do you think that Trump's game is, let's just wait and wait, because he talks about waiting. Let's see how much more of the dirty work the Iranian people can do against their own regime, and then we'll come in at the end to kind of finish the job?
I don't think that has anything to do with it, actually. I think that Trump is in his own world where he wants to make a deal and be able to say that he made a deal, or it could be that the whole thing is posturing, the same way that we saw before the 12th-day war in June. We saw very similar behavior. We see more and more and more assets being moved to the Middle East every single day from the United States. So there's by no means is a strike off the table. I don't think that Trump wants or expects the Iranian people to do more. And if he did, then he's seriously delusional, because, I mean, having 20, 30, 40,000 people be massacred by their own regime in the span of a few days, immediately after the president of the United States send a message saying help is on its way, like, you've done enough, and not in a good way. Not yet, at least. I hope that he does. I hope that he moves forward with something for the sake of the Iranian people. But I mean, what we've seen already is catastrophic. And you're exactly right about the propaganda. I mean, if there's one war they know how to win, it's the war of narratives, despite the fact that it could be completely false, but they're good at painting those narratives in the West. The funny part is that the Iranians don't believe it.
They don't buy it.
But in the West, people keep believing it because to most of us in the West, it sounds very conspiratorial. But that's the reality of this regime. I mean, we're talking about a regime that blew up a Cinema Rex, that shot down a commercial airliner, PS-752, all in order to frame someone else unsuccessfully. So this is what they do, you know? We can't expect that to change. And that's part of the reason I don't think we can see any kind of actual reform. It has to actually be regime change.
No, a scorpion will always be a scorpion. And that's what I think people don't seem to understand. It's like Hamas. What are you going to do? They're going to disarm. Really? It's their whole raison d'etre. That's why they exist. It's the same with this regime. But meanwhile, Trump is telling the world that they have all the time to negotiate. Watch this.
A deal doesn't look like it's been reached yet. How long are you willing to wait?
A deal can be reached. Well, you have to get in position. We have plenty of time. If you remember Venezuela, we waited around for a while, and we're in no rush. We have, very good talks going with Iran. We have very good talks going with Russia and Ukraine. We're doing a lot of good talking, and I think we had the results today were with Iran. It was a meeting. We're going to meet again early next week, and they want to make a deal. Iran, as they should want to make a deal. They know the consequences if they don't.
I mean, no nuclear weapons. Yeah, I mean, why not? Yeah. Forget the ballistic missiles that could destroy a country. And meanwhile...
I'm sorry, I just have to say, even negotiating with this regime, and he keeps referring, Iran wants this, Iran wants that. First of all, they're not the legitimate representation of Iranians. They're not. It's an illegitimate regime. So,
like Maduro.
Personally, I'm biased, but personally, I have a problem with him even saying Iran, because they don't speak for the Iranian people. Like, what do you mean Iran wants to make a deal? On behalf of who? The 40,000 people that they just executed in the streets?
Exactly.
Like, even the message of negotiations is an immoral message at this time. Like, I don't understand what he thinks he's doing when Iran, when the Islamic Republic has been very clear.
The only thing I can think of is that he's waiting, he's biding time to get everything here.
He said get into position.
The region. But meanwhile, like you said, Sugan, the people of Iran are begging Trump not to negotiate. Watch this.
If you're watching this, then I'm not around anymore. If you don't know, I'm from Iran. And a massacre happened in the past few weeks by our government, which is more like a bandit group. More than 40,000 people died, killed, massacred. I want to make this video to send a message to America and to the West in general. Tomorrow, on Friday, President Trump is going to make a deal with this regime. I mean, he told us to keep protesting, and we did it. We trust him. To make a deal with this regime is to betray all those people who died.
Hello, my name is Alexander Yermak. Until 2022, I was a musician, and now I am a soldier. In this war, I meet the best people of my life, brave ones. We defend freedom like no one else, using brains, innovation, and technologies. This first aid kit will save the lives of our soldiers, and we will continue our fight. White Store, thanks for American people for supporting Ukraine in this war.
When you hear Domino's, you think pizza. But are you also thinking bread bites? Stuffed cheesy bread? Specialty chicken? Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Because I'm thinking I'm going to mix and match all of this for just $8.99 each. Only at Domino's.
Exactly. It's just heartbreaking. Bellamy, is the West not getting it? Or does Trump playing a game? What do you think?
I genuinely don't think the West is getting it. And we've seen a lot of dead bodies.
on the past few months from what people have been posting, but this video has been haunting me.
Why?
And specifically, his messaging went to a point about he was done. It was enough.
Did he commit?
Yes, gone.
Yeah,
He did.
He did.
Yeah.
Stop.
Shortly after
So
this.
this was literally his call out to say, like, I'm leaving, but you need to do something. You told the people to go out onto the streets. They did. They opened the door to what you should be doing right now. And the fact that it's not just Trump, it's not just an administration, it's the people in the West that are so silent about what's actually going on. For 2 years and over 2 years, all we have heard about are children in Gaza, and we are committing a genocide and we're doing this. But when you actually have an actual genocide that's currently going on, that has been going on for 47 years against their own people, behind a curtain, behind a wall. And you have somebody who has their whole life ahead of them that's exhausted, that's done enough, that for them taking their life was literally freeing themselves. And the message is to you, hey, we're waiting.
Yeah.
He wasn't waiting anymore.
It's tragic. I can't, and it's all, the thing is that it's the young people of Iran.
Yep.
They're the ones who are on the front lines of this war, and they're the ones that people in the West are ignoring because the enemy is the wrong enemy for the sensibilities and the paradigm that the young people around the world have made for themselves, the lie and the zombie ideology that they live in. It's just, it's just, it's almost like, we had this Gaza war, we had these 2 years, and now God knows how long this is going to last. It's like a tale of two wars, and nobody's connecting the dots of these two wars who have the same enemy, because, of course, it's the wrong enemy for these zombies in the West. Before we jump in, a quick invitation. The 2026 JNS International Policy Summit is coming up this April 15th through to the 17th, once again at the Waldorf Astoria in Jerusalem. I'll be there, and I really hope you'll join us too. You can visit jns-summit.org to register and to see the speaker lineup. It's an exceptional group this year. I look forward to meeting you in Jerusalem this April. And on that note, we can talk about phase 2 in Gaza, which again, people are completely blind about the fact that Hamas, the terror organization that uses its own children as human shields, is not disarming. And yet we're being pushed into the second phase. And God knows what's going to happen. The Board of Peace, I think, convened this week or a couple of days ago.
Yeah. I don't know the exact date, but yeah.
Peace.
We don't know who's on it. We don't know what's on it. We just know what their agenda is and when it started, I think.
Just the way that everybody's ignoring the foreign minister of the Islamic Republic when he's saying, we're not going to give up uranium, and we're not going to give up this, and we're not going to give up that. In other words, we have nothing to negotiate. Listen to Khaled Mashal about the resistance.
هذا ينبغي ألا نقبله، لأنه هذا إذا أعد السؤال الكبير عن أصل الصراع وأنه قضية احتلال وشعب يقاوم الاحتلال ومن حق تقرير المصير والاستقلال، عند ذلك سؤال المقاومة يصبح طبيعيا، وسؤال سلاح المقاومة يصبح طبيعيا. إنه هذا فلسفة المقاومة. نحن طالما هناك احتلال هناك مقاومة. المقاومة حق للشعوب تحت الاحتلال، هي جزء من القانون الدولي والشرائع السماوية.
You love his eyeliner.
Okay, first of all, shocker. He's in that disgusting Al Jazeera forum. Where was it? In Doha, of course.
Of course.
Where else is going to be in the Viper's Den? He's basically completely unrepentant. He's the only one left, really, with a name recognition.
Yeah. Why is he even breathing?
Why is he even
talking?
there? I mean, this guy is a mass murderer. I mean,
and a billionaire.
And a billionaire. That's why he's living in a 7-star hotel in Doha. And there he is, whilst Hamas, who apparently have still got a very strong foothold in Gaza, unfortunately, are using ambulances to smuggle weapons. So, I mean, look, we've been here before, right? This is not new. They've used ambulances before. They've used medics before. I love it when all these idiots on X are like, they've killed 400 doctors, all terrorists. They've killed 300 journalists, all terrorists. You know, what else? Anything else? Actors and dancers and violinists, all.
They're all
Well, most of them were actors. When you act as a journalist, you're an actor. It's a really good one, let me tell you that.
You should know, Zoran.
Listen.
So I forgot to say, Zoran is star of the Tehran series. Watch her there.
Yeah. So as someone who, because of my job, like in Tehran, I was like really trying to understand how Islam works. And it works like this, that you can say anything you want. You can have any mask on just to keep the ideology of Islam going.
Takia, they call it now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. And this is like they don't care. It could be a hospital, it could be an ambulance, and you don't see it only in Gaza. And I'm sorry for taking it back to Iran, but
no, you're right.
Like it happened in Gaza like a year ago, let's say. In Iran, it happened like a week ago.
What happened?
That they entered hospitals, shooting people in their beds and killing them.
They also were documented using ambulances, unmarked ambulances to
the ambulance, like
the protests.
The Basij are hiding inside the ambulances,
Same
and it's
playbook.
like it's crazy, and it's the same thing. And the people who don't see that this person is calling for a weaponized resistance. I mean, okay, tomorrow, let me tell you that in the future, if you're letting like this happen and people are supporting this, tomorrow it will happen in New York.
Exactly.
It will happen in New York.
It's guerrilla tactics 101, of which so many people know absolutely nothing about. But when you also I come from a country that was trained to do things like that by the exact same people that live off of that ideology. So to me, when I speak to a Westerner and they're like, there's no such thing as to kill. What do you mean? They're lying. I'm going, what are you talking about? You're too busy watching Real Housewives of something and you think that's more entertaining and that's more educational brain rot than to actually listen to people that are telling you that there's something that is very off that's going on. It's not a conspiracy. People are literally in sleeper cells, even in the West, and they have no clue who's around them. But no, it's Islamophobia. No.
Yeah.
But I noticed that the way that I mean, obviously it was in Arabic, but the way that he described about resistance is something that we've heard a lot of in the past couple of years, even before that, but especially in the last couple of years, this concept that you have a right to resistance when you're an occupied people. There is no basis in any international law for this argument. You are never permitted under any circumstances to attack or kill civilians.
Yes, exactly.
Because you are occupied. That doesn't exist. It's a fantastical notion that keeps getting repeated by people like Francesca Albanese and people like Khalid Mashal, incidentally, both of them at the same conference, Al Jazeera. And it's not true. It's simply not true. There is no right. That's not how international law works, even if you're occupied, and even if that occupation is illegal, which, by the way, this isn't, I would argue, but there is a debate over, whether an occupation is illegal or legal, also in this conflict. But the idea that gives someone a right to violence is insane. Otherwise, you would see people in Cyprus blowing people up all the time. That's not how it works.
But that's what Bellamy said. What message are you now giving to the world, to terrorists all around the world, when you say, look, you can start a war, you can massacre, you can rape, you can kill, you can kidnap. And then at the end of it, the person who started it, who obviously lost the war, can still rearm or can still keep their arms. Like you say, Sagan, what is the message that you're giving? And Emily, you forgot one thing. You're never illegal on stolen land. Like Billie Eilish, Billie Chachmalog, as we say in Hebrew, she's such an intelligent woman that she made that really bold statement at the Grammys that now the tribe of the place in Malibu where she owns a $14 million house are claiming it back.
Yeah.
You idiot. You idiot. I can't with these people.
It's the same thing because it's constant virtue signaling. Because I remember a few years back when, everybody, especially during COVID, this was when people are on Skid Row hungry, not like people aren't in mental hospitals and institutions and being taken care of because they were using those for undocumented, I'm supposed to say, you're an illegal alien. You're and I can say that.
Well, you can say, but you went through the whole process.
I went through the whole process
of being a legal immigrant of the United States.
From student visa to work visa, to EB1 green card, to citizenship naturalized. And what upsets me more than anything else is the fact that since I was 17 years old when I landed in the US, I'm a guest. Until I swear and take my oath, I'm a guest. And I also pay taxes. So quite frankly, I don't care for somebody to be kept in a mental institution. And then you have these celebrities going, but we should just open the doors. And then what did they do years ago? They put them in buses and sent them to Martha's Vineyard. Apparently, you can welcome everybody. Open your door, just not mine.
Yes.
Yeah.
NIMBY, as we say, not in my backyard. And that is the hypocrisy of the progressives. And I just had to get that Billie Eilish thing on because I just love
Listen, I love her.
So
I love
no,
Billie.
that
When I was young,
of course.
she was amazing. She was so bold. She was like going against everything in the industry.
Yes, the
It was
patriarchy.
so good
Until
until like, bro, you were homeschooled, and I'm pro homeschooling when it's matching you.
until you
But
have your own
probably
children.
you didn't learn history or anything else. And let me tell you that one thing. And I'm not like, I grew up in a Muslim state. Iran is like the Islamic state and country, and people are sick of it. Okay. But let me tell you, I'm into any religion as long as you're good, as long as you don't like interfere in my life. But let me tell you, Muhammad, when he did the hijrah, when he moved from Mecca to Medina, he killed anyone who wasn't going to believe in whatever he believed.
Especially the Jews, who wouldn't accept.
The tribes there.
He wouldn't accept the words, and that got murdered and massacred.
Yeah.
But this is Mamdani's argument for anti-ICE executive orders.
Yeah,
All of his
but he didn't.
policy.
Yeah,
What is it?
That's what he said in his press conference. He literally cited
that
this
he was an immigrant. He was an immigrant.
that his reason for this was because in Islam, the story of Muhammad teaches us about the hijrah, and the hijrah was to welcome the stranger.
Yes.
Exactly.
Except that you got massacred.
About that.
With the sword, they massacred so many.
Yeah.
And Mandani is the same type of new age moron, whatever you call it, as Billie Eilish, but even worse because he knows exactly what he's doing. And meanwhile, 15 people got frozen to death on the streets of New York because as mayor, you have one job: to keep your people safe. And you were too busy meddling in international politics that you know nothing about or have absolutely no legitimacy to talk about. And you let your own people die during a storm, one of the worst storms that happened to New York. So that's that. Okay, moving on to our very favorite segment, Scumbag of the Week.
This is our Ummah. Let's keep showing up for Gaza. Ever since October 7, 2023, life in Gaza has been nothing short of a nightmare. Every single day, bombs rain down on families, on children, on mothers, on fathers, just trying to keep their loved ones safe. It wasn't just buildings that were destroyed. It was lives, dreams, entire communities. And as the world watched in horror, we knew we couldn't just stand by. Getting aid into Gaza was nearly impossible, but with the support of our donors and our local partners, we made it happen. We were able to provide food, water, and emergency relief when people needed it most. From the very start, our priority was simple: make sure no one goes hungry. Through our Hot Meals program, we've served over 1 million meals. 1 million plates of food for our brothers and sisters who had lost everything. And with water supplies cut off, we stepped in to distribute clean drinking water, ensuring that families had the most basic necessity to survive. But the devastation didn't stop there. Gaza's schools, places of learning, of hope, were not spared. Over 95% of schools were damaged or destroyed. How do you tell a child that their future has been taken from them? You don't. Instead, you build. We launched the Gaza Learning Center, a place where kids can continue their education, even in the middle of this crisis. And because children deserve more than just survival, we did whatever we could to bring them joy, even if only for a moment. We handed out sweets, organized haircuts, anything to make them feel like kids again, if only for a little while. Then winter came. Imagine losing your home, being forced to live in a tent, and then facing the freezing cold with nothing to keep you warm. We knew we had to step in. We provided firewood so families could cook and stay warm. We gave out coats to children so they wouldn't have to shiver through the night. None of this would have been possible without you, our donors, our supporters, and most importantly, the heroes on the ground who risk their lives every day to help their people. But this isn't over. We're preparing to host iftars every single night, Because no matter how hard things get, we will never stop caring for our brothers and sisters. This is our duty. This is our...
We have so many scumbags, so little time. Bellamy, which one is yours this week?
Mine is not just the
Yeah, that was kind of weird. Like, why is there like some weird, like, anyways, whatever.
African National Congress, not just the government that is South Africa, but specifically Minister Sindisiwe Chikunga, who spoke at the 47th commemoration of the IRGC in South Africa.
Oh, they had a party?
Yes,
Yeah,
on
on
February 6th at the Menlyn Hotel in Pretoria. And funny enough, it's always in Pretoria, the same place where during apartheid, they would take you as a political prisoner and throw you off the roof.
Oh,
So funny how that goes, because I think we have a neighbor that loves to throw people off the roof, but it's so disgusting when I say to people constantly, you don't understand what a massive red flag South Africa is. No, well, what did they do? But there's Nelson Mandela, but you should feel it in a different way. Yes, but I grew up in something that I don't understand how I ran away from it. I think there's something wrong with me because I should be chanting in the street that I'm not free until Palestine is free. And I quite frankly should be agreeing with the regime. What's wrong with me?
there's a lot wrong with you. I mean,
Just not that.
apparently. You stepped out of the line of your South Africa education and became a Jew. Yeah, I mean, just for that, you should be
This should be stoned to death.
exactly. Anyway,
I find it repulsive as well that there are children that are in the streets believing the same kind of indoctrination at the southern tip of a continent that has nothing to do with the Middle East.
exactly. Exactly. Oh dear. Well, so many. I love you're bringing in the South African angle, and it's important because they're such enablers legally and in so many other forums, and they've become really the capital of these evil bastards. That's what's happened to South Africa. Emily, who's your scumbag this week?
Well, my scumbag, I was going to do the whole Al Jazeera forum, but I guess I'll hone in on one person specifically.
It's always
hard
better.
because there were so many scumbags.
The story of one.
Al Jazeera itself is a scumbag. I mean,
Yes.
how can I
Yes.
choose?
Yes.
But anyway, this week was the Al Jazeera media conference held in Doha, and we saw, as I mentioned earlier, Francesca Albanese and also Khaled Mashal and also IRGC, the foreign minister of the Islamic Republic. So it's just a whole group of winners. I think we have a clip of Francesca, if we can play that.
Instead of stopping Israel, most of the world has armed, giving it political excuses, political sheltering, economic and financial support. We now see that we as a humanity have a common enemy.
We have a common enemy. I wonder who she's referring to when she talks about a common enemy the same way Adolf Hitler did. But that's kind of to be expected from Francesca Albanese because that's how she talks. That's what she's done. That's her track record, and that's what she truly believes. We saw just not too long ago, she was retweeting people saying that Jews were evil incarnate.
Yes.
Israel. Israel is evil incarnate, not Jews, right? Anyway, that's Francesca. You're my scumbag of the week. Many other weeks as well, but this week in particular, you deserve it.
She joined the flotilla.
She should.
Probably will.
And we could think it. That would be a favor to the world. Like super crazy.
Nazi rhetoric.
Nazi rhetoric. Well, maybe her grandfather was Mussolini. I'm beginning to think.
I mean, she sounds like
Yeah,
it.
she really does. And look how he ended up naked on the streets of Italy, being dragged and everybody shouting shame. So we can only dream. Okay. Sogan, who is
I was
your...
waiting for that.
Yeah.
Listen, last time I enjoyed it so much. I was like going directly to Khamenei, but okay. This time my scumbag has a chance to redeem themselves.
Really?
That's like I'm
A
so
redeemable scumbag.
yeah. I'm into like forgiving people, some people. So exactly 1 month ago, today is February 9th. January 9th, the people of Iran were outside in the streets fighting for future.
Yeah.
The US said they're gonna come, okay, whatever. But okay, let's say they are coming. Who should protect the people inside Iran?
Mm.
The Artesh. The Artesh is the national army of Iran.
Artesh?
Artesh.
We don't hear that enough.
We don't hear that
Yes.
because Iran has two guards. Like they have the IRGC
that protects the regime.
Yeah, no, but it's like it functions as an army.
Okay,
they have everything: Air Force, Navy, like everything like you have, and the Quds and the Basij. We all know about that.
Yeah.
And we have Artesh, which also has like the commando forces, the Navy, the Air Force, and their responsibility is to stand with the people of Iran. When your brothers and sisters, your families are getting massacred in the streets, you are not you're not like under Khamenei. You're with the people. You're with the people. You should defend your people and go and fight with them. And your guns should point the regime and the Basij and the whatever like oppressing forces they used, and not towards the people. And let me just, I don't know if you watched it, but like previous days, like just a few days before the protests, you saw people of the Artesh holding like signs, like lighting up Khamenei's picture. So where are you? And I know like some of them wanted, like they didn't want to cooperate with like the oppressing corpse, but like, where are you? Like you're so many people.
So are they armed? Are they resourced?
Yes, they're functioning.
So what you're
army.
saying is they are scared, I assume, of the IRGC.
Listen,
it's like you know what it's like, the Lebanese army and Hezbollah. Like you never know where one ends and the other one begins. Is it like that with the Artesh?
No.
They're a separate force.
Two separate, like
okay,
organizations.
So you're like, where the hell are they?
Where are you?
That's a good point.
I just want to say, you have like maybe you don't have the trust of the people anymore, but you can gain it back. You can win the trust again. Just stand with the people and defend them when they're trying to protest and fight for their lives and for your lives.
Exactly.
Because you are the trash of the armies in Iran. So,
oh my God, some shade on the Artesh. Well, first of all, thank you for educating us. I did not understand that there was a separate kind of people's army that is absolutely not doing much.
Yeah.
I understood that many people were defecting.
It's the national, but you know.
Yeah. But I also didn't understand also what powers they have as opposed to the IRGC. I didn't realize it was a separate kind of jurisdiction.
Well, the IRGC also, that's why it's not the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, it's the Islamic Revolutionary
So
Guard.
they're fighting for Islamic
exactly
jihad fundamentalism, and the People's Army are doing nothing because they're probably scared.
By the way, this is another reason why IRGC designation is not a problem. For so many years, they've used this as an excuse, claiming, oh, well, we don't know because it's a national army and it's a state actor. Yes, you do. It's totally fine. And as it is, terror designation exempts people who are mandatory, like if they're drafted, which sometimes people are drafted into the IRGC. So it's already exempted. All the excuses for the lack of designation.
Well,
nonsense.
That segues beautifully into my scumbag of the week, which is the EU, but not for the reasons you might think. But let's just say that better late than never. I think it was a week, 2 weeks ago, they finally prescribe the IRGC as a terrorist organization. Like, little late to the party, but better late than never. Okay. But the reason they are my scumbag this week is because Scott Bessent, for those of you who don't know, is the Treasury Secretary of the US, okay? He's basically the guy in charge of money. He's brilliant, actually. If you get a chance to look him up, he's so morally clear, so smart. He doesn't get emotional about anything, and people say such idiotic things at him, and he just like breaks down the arguments one by one. And he's doing a great job as a Treasury Secretary of the United States. But this week, he actually made quite an explosive claim that makes the EU my scumbag. And basically, he uncovered that the EU has been buying refined oil from India that Russia is selling to India. So hold on with me here. The EU have sanctioned Russia because of its aggressive war against Ukraine. The EU pretends it's on the side of Ukraine. Let's get more money to help the people of Ukraine who've been attacked by big, bad Russia. And at the same time, because they're worried about their energy resources, they have been buying sanctioned oil from Russia, but through India. So I guess it makes it okay. And so what Scott Bessent is saying is that Europe, the EU, is funding the war against itself because the EU is standing and helping and financing Ukraine, and yet they're also financing the other side. And that's how morally bankrupt they are, which we knew because of the way that they've been treating us over many years. It's a shame because we are an important trade partner. Israel and the EU are important trade partners. But when it comes to moral clarity or reasoning, I don't know what's happened to the EU, but I really applaud Scott Bessent for basically opening our eyes to what's really going on in the Ukraine-Russia war. And that is that essentially both sides are financing both sides of this war, which means that ending this, and maybe Trump, who people don't give him enough credit for the trade tariffs that he's putting, maybe there is a logic to the things that he's doing in terms of tariffs. But yes, the EU, for this very reason, you are my scumbag this week. Okay.
You know, they could avoid all that together if they just supported regime change in Iran and built a new Iran where they could have a better energy deal. Absolutely. And then they don't have to work with Russia anymore. But that would be like logical.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. We'll have to see.
We'll
have to see. And they can go that direction.
The thing about Iran is that with all of its incredible resources in crude oil, they don't really have refining capabilities. The EU could be that refining capability arm. And like you say, and not have to deal with other despots in Europe.
It would be a big middle finger to China and Russia both, which is both things I love.
Why don't you just let the Quad women run the world?
Yes.
And I could put my hand on fire that the result would be better. Just saying. Just saying. Okay. And on that note, heroes of the week. So on, let's start with your hero.
Okay. So as we talked, the internet came back in Iran, and we have seen like so many videos in the media, like it never ends, like so many evidence. Like this guy is Hamid Mahdavi, and he was a firefighter, and he was protesting during the protests, and he saw this man injured. I couldn't find his name. He came back, got him like on his back, tried to save him. He managed to save him, but he got shot.
Oh,
he got killed.
God. And he got shot the moment that he was saving this other person?
Maybe after like after this video or something. Yeah. So the thing is that I found his Instagram, and I just want to read you his bio because it was like such a great bio. He made me cry, actually. So his bio actually says being a firefighter is not just putting down fires. It's like having your family calm down, like trying to be a family man, trying to be like a good person, stuff, like saying like all the things. And then he said, but you don't have like time for yourself. And this is an example of a person who put everything at risk, his family, his life, and he saved the person trying to save his nation. And it's just one example of who are the Iranian people. And this is a great video, a great example. And as we see videos of Basij guys who get like attacked by the protesters, they run away. They don't care about their team fellows or the crew or team or whatever. But those people who don't know each other, they have each other's backs. And it's one of the most like moving, touching videos I've seen. And it's just so sad. Just
because they're standing for freedom, and these people are standing to what? To keep a murderous regime in place? They should all run away like rats. Well, that is a wonderful, wonderful hero. It's a hero that gave up his life to save other people. Well,
let's not forget that.
Yes, let's never forget that, and we will keep talking about that here. Emily, who's your hero this week?
So my hero is the direct response to a prior scumbag, a repeat offender. Tucker Carlson.
Repeat offender.
So this week we saw that Tucker Carlson had a whole special about how awful it is for Christians in Israel, which is, of course, ridiculous because this is the one country in the Middle East where the Christian population is actually growing, the one where they're actually protected and their rights to practice their religion are not only protected under law, but defended as well in practice. So it's ridiculous to be singling out persecution of Christians in Israel in the first place. But Tucker Carlson has an agenda, obviously. And so that brings us to my hero this week, which is the U.S. Ambassador Mike Huckabee. He's done a lot of great things. I'm a big fan, but he called out Tucker Carlson very forcefully on social media and invited him to speak with Ambassador Huckabee himself directly about the status of Christians in Israel. As we know, Ambassador Huckabee is a big Christian Zionist, but Christian as well. And he is going to be speaking to Tucker Carlson, allegedly, about the situation of Christians in the Middle East. We'll see if Tucker actually moves forward with that interview. I hope he does, because I'm sure that Huckabee will really give it to him. But yes, Ambassador Huckabee, you're my hero this week for calling him out on this and for being the person to be willing to sit face to face and debunk this absolute nonsense that we keep hearing from Tucker Carlson, or should I say Tucker Carlson?
Carlson. It's so true. He's such a great guy. He lives in Jerusalem, of course, because since the embassy moved in, he comes everywhere. I see him everywhere. He's part of life here.
Yeah.
And he's just so morally clear. And just to follow up on your point, and I'm sure that Huckabee is going to do a fantastic job against. I can't wait to see that, by the way. I mean,
It's one episode I'll watch.
yes, I want to make T-shirts and do like a, how do they call it, a showing?
Watch party.
A launch party. Yeah, I'm going to do a launch party at my house. But just to refine your point, we had here the apostate prophet, and when we were talking about this subject, he said, you know, there's a list of in the world where Christians are persecuted. Of course, we're not even on the list.
Yeah.
Why would we be? You thrive here as a Christian. North Korea, Somalia, Yemen, Libya, Eritrea, Nigeria, Pakistan, Iran, Afghanistan, Sudan, India. No Israel. And so, yes, that hypocrisy of Tucker Carlson. I would have made him my scumbag, but I'm tired of giving this hater more attention because
mentioned the Board of Peace.
Yeah, exactly. I was looking at Bellamy and I was like, yeah, right there. No.
Bellamy, you're right. Okay, who's your hero, dear?
For somebody that's so sick and tired of virtue signaling in Hollywood, my hero this week is Gessa Feldstein, whose real name is Mike Levy, and he got a Grammy. And this is actually how you should receive an award because you're an artist. Take a look at this.
Shut up.
And he DJs around the world, and he's also a very well-known producer. He produced Lady Gaga's Abracadabra.
Yeah.
So that for me was a great way.
Usual movement of the American force in the Middle in the last 24 hours, an unusual movement of the American force in the Middle East region has been on display, including at the El Ubaida base in Qatar, where missiles and mobile launchers were placed on trucks and preparations were recorded for a possible firing. At the same time, reinforcement of transport, refueling, and electronic warfare aircrafts were seen, while on the waters of this region, more United States ships have been deployed, leaving less room for error. Is this activity meant as pressure to bend Iran into an agreement, or is it the final preparation before a move that will finally put an end to the region of terror by the Revolutionary Guards? It's hard to be sure, but because the United States is broadcasting in two directions at the same time, we don't know. So, on the one hand, President Donald Trump says that he prefers a good deal. And on the other hand, he makes it clear that the military option is on the table and that if the talks fail, the forces are already here. This is not a theoretical threat.
I often hear, both in the theological world and also, in the general church world, that the church has replaced Israel.
On the ground, a large fleet of aircraft carriers of all types has already been deployed at United States bases within striking distance from Iran from all the directions. and additional aircrafts have been spotted at other bases in this region, while on a remote island whose name is forbidden to be revealed, one such that served as a strategic base, additional unfamiliar fighter jets were documented. So in simple words, the Americans are building capability, not a show. But the central story for us here in Israel is the missiles. Iran is not asking only for a nuclear deal. It is fighting to preserve its ballistic missile production capability, as well as a massive firing capability that will create deterrence against Israel. And assessments circulating in recent days speak of a build-up rate that could bring Iran to have around 1,800 to up to 2,000 ballistic missiles within weeks or just months if no action is taken to stop this move. These numbers are not born in vacuum. They are part of a pattern of rebuilding stockpiles and an attempt to restore large-scale launch capabilities, and the regime signals it is not stopping. In Israel's air defensive establishment, they are already preparing the ground for a completely different campaign than anything we've seen before. This will not be another localized event, but larger scenarios with heavy barrages, a high pace, and a response time that determines whether it is limited damage or a wide blow. Everyone knows that in the worst case scenario, seconds will count, making the difference between relief and disaster, life and death. Therefore, everyone is on maximum alert, preparing for every possible scenario. Iran, for its part, is playing on all angles. Regarding the Americans, it is conducting tough negotiations with one demand that returns: do not touch our missiles. And against the region, it is trying to recruit a coalition from Turkey to Saudi Arabia to present a front that preserves the United States' freedom of action. And inside, within Iran itself, the regime is tightening its grip. There are reports of wide-scale arrests, including prominent figures in the foremost camp, and preparations by the authorities for what could reignite the streets over the weekend. And alongside the negotiations, Iran is also projecting a threat, not only in general messages, but also by displaying capabilities. A new missile was presented this week with a claim of an ability to penetrate Israel's defensive systems, while amongst the Israeli analysts, there are those who doubt some of the data, but no one dismisses the threat. When Iran talks about missiles, it is not doing public relations. It's building an equation. Agree to a deal without missiles, or deal with an umbrella of fire. And behind the scenes, we see another sign. Iran is strengthening and hiding assets. Satellite images point to physical steps at nuclear sites, including building concrete walls at bunker entrances and reducing movement all around the openings. It sounds technical, but the message is simple. The regime is preparing for a blow. It is trying to harden targets and buy time. The assets it's trying to protect include missile launchers and storage sites, but also bunkers for VIPs and command systems. And then comes the psychological game with Washington. From Tehran come messages that try to separate America from Israel, including accusations that Israel is dictating policy, attempts to warn the president about Israeli influence, and an attempt to paint Netanyahu as someone pushing the United States into war. At the same time, they say, we are not against diplomacy. We are just cautious. We learn from the past. We will examine the other side. It is the same pattern to buy time, to keep the nuclear program with minimal limitations, and to take the missiles off the table. However, the Americans are also applying economic pressure, including steps to sanction the shadow fleet that carries illicit Iranian oil cargoes. For their part, Iran is taking steps that create risk of a clash at sea, including Iran's most familiar threat, closing the Strait of Hormuz. This is a choke point through which a huge part of the world's oil supply passes every single day, and any flare-up there can ignite a global market and spike prices, so everyone is walking a tightrope. And meanwhile, in the broader picture, there is also a complex regional interest. Saudi Arabia which in the past moves close to regional agreements, was pulled back and is keeping a cold distance from everybody. There are those who estimate that for some Sunni players, it is convenient that Iran's regime remains weak, but continues to exist as a threat that can be managed.
What if you could clean your retainer at the touch of a button? No more brushing or tablets. Over 4 years ago, our team of engineers...
A card that arranges interests and a mechanism that justifies more weapons and more patronage. And at the same time, a broad Sunni coalition is trying to fill the vacuums that opened in areas like Lebanon and Syria, and everything mixes with the battle over public opinion in the Arab world around the Palestinian issue. This is not a footnote, but the stage of which Iran is trying to survive. And that brings us to today's meeting at the White House. And Prime Minister Netanyahu's message is very clear. We cannot have an arrangement that speaks only about the nuclear issues and ignores the missiles and also the support for terrorism in this region, Iran's proxies. There is a demand for tough core lines, including zero enrichment of uranium in Iran, removal of existing enriched materials, a range limitation on ballistic missiles, and zero tolerance for support for terrorism. There is also one critical request, that Israel have military freedom of action, even if an agreement is signed, because from Israel's perspective, if the missiles are not addressed, the quiet will be an illusion until the next barrage of rockets. It is important to say this as well, that the Trump administration is not naive. It is receiving full intelligence pictures, both from their own intelligence apparatus, as well as from Israel. It sees the preparations on the ground, the fortifications, the rebuilding, the messages, and the Iranian attempt to buy time. Coming days can mark the fracture line. Either there will be a deal that also dismantles Iran's strategic capability, or a countdown to a military move unlike anything we've seen before. And that brings us to TBN Israel's senior Middle East analyst, Mati Shoshani. Mati, can you tell us what's going on? Are we heading to a nuclear deal without missiles, or is our path actually to a war that will destroy the Revolutionary Guards in Iran? But a moment before Mati answers this question, I want to call on you to keep spreading the truth, share our content with as many people as possible. And if you love TBN Israel and want to be part of what God is doing in this land, we have something special for you. Visit our official online store at shop.tbnisrael.com. There, you will find high-quality TBN Israel merchandise, items that help you stay connected, share the message, and support our mission of bringing truth, hope, and faith straight from Israel to the nations. Every purchase that you make helps strengthen our work here on the ground and allows us to continue reporting, teaching, and sharing what's happening in Israel from a biblical perspective. So whether you're looking for a meaningful gift, something to wear that represents your faith, or a simple way to stand with Israel, we invite you to visit our online store today. Go to shop.tbnisrael.com. Again, that's shop.tbnisrael.com, and be part of the mission. Now, we will move to TBN Israel's senior Middle East analyst, Mati Shoshani, who will tell us what we can expect in the days ahead regarding Iran. So, Mati, over to you.
Yair, that's a good question. The meeting between Trump and Netanyahu, what could it ultimately decide? Are we heading towards a deal with no nuclear program and no missiles? Or are we getting closer to the moment when the final details are locked in for a wide strike on Iran? So let's start with the main development. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has already landed in Washington. The meeting with Trump will take place at the White House behind closed doors with no press statements. This isn't another ceremonial photo op. This is a working meeting at an extremely sensitive moment. And it matters because alongside diplomacy, the military picture is moving on the ground. Trump keeps making it very clear. He prefers a deal. In an interview, he said Iran wants to reach an agreement and that it would be foolish for them not to. He also emphasized the Iranian regime deceived previous administrations, but with us, they're talking. At the same time, he said it plainly. A deal, in his view, means no nuclear program and no missiles. In other words, not just freezing enrichment, but also addressing the ballistic missile systems. But behind that message is a clear threat. Trump is already signaling that if talks fail, all options are on the table. He's considering sending another aircraft carrier group to the region. Right now, the USS Lincoln carrier group is already in the area, together with 8 destroyers. That is a force that enables deep strikes and also the ability to block key shipping routes. And in parallel, new satellite images show a significant buildup. At the El Udeid Air Base in Qatar, Patriot launchers were placed on trucks to allow rapid deployment and relocation in case of fire from Iran. Over the past month, 5 transport aircraft and 4 refueling aircraft were added.
This is the most anticipated smart security camera of the year. No internet connection needed, no wiring or
At the Muwafaq Salti Air Base in Jordan, imagery documented 17 F-15E jets and 8 A-10 aircraft, alongside transport planes, helicopters, and electronic warfare aircraft to the E-818G type. Now in January, those aircraft were not seen there. In Saudi Arabia, Diego Garcia, and bases in Oman, additional aircraft have also been added. The operational meaning, broad readiness for an escalation scenario. And on the economic front, there was an option examined to seize Iranian oil tankers. The administration discussed a move similar to what was done against Venezuela, as part of the fight against the shadow fleet that moves Iranian oil under sanctions. But in the end, they backed off the idea, fearing an Iranian response and spike in oil prices. One scenario being discussed is mining the Straits of Hormuz, a route through which up to a quarter of the world's oil supply passes. And the meaning is, the maritime and energy arena is inside the equation too. Now to the Israeli angle. Netanyahu already met with envoys Witkoff and Kushner at the Blair House and received an update on the first round of talks with Iran. Now, before takeoff, he said that first and foremost, he will discuss the negotiations with Iran with Trump and present clear principles. Now, according to Israeli sources, Netanyahu will bring new intelligence to the meeting on Iran's military capabilities. The assessment being presented is that without action, Iran could possess between 1,800 and 2,000 ballistic missiles within weeks or months. That number comes up again and again in briefings. In Israel, we see that as an immediate threat to the home front. So Israel's demand is clear: zero enrichment on Iranian soil, removal of all enriched materials, limiting missile range, there's talk of 500 kilometers, and zero tolerance for proxy financing. And in addition to all of that, freedom of military action, even if an agreement is signed. The concern in Jerusalem is that after an American signature, it will become extremely difficult to act without being portrayed as the side breaking the regional calm. In Tehran, they're watching closely. Ali Larinjani has already warned the Americans not to allow Netanyahu to teach them how to run the negotiations. Foreign Minister Arakchi said Iran entered talks with no trust, will not stop enrichment, and the missiles issue is not up for discussion. At the very same time, the Khulmashal 4 missile was unveiled, which Iran claims can reach Israel within 10 minutes of flight. And in Israel, they doubt the numbers, but they're preparing for the possibility of a wider escalation, including responses from Hezbollah and the Houthis in Yemen. Now, behind the scenes, there's also reciprocal intelligence exchange. Israel wants to share information on developments inside Iran and on regime activity. And at the very same time, Israel expects to receive a broader American intelligence picture on Iranian preparations. So what can this meeting decide? It can define 2 different things: whether Trump sets a short, clear timeline for negotiations, at the end of which there's a decision, and whether he brings the missile and proxy issue into the deal. Now, if not, Israel will face a hard dilemma. And if he does, the meaning is a direct clash with the Iranian refusal. Now, for now, the American military is preparing. Diplomacy continues, and the clock, well, it's ticking. I'm Mati Shoshani, and back to Yael Pinto.
Thank you, Mati, for giving us your usual clarity on these vitally important issues. Now, to our viewers, I say, keep spreading the truth, share our content with as many people as possible, click the like button, leave a comment, and of course, press that subscribe button so that you never miss another episode of boots on the ground. And now we're shifting our focus to the Gaza Strip, where the Air Force opened fire on a terror apartment in the western part of Gaza City this week after an unusual incident in eastern Rafah. Terrorists emerged from an underground infrastructure, opened fire towards the IDF forces, and were met with a combined strike by the IDF and the Shin Bet. For now, it's important to say that in the Gaza Strip, a yellow line reality is being built. This is not a classic war, but a routine of friction. And Hamas challenges the lines almost every day and touches exactly the points that are hardest for the IDF, sending women and children to approach positions, to test response times, to test procedures, and to try to create an operational dilemma. Soldiers describe it as a scenario in which there is not a moment of quiet, because behind every civilian, there can be marking of an axis, or a readiness test, or an attempt to draw fire. In this routine, reserve forces also operate, holding a line over time, including soldiers from the Alexandroni Brigade who are in another reserve rotation, in outposts east of the Yellow Line, deep in the buffer zone between the Gaza border communities and the heart of the Gaza Strip. These soldiers say it plainly, that what they are doing now will shape Israel's defensive line for years ahead, and therefore, every small incident carries great weight. And above all of this activity underground, we can also see the diplomatic arena. The United States is advancing an attempt to bring Gaza into Phase B through a plan that includes dismantling most of Hamas's heavy weapons and introducing an orderly demilitarization framework. However, within this broad plan, an unusual international component is also entering the picture in the form of Indonesia, which is talking about sending a force of around 5,000 to 8,000 soldiers as one brigade, with an emphasis on engineering and medic units, as well as special components. The idea is that they will integrate into a peacekeeping force and will be stationed in areas under Israeli control near the Yellow Line as part of a reconstruction and stabilization mechanism. In the end, everything connects to one line: underground, friction, fire, tunnels, and infiltration attempts, and behind the scenes, pressure for demilitarization and the establishment of a new mechanism in Gaza. And amidst all of this, the question hovering over everything is who will bend the reality first, the diplomatic plan or Hamas's daily guerrilla activity.
1/8 plus 1/8 equals 1/4. 1/2 is bigger than 1/3, and 1/3 is bigger than 1/4. 1/2 is the same as 2 1/4 or 3 1/6. This is the magnetic fraction playbook, perfect for little kids learning fractions. This turns those tricky abstract numbers into something that's visually easy to see. Kids get it right away when they see it. Makes understanding fractions way easier, plus it builds abstract thinking.
Now, we are focusing on the northern arena, which is a major source of concern as we watch developments in Iran and remember that Hezbollah was built up by the IRGC as a weapon to threaten Israel precisely at times like this, when the regime in Tehran is under a threat. The Lebanese National Army exposed a huge tunnel in southern Lebanon this week. Inside it, troops found hundreds of roadside bombs and weapons that are ready to be used by Hezbollah terrorists. Although the Lebanese National Army deserves some credit for taking this important step, behind the scenes, it was IDF military intelligence and the Northern Command who provided the precise coordinates of the tunnel so that the Lebanese National Army could move in and find it. So the question now is sharp. If the Lebanese army is getting praise for dismantling Hezbollah infrastructure, is this really a change on the ground or just a swap of the credit? And in the meantime, pressure on Hezbollah is rising another notch. The organization's Secretary General, Naim Qassem, is already setting a clear condition for any talk about dismantling what he's calling the national consensus in Lebanon, as if the other fractions in the country haven't been telling Hezbollah to disarm and stop provoking Israeli responses for decades. In the speech where he made this absurd proposal, he also said that in his view, no one will dictate to Lebanon that it should give up what he calls the resistance. In his eyes, the demand to dismantle the weapons is the central goal of Israel and of America. And once again, he's neglecting to mention that It has been a central goal of nearly everyone else in Lebanon for many years now. But alongside the political pressure, an internal shift is also happening. In Hezbollah, they are talking about reorganizing after the blows that it took in this war, and senior figures were eliminated, and the organization is looking for stability. And meanwhile, the United States is pushing the Lebanese army towards an operational plan to dismantle Hezbollah north of the Litani River, but Israel is demanding results first in the south and makes it clear, as long as there are infrastructures, warehouses, and tunnels, the IDF will continue to operate. And to sum up, Hezbollah is trying to look political while it is rebuilding itself. And the question that we'll continue to keep our eyes on is whether we will see a real dismantling of the weapons in Lebanon or another round of camouflage, Iranian money, and time bought ahead of the next confrontation. And at this point, we don't know, but we will be here to report about whatever is happening. So keep spreading the truth, and above all, keep praying. Pray for wisdom to our leaders, to your leaders. Pray for the IDF soldiers. Pray for the Israeli people that are on high alert for another round of fighting with Iran. That includes ballistic missiles at civilian places, just like what we saw last time. So help us by praying. Remember, this is a spiritual war, and keep praying for the peace of Jerusalem.
Hello, this is Mati here in Jerusalem with TBN Israel.
This is Yair Pinto from TBN.
Sorry, guys. I'm like working overtime right now because a lot of people are asking. Like, I'm trying to get info about this petition. A lot of people are asking about it, so I'm doing like 10 million things all at once right now. So I apologize. This is new. This is new. Was this from today?
We have to make a deal, otherwise it's going to be very traumatic. Very traumatic. I don't want that to happen, but we have to make a deal. They should have made a deal the first time, and they got midnight hammer instead. And this will be very traumatic for Iran if they don't make a deal. Look, if they don't make a deal, then it'll be a different story. But we had a very good meeting yesterday with Bibi Netanyahu, and he understands, but it's ultimately up to me. If the deal isn't a very fair deal and a very good deal with Iran, then it's going to be, I think, a very difficult time for them. We have to make a deal.
Wow. Yeah, guys. So for I'm also working on like an English. I'm also working on like an English video for the petition. But like literally, like if you guys want to. خبر خیلی خوب و مهم براتون بیارم. دادخواست شما که میخواین دولت کانادا شاهزاده رضا پهلوی و ترانزیشن تیمشو به عنوان رسمیت بشناسه و با اونا کمک بکنه تا ایران رو آزاد بکنند، همین الان روی وبسایت کانادا منتشر شده و تایید شده. شماره دادخواست E7152 هست و نماینده مجلسش خانم ملوسا لنسمنه و ما الان 30 روز وقت داریم که امضا جمع بکنیم تا قبل از اینکه این پتیشن به مجلس معرفی بشه. این دادخواست فقط برای ایرانیان نیست. این دادخواست هر کسی که I'm working. So I'm literally working on an English version. I filmed it. I still have to edit it, but so like this is what I've been doing. And then people, so a lot of people were asking about whether or not the petition, the Canadian petition, is only open or only available for Canadian citizens and permanent residents. And I wasn't quite sure because the wording on the Government of Canada website says like citizen, like it just says residents. It doesn't say permanent residents. So I was following up with MP Melissa Lantsman. She's fantastic. So I do have an update on that, guys. So the petition is open, and I will write this in English as well. But the petition is open to any Canadian citizen. Okay, I can't speak right now. Sorry, it's like a Iranian reporter calling me right now. I can't speak right now. I'm in a live stream. Can you please text me Like literally, I'm getting like call after call. All right. So anyway, so like I was saying, so this petition is open to any Canadian citizen, no matter where you are in the world. So anywhere you live in the world, if you're a Canadian citizen, you can sign the petition. If you're not a Canadian citizen, but you live in Canada, you can sign the petition regardless of whether or not you're a permanent resident. So if you're a permanent resident or a temporary resident, you can sign the petition. That is the information that I just received from Melissa Landsman. So let me just play the video really quickly in Persian for you guys, so that because I know there's a lot of Iranians asking me about this. So sorry, this is what I've been distracted with. درود دوستان، من الان وسط لایو استریمم هستم، ولی خب دیدم که خیلی‌ها دارن این سوالو میپرسن. خودم الان از خانم ملیسا لنسمن پرسیدم راجع به این سوالی که آیا فقط سیتیزن کانادا یا پرمننت رزیدنت میتونن امضا بکنن، و به من گفتند که کسایی که میتونن این دادخواست رو امضا بکنن یا باید سیتیزن کانادا باشن، که حالا سیتیزن کانادا هر جای دنیا باشه فرقی نمیکنه، حتی مگه توی کشور دیگه زندگی میکنی، ولی اگر که سیتیزن کانادا هستی میتونین این دادخواست رو امضا بکنین. و کسایی که توی کانادا زندگی میکنن، حالا چه پرمننت رزیدنت باشی چه حالا پرمننت رزیدنت نباشی، اگر که در حال حاضر توی کانادا زندگی میکنین میتونین این دادخواست رو هم امضا بکنین. این اطلاعاتی بود که خانم ملیسا لنسمن که نماینده مجلسه و داره این دادخواست رو اسپانسر میکنه، این اطلاعات رو الان به من داد. سپاسگزار از حمایتتون. پاینده ایران جاوید شاه. Okay, so basically I'm just letting Iranians know that you don't have to be a permanent resident in Canada. As long as you live in Canada, you can sign it regardless of your status. Okay, so if you're a temporary resident or a permanent resident, you can sign the petition. Okay. All right, I have to make a phone call to a reporter because someone wants to write a story about the petition. So if you guys can just give me a moment. My apologies. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm really sorry about this. I'm so sorry. So you're supposed to get a confirmation email, but it's taking some time. The confirmation email is being delayed because I think everyone wants to sign it all at once. So for some people, they get the confirmation email in 5 or 10 minutes. Some people, it took them like 2 hours. Also make sure that you're checking your junk and spam folder because sometimes it goes in there. But like if we go to the website and I pull it up really quickly, so the numbers are going up. So right now it's at 1,892 signatures. Remember this morning it was at like 6 signatures or 11 signatures. It was at like 11 signatures this morning. So the clerks are going through it. And then over here, it's at 743. So the numbers are starting to go up. It's just taking time. So yeah, make sure that you're checking your inbox for like your spam or junk folders as well. Let me just see here. So it's open for signature February 12, closed for signature March 14. All right. Okay, I have to make a phone call, guys. Sorry, if you can just give me one moment. It won't take too long. Jeez, I'm so sorry. So I know I'm supposed to be doing this. Where's Arvin when you need him? Okay. Let me see what I can do for you guys. All right, let's go to some entertainment.
My body truly grew weary of bending over to trim my nails, often pricking myself in the process. Why does YouTube think that I need electric nails?
All right, here is Jihadi Master Splinter and the Jihadi Ninja Turtles.
Ya Ali, Ya Ali, Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein.
So So this is where Armin would be like, because he knows all like the Shia stuff, right? So they're basically saying like, Ya Ali. Ali was one of the imams. I don't know which Imam Ali was. Armin knows the numbers. I don't know. Let's say Imam Ali is Imam number, I don't know, 47. And then they say Imam Hussein, or like they say Ya Hussein. I don't know. Ya Hussein is like Imam number, I don't know, 100. Oh, Ali's the first one? Okay, there you go. Whatever. Okay, thanks. Thanks, guys. Okay. See, this is where we need Armin, because I'm terrible at translating or explaining this stuff, right? I don't know. Okay, so Ali's the first one. I don't know. Ali, Hussein, Hassan, Muhammad. Like, I don't even know what the difference is between them all. There's 12 of them. Geez, seems like there's more, honestly. Because there's like the 12. Oh, you like your burgundy Miga hat. Oh, thank you. Thank you for your support. Appreciate that. All right. I don't know. There's 12 of them. Whatever. Okay, Hussein is 3. Which one's Hassan? Is there an Imam Hassan? And then there's what, like an Imam like Oli? Is there like a Hassan Kachal? Is there like a, I don't know. Oh, there is a Hassan. Oh my gosh. Hassan Hussein. Okay. I honestly, I just like randomly put a name out there. Hassan. Okay, so Hassan is there. All right. What about okay, let me see if I can guess the other names. No. Don't tell me the names. I want to guess their names. So okay, so there's Ali, there's Hassan, there's Hussein. Do we have like an Imam Abul Fazl? Is there like an Abul Fazl? Or what about like an Abdul? Is there like an Abdul? Imam Abdul, do we have that? Or like an Abul Fazl? Do we have like an Imam, like, I don't know, Ainullah? I don't know, man. Maybe they're all just named Hassan and Hussein and Ali. I don't know. Anyways, okay. So, all right, let's go back. So you guys told me, okay, so Imam, so they say Ya Ali. Ali is the first Imam, apparently. And then they say Ya Hussein. That's the third one.
Ya Ali, Ya Ali, Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein, Ya Reza.
Oh, there's a Reza. There's a Reza. Apparently there's like an Imam Reza. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Imam Reza. Yeah, there's a Reza. Okay, but guys, so this here, what you're watching, this is the original version of like that clip that Armin shared. So this is not satire. This is a real exercise video that's shown on Islamic regime state TV. Yeah. So, you know how like you wake up in the morning and like you turn on the TV and there's like, exercise programs on certain TV channels. Yeah, this is the jihadi exercise program.
Ya Reza, Ya Reza, Ya Mahdi, Ya Mahdi, Ya Mahdi, Ya Zahra, Ya Zahra, Ya Zahra. Inshallah که دنیا و آخرت از خط ولایتونه صلوات فرستید.
I don't know what that was. Inshallah, something about the world. So like Allah willing, something about the world. I don't know. Durka, Islamic something. I don't know, man.
No.
And then they're also talking about Zahra, but Zahra isn't one of the imams because I know she's a woman. So I don't know. Zahra is either like the wife or the concubine or like the bastard daughter of like one of the imams. I don't know which one, but Zahra is one of them. Oh, I know what that is. That's a salavat. So he's sending like a salavat, which is like some sort of prayer to like Muhammad. So now they're like during the exercise routine, they're praying to Muhammad. Sorry guys, I'm not as good as translating jihadi. I'm not as good as translating jihad to English because this is like literally not my thing. Like I don't care about this, but yeah, so they're like sending some sort of like salavat is like, I don't know, a prayer or something. So they're like praying to Muhammad for something, praying to Muhammad during the exercise.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم. بسم الله.
And then say Bismillah, right? Bismillah, in the name of God. So then they say Bismillah. It's like that verse in Queen, right? Bismillah. We will not let you go. Anyway, so he says Bismillah, I guess in the name of Allah. And then they're like then they start their like
Bismillah.
body exercise. Oh my God, what is this?
Oh. Oh.
Is that Armin, you're back. Welcome. You're on mute.
I said, "Yay! I missed
Yay.
you."
I missed you too. Sorry, I literally have not like looked at the news because I've been dealing with the petition, answering questions about the petition. I had to film another video about the petition. So all of our viewers you guys have been so patient today. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate that. So now that Armin's back, Armin, we're gonna go back to the news. President Trump, does anyone have the full video for President Trump's conference? Because I was waiting for you to come back, Armin, so we could watch that.
Oh, okay. Wow. By the way, Goldie, guys, the work that Goldie is doing with this petition is so important. So thank you so much for also focusing on this. I'm pretty sure everybody's going to be patient.
I appreciate that. Thank you. No, I just, because, like I've been live streaming. I literally just took a call. Iran International's writing an article about it. So that's amazing.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's going to hit the media, which is fantastic, right? Like that's what we want. We want this. And we're hoping that, this will encourage other Iranians to, make formal petitions, right? Like not change.org. We need formal government petitions. So if you want, if we want various governments to recognize His Royal Highness as the legitimate leader of the opposition and recognize his transitional government, we need formal petitions. Change.org does not cut it. Change.org doesn't do that. So Iran International is writing an article about that. Hopefully that'll inspire Iranians in other countries to figure it out and do formal petitions as well. So there we go. I'm also working on, because people are like, I was supposed to do like an English video about it later tonight, but people are like, oh, do you like do this now? So I've been working on that as well. So Armin, here, let me send you the link to what President Trump just said. Okay. And then I don't know if you're able to find the full. Here, I'll send it to you in the private chat. There you go. If you're able to find the full press conference, or if do our viewers know where the full press conference is for President Trump? Because I'd love to watch the full thing. Would it be on the White House website?
If Neil Bunny, can you send that to me if you're here? Let me actually go. Let me just see what this is first. If they cut this part out, it's probably the rest of it is probably not Iran related, huh?
Listen to what he says.
Okay, let's listen to it.
We have to make a deal, otherwise it's going to be very traumatic. Very traumatic. I don't want that to happen, but we have to make a deal. They should have made a deal the first time, and they got Midnight Hammer instead. And this will be very traumatic for Iran if they don't make a deal. Look, if they don't make a deal, then it'll be a different story. But we had a very good meeting yesterday with Bibi Netanyahu, and he understands. But it's ultimately up to me. If the deal isn't a very fair deal and a very good deal with Iran, then it's going to be, I think, a very difficult time for them. We have to make a deal, otherwise.
Okay, what do you think? Traumatic.
Very traumatic.
Very traumatic.
This is kind of the same thing that President Trump was saying, and then like 24 hours later, there was the attack, right?
Yeah, and this is even more aggressive than that one, right? Because that time it seemed like he's not gonna like do anything, and all of a sudden, boom! And now he's like, "We're gonna do something very traumatic." I don't know. What do you guys think?
It's definitely escalated language.
Yeah, escalated language.
People are saying there's more, so we should.
There is? Okay. Let me see. Oh, okay. Here I have it. Nail Bunny sent it to me.
Oh, perfect. Thank you, Nail Bunny. You're the best.
Hello, everybody. Hi. This is a big one. If you're into.
This is a big. Okay, it's 34 minutes. Let's watch the whole thing, huh?
Yeah. I was waiting for you. That's why I didn't watch that.
Ah. Oh, my heart.
Hello, everybody. Hi. This is a big one. If you're into environment, this is about as big as it gets, they tell me. And it's an honor to be here with a terrific person who's worked so hard on this and some other terrific people. Thank you very much. But I'm pleased to be joined today by EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, who you all know, and to announce the single largest deregulatory action in American history. That's a big statement in American history. And I think we can add the words by far. Under the process just completed by the EPA, we are officially terminating the so-called endangerment finding, a disastrous Obama-era policy that severely damaged the American auto industry and massively drove up prices for American consumers. Prices went up incredibly for a worse product. This action will eliminate over $1.3 trillion of regulatory costs and help bring car prices tumbling down dramatically. You're going to get a better car. You're going to get a car that starts easier, a car that works better for a lot less money. In 2009, Barack Hussein Obama, his EPA designated fossil fuels such as oil, gas, and other things that actually make factories rock and roll and other things drive very nicely as a threat to health and human welfare, known as the endangerment finding. This determination had no basis, in fact, had none whatsoever, and it had no basis in law. On the contrary, over the generations, fossil fuels have saved millions of lives and lifted billions of people out of poverty and all over the world. And you see it with the blackouts all over where they don't use it, where they went to wind, intermittent wind, which is weak and ineffective and very, very costly, most costly energy there is. And people are dying because there was no air conditioning or there was no heating. Lots of other things, bad things happened. And yet this radical rule became the legal foundation for the Green New Scam, one of the greatest scams in history, probably as great, maybe even greater than Russia hoax, etc., which the Obama and Biden administration used to destroy countless jobs. And the jobs have been just decimated. Although they're all coming back because of tariffs, they're all coming back into our country at levels we've never seen before. But it raised prices and caused immense harm to the U.S. auto industry. We thought irreparable, but we've got them back. We're coming back now. I was in...
Oh, so Goldie, you want me to go to the news updates that I have?
Yeah, listen, the schedule is totally up to you right now because I still need like another 30 minutes to go through a bunch of questions. questions and stuff about the petition. So schedule is totally yours today, totally yours. I need to take.
So let me ask the chat.
Yeah, I need to take about a 30-minute break if you don't mind, so I can deal with these things, answer some few phone calls from news reporters and then I'll be back in about half an hour if that's okay.
Okay.
So sorry. Thank you.
That's okay. No worries. So sorry. Very Canadian. So guys, let me know in the chat if you guys want me to play this all the way through. They're talking about EPA stuff, environmental stuff, or do you want me to go through the updates that we had, the latest updates in the past hour or so? And Nailbun in the chat saying, I can watch this and find the good parts if you guys want to go with other news. So Nailbunny in the chat is saying that she could basically figure out the number 2 updates. Okay, people are saying you can translate Trump's program. Updates, please. Okay, let's do updates then. All right, let's go through the updates then. Oh, most people are saying updates. All right, guys, let's go through this. So let me actually show this then. If you guys want the updates, let's see. Prime Minister Netanyahu came out and said something. Where is that? I had that. Oh shit, I closed it. I should have had that open. Let me close this. This is actually a big deal. Oh, I have it here. All right, so let's listen to, before I go through the list of updates, let's listen to Prime Minister Netanyahu's talk after he met with President Trump. Let's listen to this, see what he said here. It's not in English, so just let's just read the translation. So Prime Minister Netanyahu said, I have just concluded a short but important visit in Washington. In a conversation with our great friend Trump, the president believes that the Iranians have already learned who they are dealing with. I believe that the conditions he is creating, combined with the fact that they certainly understand that they made a mistake the last time by not reaching an agreement, may create the conditions for achieving a good agreement. He wanted to hear my opinion. I will not hide from you that I express general skepticism regarding the quality of any agreement with Iran. But I said that if an agreement is indeed reached, it must include the elements that are very important to us from Israel's perspective, and in my view, not only Israel's. It is not just the nuclear issue, it is also the ballistic missile and the Iranian proxies. That essentially concluded the discussions. I would say, although it of course also touched on Gaza, the entire region and other and general matters. So it was mostly about Iran. Guys, remember how I told you that at least on surface, Trump focuses on nuclear issue and Netanyahu focuses on ballistic missiles? You see, I was correct about this. Okay, so Israel wants to make sure that whatever agreements there are, the ballistic missiles are a red line that Israel was not going to accept it not being part of the negotiation. So, as you know, when Trump speaks about the negotiation, he mostly focuses on nuclear. Israel focuses a lot on ballistic missiles, right? So let me tell you something, guys. Ballistic missiles is the same as regime change. Let me know if you understand this. This is very important because a lot of you are saying no negotiation with the Islamic Republic. Let me tell you that if you say to the Islamic Republic that your ballistic missiles range has to be lower than 300 kilometers, that is the same as regime change. Do you understand why? And this is why Israel really wants to make sure that ballistic missiles, the range of the ballistic missiles, are included in the agreement. This is the way for Israel to ask for regime change without asking for regime change. This is a very clever, guys. Israel cannot, Prime Minister Netanyahu cannot fly to Washington, D.C. and tell the Americans, you need to do regime change. They cannot do that. Especially in this political climate where the woke right and the woke left are all basically spreading propaganda that Israel drags the United States into wars, right? Israel is just, instead of saying, I mean, we should want regime change. Everybody should want regime change, right? However, the more politically savvy thing to do here is to say, we don't have to do regime change. But obviously, it's not within, like, the Israel should not be backing down on its red line, given that the Islamic Republic has constantly been using its missiles to attack Israel. And it has always, for the past 47 years, been very clear with the intention to wipe Israel off the map. It's completely reasonable for Israel to demand that any negotiation with the Islamic Republic requires the range of the missiles to be part of the conditions, especially given how weak the Islamic Republic is. And if Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump are on the same page, and if President Trump does this, like basically doesn't back down on the range of the ballistic missiles, it doesn't matter if the Islamic Republic agrees to it or doesn't, because at the end of the day, we will have war by different ways, right? If the Islamic, I know a lot of the media is focusing on nuclear weapons, but you guys need to pay more attention to the ballistic missiles. Pay more attention to the ballistic missiles more than the nuclear. Because if Trump stands his ground and accepts nothing less than reducing the range of the missiles, then we're good. We're in a good position. So let's look at the two scenarios. Before I go to tell you why both of them means regime change, let me actually explain to you the deterrence that the Islamic Republic has. The Islamic Republic has its drones. So other than its proxies and the nuclear, the drones, not that big of an issue. The cruise missiles, not that big of an issue. Ballistic missiles that are not ultrasonic, not that big of an issue. Ballistic missiles that are ultrasonic, that's the main one. Those are the main ones. The ones that have high range and they're fast, those are the ones that we need to focus on, right? If they get to 8,000, last time I said 2,000, but now I realize that it's actually 8,000, then it's really bad. That's really, really bad. Israel cannot tolerate that, right? But if you get to a position, so let's look at the two scenarios. One, more likely one, Khamenei will say, no way, we're not going to give up on our missiles. And guys, it doesn't seem likely. Like, based on everything we know about Khamenei, he might even back down on enrichment of uranium to a certain degree. He's not going to, he loves his missiles. He really, 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 really loves his missiles. He loves the ballistic missiles right now more than he loves the enriched uranium, okay? Because in his mind, in Khamenei's mind, the only reason why we're still in power is because of these ballistic missiles. If I didn't have that, we would have already been done. And you know what? He's right. The proxies, thanks to Israel, the proxies are not that big of a deal anymore. After October 7th, Israel has done most of the job for the rest of the world, as they usually do. in reducing these terroristic elements, stopping them, and now they have completely decapitated them. So proxy groups, not that big of a deal. Nuclear weapon, they don't have it yet. They have only 60% enriched uranium, so not that much of a deterrence. Okay. Air Force, so pathetic that is close to non-existent. The Islamic Republic's Air Force is so pathetic that is close to non-existent. Navy, close to non-existent. Even if it could basically cause some problems in the Persian Gulf, even if we give them that, no threat to Israel. Zero threat to Israel. Absolutely zero threat to Israel. Okay, it's a joke. So the only thing that is left is the ballistic missiles. Not the drones, not the cruise missiles, the ballistic missiles, the high-range ballistic missiles. If Khamenei gives that up in a negotiation with Trump, then the United States doesn't even need to attack anymore. They were like, hey, we made a deal, we're not going to attack them. You don't need to. They don't have anything to threaten Israel with anymore. Israel, removing the Islamic Republic would be like a walk in the park for Israel. All you need to do is just sit back and let Israel do the job. If you manage to, this is why it's almost impossible for Khamenei to give that up. Like, I mean, I know these people are durka, but they're not that stupid, okay? They know if they give that up, that's the end of the Islamic Republic. So all we're hoping for, even if America doesn't attack, all we're hoping for in the negotiations is for Trump to not back down on the range of the ballistic missiles. He has said that the good thing is that Trump has said that whatever deal that we agree upon with the Islamic Republic, if we agree upon it, it will be something that will satisfy Prime Minister Netanyahu. And we know nothing will satisfy Prime Minister Netanyahu that doesn't have the range of the ballistic missiles in it. So hopefully that, so that's very encouraging to hear from President Trump. Very encouraging to hear from President Trump. So a lot of you are out there saying no negotiations, no negotiations. I mean, if the negotiations disarms the Islamic Republic before an attack, then that is going to make the attack a lot less costly for both Israelis and American. I mean, so why not? Like, let's try to defang. I mean, you're gonna go fight them. So what? Like, I mean, they're already toothless, but like, there's one more tooth left. Like, why not pull that out as well before you go to war? Why not try? At least give it a try to pull that out before you go to war. That means less American soldiers dying. That means less Israeli soldiers dying. That means that it's going to be like stealing candy from a babe. It's going to be easy. It's going to be less costly. It's going to save American tax dollars. It's going to save Israeli soldiers' lives. And also, given that United States, if hypothetically, I don't think they're going to give up their ballistic missiles, but hypothetically, even if they do, another advantage of having United States sitting on the side, like, hey, Israel, this is all yours. I defanged it. You go ahead, do whatever you want. I'm gonna just sit back and be like, yay, look at my boy Israel. Look at my boy Israel. Go at them, right? Like, why not? Right? Look at that. Look at my ally in the Middle East. Perfectly. Oof. Oh my God, look at that hit. Bullseye. Okay, so like the United States could just sit back and be just grab some popcorns and just watch Israel do what Israel does best, right? Another benefit to that is that United States could be like, don't you even think about hitting Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE, because I'm sitting back here not being involved because we have an agreement. If you attack these countries, then we have you have no missiles to hit Israel. You still have missiles to hit these countries around the Persian Gulf, but you have no missiles to hit Israel. But if you do hit any of these countries, then I'm going to enter the game as well. So just by not entering, United States will make sure that the Islamic Republic will focus on its war with Israel and not get these other countries involved, because if they do get these other countries involved, then they have basically added in the entire force of United States military as well. Again, this is an ideal scenario that is very unlikely, but it's the most ideal situation that makes sense for United States to be aiming for. And anything even in the middle would still be better than just let's just go to war without preparation and without trying the negotiations. So that's why it makes sense for them to do this. But we have to keep pushing. I'm not saying this will be happening. We have to be pushing. So guys, when it comes to us Iranians and Israelis are in the Middle East, okay? We have the same enemy. We have the same values. We have the same agenda. We have the same goals. And we have ancient historical ties, right? We get each other. The nation of Iran and the nation of Israel, we understand each other. We're from the same place, right? So whenever, as Iranians, whenever Israelis are pushing for something, we should be pushing for the same thing. Okay? So if Israel is saying, like, when it comes to negotiations, like, okay, fine. If you're negotiating, ballistic missiles should be a red line for us, right? Then we Iranians like, yeah, that, okay? Whatever they say, they know whatever they're saying, that, okay? So we should be pushing for the same thing that Israelis are pushing, okay? And nothing is for certain. So that's why the protests on February 14th are very important, because nothing is for certain in politics. You have to keep pushing for what you want until the very last second, right? So don't think like, oh, this is 100%, this is going to happen or that is going to happen. We don't know. If we knew, we wouldn't be protesting in the streets, right? All right, so let me go through that was a rant. Let me go through the updates. You guys asked for updates, okay? So Netanyahu came out and mentioned on regarding the Trump's plans. He said, he stated that President Trump, wants to create conditions for a deal with the Islamic Republic that would be acceptable to Israel. So that's a good sign. They're both speaking very positively of each other, which is really good. Makes the Nick Fuentes people and the Mamdani type people upset, which is good for us. Whenever they're upset, it means that we're good. So there's that. We have U.S. naval movement coinciding with Netanyahu's return. Trump retweeted news about a second U.S. aircraft carrier group preparing to deploy to the Middle East. Guys, if this ends up being the George H.W. Bush the carrier group, then this is going to be such an I told you moment for me, right? Remember, I told you that everybody is looking at the USS Abraham Lincoln carrier strike group, but people should also keep an eye on the George H.W. Bush, carrier strike group as well. And if that's what they're bringing to the fight, and I said that maybe that's something that they'll be waiting for, then I was more right than I thought. Like, because sometimes because a lot of people are like, no, they already have enough assets around Iran. Obviously, this is so many military assets, they're not going to wait for that. But it might be a trick. So it might be mind games as well. Okay, so they're bringing. By the way, nobody knows where it is. This is, how when the USS Abraham Lincoln went off the radars, people say like, oh, it went missing, but then people could see it off their shore. So like, actually, we see here it is, right? But right now, the George H.W. Bush carrier strike group, nobody knows where that is. Okay, it's supposed to go into the Mediterranean, but maybe it will go through the Suez Canal. Maybe it will come down. Maybe it will go through and then come down. Because Trump said it's coming to the Middle East, right? So, yeah. Yeah, but they're bringing it closer. There something is coming. Trump said something is coming, and everybody. I mean, it makes sense for it to be the George H.W. Bush carrier strike group. It makes sense for it to be there. So maybe it's coming from the Mediterranean, through the Suez Canal, through the Red Sea, come towards Iran, to the Middle East. Maybe that's what they're doing. What do you guys think? But if that's what they're bringing, then I was either right or this is a mind game that maybe the Islamic Republic thinks like, oh, okay, so they're not going to do anything until that thing shows up, and then they do it earlier. Maybe it's a mind game to think that, well, then war is not going to start until that thing arrives, and then, then bam, like last time. So we'll see. But I did say a long time ago that maybe one reason why it's taking so long, one thing is that they're getting ready for that carrier strike group to arrive as well. So we have the European Parliament passed a resolution condemning the Islamic Republic for systematic repression and arbitrary detentions. We have Starlink shipment. You guys already hear about that, I think. The Wall Street Journal reports that the Trump administration secretly sent 600 Starlink terminals to the country to help people bypass widespread internet blackouts. This goes to the people who say, well, why is Trump doing? Have they forgotten the Iranian people? Why are they not talking about the Iranian people? Why are they not talking about supporting the Iranian people? So this suggests that the Iranian people is, even though they're not talking about it as much, it's on their mind. So this goes beyond just, this is positive that Iranian people are getting 600 Starlink terminals, but it's more positive than people think. Because one idea is like, oh, great, thank you, Trump. Thank you, President Trump. Now more Iranians are going to be connected to the internet. And there's like, okay, but that's half of it. Another point is that, okay, so it's on their mind, like the Iranian people is part of their calculation, continues to be part of their calculation. Because a lot of people assume that they just moved on from that. A lot of people assume that the Trump administration is going just nuclear, and it's as if that tens of thousands of Iranian people just didn't die, weren't murdered by the regime just last month. I was like, oh, okay, we just forgot about that, and we're just talking nuclear now. So this confirms that no, what they're telling you is not the same thing that they're thinking about. So the Iranian people is on their mind, and this is not an act of charity. This another thing. 6,000. I have it in my report. It says 600. Let me see. People are saying it's 6,000. So I don't know why my report says 600. Sorry about that, guys. Apparently it's 6,000. Is it? Did somebody double check that? Thank you, guys. This is why we do this live, because you guys fact check things when I make a mistake. Yeah, it's 6,000. Okay, so sorry, guys. Made a mistake. Thank you for correcting me. I appreciate it when I get corrected here. This is why I pay attention. Oh, I got a super chat. I will respond to the super chat soon. But let me finish the thought, and then I'll respond to the super chat. Okay. So to me, let me know if you agree with me on this or not. Because the United States obviously should be prioritizing United States national interest. Okay. To me, this might suggest that United States is preparing for regime change. When they send Starlink terminals to the Iranian people, this is not, the Trump administration is not going to be like, Trump administration is America first. So supporting the Iranian people needs to make sense for U.S. interests. And it does. It does make sense for U.S. interests, right? But when you support why would the Trump administration, with an American first mentality, want to keep Iranian people connected to the internet? To me, this suggests that this could be part of a wider plan for regime change with the help of the Iranian people. To me, this seems like they know once they attack, the internet will be cut again, and this whatever Trump is doing is not going to be about just limiting the Islamic Republic's ability to enrich uranium or limit their ability to build missiles. To me, this seems like this is a complete plan from all sides. Like, this is a complete plan to surround Islamic Republic, not just geographically, but economically and politically as well. So they're surrounding the Islamic Republic militarily with all of this military assets coming around Iran. One, right? They're suffocating the Islamic Republic by making sure that it can sell as little as of its oil and gas as possible. Two, right now. But three, they also are preparing the Iranian people for when all of this starts happening, when the final parts, when the final dominoes of this giant plan starts falling, everything is in place for the Iranian people to do what they need to do to push the Islamic Republic off the cliff. So to me, this suggests that this is all of this is part of enabling the Iranian people for regime change. Like, to me, this suggests that this is not about United States doing regime change, not about Israel doing regime change. To me, this is all about creating the conditions for the Iranian people to do regime change. And all of this is happening because the Iranian people changed the calculation of the entire world. When they came out into the streets on January 8th and January 9th, they changed everything. They didn't just change the history of Iran, they changed the history of the world. Because nobody expected that. The Iranian people didn't expect that, for them to be this strong and this numerous, but the first call to action by the Prince Reza Pahlavi to come out in this large of a number. Prince Reza Pahlavi didn't expect that. Even the Israelis and Americans with their great intelligence information didn't expect that. And of course, the Islamic Republic didn't expect that. Everybody's calculation changed regarding the ability of the Iranian people. When with one call to action by Prince Reza Pahlavi, this many of them show up in the streets, everyone's understanding of what's possible completely changed, right? And now regime change is possible. And these Starlink terminals are part of a much bigger plan to remove all the barriers, all the obstacles in front of the Iranian people to do the regime change. Because if they are willing to come out in this high of a number to do regime change, then if we remove the obstacles, they will be able to do regime change. And that's what everybody is now planning. And they are putting pressure. They're putting military pressure now on the Islamic Republic, financial pressure on the Islamic Republic, so that, and then also the connectivity of the Iranian people with the internet, guaranteeing that means that once all of this comes down, the Iranian people will be able to do something that they weren't able to do on January 8th and January 9th. And I bet you they will come out even in higher numbers because they've seen what they could do. And now even the people who didn't come out the first time, once these barriers are removed, they're going to come in double or triple the numbers that you saw them on January 8th and January 9th. Oh, Goldie's back.
Hi, I know I was listening to your analysis. Your analysis is excellent. Please continue.
Oh, thank you. Okay. All right. Let's continue then. Wow, guys, when you get endorsed by Goldie, this is going to be on my resume.
My gosh. You've been endorsed since day one.
Amazing. I'm never going to get tired of hearing that from Goldie.
Oh my gosh.
All right.
Too kind.
Yeah, so before leaving the US, Prime Minister Netanyahu said a deal acceptable to Israel is possible given President Trump's conditions. So basically, Netanyahu seems satisfied, so he seemed like, yeah, the conditions that Trump is talking about the deal, those are the same conditions that Israel will be happy. And again, don't get upset, guys, regarding accepting a deal. This is the same as regime change, right? So Prime Minister Netanyahu claimed that President Trump believes the regime in Iran is now knows exactly who they are dealing with, which increases the chance of success. By the way, a lot of you might want to be correcting President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, being like, no, you guys need to understand the Islamic Republic. These people, if they agree with you, they will only wait it out until you're out of office, and then they will go back to, they do a factory reset, and they will go back to doing what they do. They know this, okay? They know this, but it's really important because if, like, guys, like we know, Prime Minister Netanyahu, he always wanted regime change in Iran, right? So why is he saying all of this, right? Why is he saying all of this? Why is he saying like, oh, there might be an agreement that we will be happy with, right? One thing you have to understand that if you completely make it obvious that you are going to attack, then what you're doing is that within the Islamic Republic, so if you truly understand how the Islamic Republic works, you understand that they also have their internal conflict. It's not like they're all thinking the same. Everybody is backstabbing everyone else. There's a huge power vacuum that Israel created after killing all of the IRGC leaders. Khamenei, even if he doesn't get bombed, he's going to die soon. He's close to 90 years old. So everybody is trying to compete regarding who's going to fill the power vacuum created by his death. So it's a mess. Like, it's not like the Islamic Republic is not like just one entity with one view, right? There's so much conflict, right, especially right now within the Islamic Republic, especially because a lot of them feel humiliated and they think that the Islamic Republic is not doing enough to stand against United States and Israel, right? So given the conflict, you should be, if you come out and make it seem like, okay, there's no negotiations, we're just going to attack you, what you do is you unite them. Guys, this is not a rally around the flag effect like some leftists in the Western media tell you. There's no, Iranian people do not rally around the Islamic Republic flag, okay? But there is a rally around the flag effect within regime supporters, not within the Iranian people. The Iranian people would not be caught dead rallying around the Islamic Republic flag, right? Their flag is the lion and sun flag. But the Islamic Republic's own people, they're divided. And if they, like, let's look at the 5% of the population, for example. Let's say the 5% of the population who support the Islamic Republic, forget the 95% who will never rally around the flag of the Islamic Republic. But that 5%, just because they support the Islamic Republic, that doesn't mean they're united. They're not united, they're divided. But if they think that, okay, there's a war coming, then that 5% will be united. So what you do by making it seem like maybe we will have a deal, maybe we won't attack, maybe we will attack, then that 5%, at least their leaders, will be divided. So half of them will be like, guys, these people are going to attack anyways. We should be attacking them first. The other half, like, no, like, we got this. If we give Trump this and this and this, he would not listen to Netanyahu, and we can stop this war from happening. And some other people are like, we should actually want, some of them think like we should actually be wanting a war. So there's a lot of, that chaos is good. And it makes it, there's a lot of indecision. There's like, they're not decisive. They're not united. And because Khamenei has to go hide in a hole once in a while, his legitimacy is being challenged. And so some people might do things that is not even in line with what Khamenei wants. It makes things more chaotic. So you should make them feel like there is a chance that negotiations will have some results. Like, there needs to be a hope for the Islamic Republic. Or else, if they all completely have the understanding that this is a trap and they're going to be attacking, then they will have a more solid plan, with a specific goal in one direction. Does that make sense? Right. So let me see. Understanding. And then, so Pentagon alert. President Trump reshared a Wall Street Journal report on Truth Social regarding the Pentagon ordering a second carrier strike group to prepare for the Middle East. We already mentioned that. That's possibly, very likely, the George H.W. Bush carrier strike group. So speaking at the Wing of Zion plane steps, Prime Minister Netanyahu described the U.S. as Israel's greatest ally and his meeting with Trump as a meeting between two friends. Prime Minister Netanyahu insisted that any negotiation with the Islamic Republic must not be limited to nuclear issues, but must include ballistic missiles and regional proxy forces. A deal without these is not a good deal for Israel. Despite the talk of deals, despite the talk of the deals, Netanyahu's people around him, they're talking to media. Like there are certain things that, when Prime Minister Netanyahu flies around, there's a whole bunch of people usually with him, right? And sometimes what he says, sometimes he doesn't say certain things because he's not supposed to, say it, because that if he says it, it's basically is seen as the official policy of Israel. So he has to be more conservative with what he shares. But sometimes the media, they get in touch with the people who are traveling with Prime Minister Netanyahu, or they ask people around him, and they get some more insider information that you're not going to hear from Prime Minister Netanyahu himself, right? So the people around Prime Minister Netanyahu, they believe that a chance for an agreement between United States and the Islamic Republic is currently close to zero, which is good for us. This is great. So it's interesting because both Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump, they're they know what's good for them. They're gonna agree to this. The deal is we might get a deal. A good deal might come from this. But then you ask from everybody around them that are working for them, that are part of their advisors and their strategic analysts and everybody around them, they're like, there's no deal. Okay. So I don't know. What do you guys think? They're like, yeah, no, this is not happening. Right. All right, guys. So again, everything is possible. Like in politics, you can never say 100% there's no deal. But even their own people around Trump and Netanyahu, they're saying yeah, there's no deal. So we'll see. We'll see. So Prime Minister Netanyahu is very good at making sure he echoes Trump's sentiments. Okay, so Prime Minister Netanyahu knows President Trump's language. So he knows how to speak in a way that he doesn't mess up President Trump's media plan, like what he wants to put out there. He waits for Trump, he echoes his political stance. So, for example, a lot of the things that you hear from Prime Minister Netanyahu, you can see is, as an Israeli, you might think well, this is not exactly what we want, but you could see that this is an echo of what Trump is saying. So, for example, he's saying give diplomacy a chance, even if optimism is low, right, for the deal to happen. The expectation in Washington was never for an immediate attack, but to exhaust diplomatic option first. And guys, it makes sense when it comes to exhausting diplomatic option first. It makes sense from both an international standing perspective and also suffocating the Islamic Republic's perspective. Because I already told you, the more you wait for this, the more you're suffocating the Islamic Republic. And I know for Iranians, this is hard to hear because we know that the Islamic Republic is continuing to kill Iranians every single day as we're speaking. So when we say that this makes sense, as an Iranian, you may get offended that I'm saying this because you would be telling me, what are you saying, Armin? Every day, the Islamic Republic is killing prisoners in crazy numbers as we go. They're raiding people's houses, arresting people, executing people, and you're saying it makes sense to wait. Well, I understand the cost. I understand the cost. The thing that we're saying here is that this is the most important event in the history of Iran, and it needs to be done right for it to be everlasting. Because if we make a mistake, if this is not done right, then the continuation of Islamic Republic for decades to come is even more devastating than the tragedy that we're experiencing right now. But Petipto, hi Petipto. Oh, Petipto is saying Amzrael hi.
Hi guys. How are you
Hi,
doing?
Petite. We're good. How are you? Welcome.
Doing just fine. Starting to missing you at this time at the day.
Oh, you're always
So
welcome to come
wholesome.
join us.
Yes.
That's my pleasure. Great pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Armin, please finish your analysis, and then we'll go to Petito.
Oh, okay. So I might. Okay, I'll just do a little bit more because I could go on forever.
Well, Petito, do you have any urgent news or updates for us?
No urgent news. I'm just being with you tonight.
Oh, amazing. Okay, Mehmouni. He's just come to chill and hang out with us. Perfect.
Yeah.
All right, Armin, then
Oh,
take
this
your time.
واقعا
guys.
مثلا عادت کردم یعنی این تایم شب میشه دوست دارم بیام کنار شما باشم.
Oh,
Guys,
Mohammed
Petipto
Khoshagi.
misses us. That's why he's here.
He says when it's this time of night, he likes to come join us and just hang out. So thank you so much. You honor us with your presence. We're always happy to have you with us. So thank you, Petito.
باعث افتخار من.
Thank you. All right, Armin, please continue.
Okay. Neil Bunny, I saw your message. I will check that soon. So guys, both Democrats and Republicans agree, surprisingly, that the Islamic Republic's missile program must be on the negotiating table. That's another good sign for us. That's another. I cannot. By the way, guys, never say never in politics, but I cannot imagine the Islamic Republic coming out and agreeing to even talking about the ballistic missiles. Like, I'm pretty sure that they might try to, if they are forced, they might try to do that behind the scenes, but it will get leaked that they talked about this. And guys, beyond another cost to this, I forgot to mention this. Even the idea of talking to United States about the range of the ballistic missiles, beyond it being the last tooth of the Islamic Republic being pulled and leaving them completely defenseless, it has another major cost to the Islamic Republic beyond its military deterrence capability being reduced to zero. Beyond that, it has even a more devastating cost to the Islamic Republic. If you understand this, you understand the politics of the Islamic Republic more than almost anyone else, okay? More than most people, 99% of the people are out there, right? So what could be more devastating? Because this is a big claim that I'm making. And this is the key reason why Khamenei is like, we're not touching our missiles. Like, you could go F off. Like, we're not even talking about that, right? Because you might think, like, Armin, you're saying that there's something more damaging to the Islamic Republic if they talk about their nuclear weapons more than them being completely defenseless? Yes. Because there's something so damaging to the Islamic Republic that it might make the Islamic Republic fall before even Israel gets the chance to make them fall, or the Iranian people to make them fall, which is their own supporters would come, as we say it in Persian, chew out their necks before Israel gets or the rest of the Iranian people getting even a chance to come and kill them, right? So, because remember I told you that there are three major threats to the Islamic Republic, and one is bigger than, like, as I progress, it becomes more of a threat. Okay, so number one threat to the Islamic Republic, which is the external threat, which is mostly United States and Israel. A bigger threat than that is the Iranian people who want to topple the regime. But the greatest threat to the Islamic Republic, and the one that most media doesn't talk about, and it really needs, like, people really need to understand this, the greatest threat to the Islamic Republic is the hardliners who support the Islamic Republic turning against it because they consider the Islamic Republic not to be Islamic enough, not to be enforcing Islamic law inside Iran, because women are walking around without hijab, because they didn't retaliate enough against the Zionist Jews, because they didn't retaliate enough against the United States for killing Qasem Soleimani. These people, losing these people, because losing these people, these are people who are whose main criticism of the Islamic Republic is that the Islamic Republic is not Islamic enough, and it's not fighting against the enemies of Islam strongly enough, and it's not enforcing Islamic laws enough inside of Iran. And these people are small, but they're very important. They're very important because these are the people who hold Islamic Republic together, and losing them means that they will, and they are actually the most violent ones. Losing them, they might even turn against the Islamic Republic, and they will become a more they're crazy, by the way, right? So this revolutionary force, which is a religious revolutionary force, might eat the Islamic Republic from the inside, which is why the Islamic Republic has to constantly do the propaganda that it does, because it needs to keep these people satisfied. This is why they say, like, oh, we took F-35 planes during the 12-day war. This is why we destroyed Tel Aviv completely. This is why we will sink USS Abraham Lincoln and stuff like that. They have to say these things. This is why the anniversary of the victory of the Islamic Revolution was so important from them. The propaganda was so important from them, right? So all of this investment in this propaganda, and this is why we call this information warfare. And this is why ridicule is actually a really important weapon by the Iranian people. So a lot of you think that comedy is only a survival mechanism. Like I told you guys this, that for us Iranian people, comedy is a survival mechanism. But one thing that I need to add to that is comedy is also a weapon, because when you ridicule how pathetically weak and ridiculous the Islamic Republic is, we're not just trying to survive these dark times by comedy. We're also really mentally playing with these hardliner supporters of the Islamic Republic, because by ridiculing them, we're making them so angry that they become more demanding of the Islamic Republic to show something so that they are not this humiliated. Humiliation is such an important weapon in this information war that we are playing in, that sometimes it might actually do certain things that, planes and tanks and, no other weaponry in war can. Like, you might actually be able to achieve a complete regime change with information warfare before a single missile is being used, right? So this is why. Okay, now let's circle back to what I was talking about. When I was negotiating with the United States over missiles, after this much advertisement that we will never, ever, ever back down on our missiles, and we will not even negotiate that with you, Khamenei, IRGC, everybody within the Islamic Republic have signaled that is not negotiable. The Islamic Republic's missiles are completely not negotiable. This is why an agreement seems unlikely, because if they negotiate on the missiles, the level of humiliation for Khamenei is so high that it's even more devastating than being defenseless from a military perspective against Israel. Because again, it will turn the regime supporters against the regime. So that was the full explanation of all of that. Let me see. By the way, guys, that was, I think, like a complete masterclass on the internal politics of the Islamic Republic. Okay. Well, let me see. So Nail Bunny,
I also sent you some links as well in the private chat. You've already opened up first one, but there's a whole bunch of links there for things that I'd like you to talk about and discuss and translate as well, if you can. Starting with the second one that I sent you.
Second one. So, okay, so I'm seeing a whole, no, two, okay, let me see, that's this one. Okay. This is, what this one?
I don't, yeah, I sent you a whole bunch. I was hoping you could explain this, because I don't know. This is like one of the imams, and that's like President Trump. This was a display yesterday at the, annual Allahu Akbar Jihad Day.
That looks like Hussein. Is that Hussein? Let me see his sword. Is it Zulfiqar? No, it's not Zulfiqar. Is that Hussein, Patipto?
آره فکر کنم حسینه چون این شاخه مال حسین این شاخ پرپریه.
Okay, yeah. So Patipto is saying, yeah, that's Imam. That's supposed to be Imam Hussein, because these feathered horns, they usually, that means it's Hussein. So Hussein, Imam Hussein is executing Trump apparently, huh? Or is that supposed to be Trump or Netanyahu? Let's watch this.
عمویم حزب الله و عموها تموم شدن رفتن مستقیم سراغ عموی اصلی خود حسین میخوام بیان.
All right. Wow. Hussein is chubby. Okay, let's. Oh my God, it's Trump. Guys, it's a Trump mask.
Look at the comment. Hussein skipped Ramadan.
Actually, Ramadan makes you gain weight, but that's guys, this needs to be headline news. Goldie, how could we make this headline news? Like, this needs to be something that Trump posts about, President Trump posts about on Truth Social. Look at this. Like, they're humiliating. Guys, Maduro is making fun of President Trump's dance before they came for him. President Trump really doesn't like it when people try to humiliate him like this. So we need to get this on his radar. Can we get this on his radar?
I mean, I can try posting about it.
Yes, please do.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe maybe also when Goldie, when you go on media, like when you go on like maybe mention that they
I wouldn't even know where to begin on how to mentioning this. Like, what am I supposed to say? That like the Muslim Nazis did like some weird jihadi ritual where they're, one of them's dressed up like some like Muslim imam, and they're like parading around someone that's supposed to be like how would I even say that on? I don't even know how.
So how about this? They reenacted Trump's humiliation and execution with the sword in public.
So apparently.
Look, look at this. They're putting his shoes on his leg for humiliation. This is extra humiliation. Oh my God. Why is he putting his hands like that? Is he supposed to be a cat? Why is he putting his, like, why is he like a kitty? Why is he sitting like that? Humans don't sit like this. I think. And why is his hair so long? They just went and found a blonde wig. They couldn't find a short blonde wig. They yeah, they were looking for a blonde wig and they could only find a long one. Amazing. Okay, so that was that. That is crazy. Okay, let me go to the next one. Unbelievable. Guys, never go full Durka.
You missed the you're looking at the links. Is this? Yeah, this is the one I wanted you to play as well.
Okay. Oh, I can't even read this one. It's in like swear words. All right, let's watch this one. So I'm just gonna play it once without translating, and then I'm gonna translate.
یه عکس میخوام نشون بدم فقط یه خود ترسم که قول نشه
این خیلی ترسیدی چیه بابا بچه بازیه
نه بابا چه حالی
بابا این اسباب بازیه بابا
بچه شدی این ترسناکه خنده داره این که کجاش ترسیدی این ترسناکه خنده داره بیشتر
نه این که چیزی نیست واقعا نه بابا این که چیزی نیست بابا
You see how awkwardly they're laughing?
مثلا ذهنم جای خوبی نمیره وقتی اینو میگم. احساس میکنم اون چیزی که توی گوشی داره نشون میده با این انکاری که اینا دارن میکنن اصلا سمت جای خوبی نمیره. اصلا این چیزی نیست. اوکیه.
Oh my god.
موشکای خرمشهر 4 ماست نه به قرآن خدا گنده تر نیست به قرآن نیست فقط داره اسباب بازیاشو رو میکنه این برای موشکای خرمشهر 4 ما یه باقلواه.
All right, I think I should translate, huh? Because people might be confused. Let me just go through the beginning. I'm going to translate. Okay. So this reporter, so this is guys during the rally at, the pathetic rally of the Islamic Republic for the anniversary of the Islamic Revolution of 1979. Yesterday, which was yesterday, they came out into the streets, this reporter, to ask people a question. So he's showing people a picture of USS Abraham Lincoln, and he says, like, before I show this to you, don't be afraid. I'm going to show you something scary. So they're basically making fun of USS Abraham Lincoln, and they're of how, like, oh, is this what we're supposed to be afraid of? We're not really afraid. Which is really embarrassing, because if you know anything about USS Abraham Lincoln, you would know that it has the power of taking down multiple countries at the same time. Okay. Okay. So it's more military power than most countries' entire military combined. So the fact that they're looking at it and saying like, oh, what is this? Is this supposed to be scary? I mean, only because you're a moron, but sure, let's go.
Well, you know what I think it is? I just think that it's also like they're on Islamic regime state TV, so they can't actually say what they want to say, first of all. But you can tell from like the nervous laughter and just the way they respond, like they know that what they're saying is wrong. They know that they're just like, talking nonsense. Because of like the nervous laughter, and like they're looking at that, you can tell like they're panicking. They're like, oh my gosh, this is coming for us. This is like insane. So it's just very funny seeing how awkward they are trying to like lie about it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure imagine if somebody there came out and said like, oh, that's the USS Abraham Lincoln. Yeah, this is actually one of the most badass, sophisticated, most destructive force to mankind in modern warfare. I mean, if somebody said that, they were like, okay, we're not going to include that. If in case somebody said that, it's not like you're going to be like, okay, they're just going to cut that part out. Right? Easy. So like, I'm going to show you a picture, but be careful. It's a little bit scary. Don't get shocked. So yeah, this is the USS Abraham Lincoln, and also the destroyers behind it. He's like, this? Sure, like, yeah, very terrifying. What the hell is this? Like, this is kids play. Guys, this military expert is telling us that the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group is kids play. Okay, sir. Okay. I mean, and like the guy just literally like laughing, like what shock? I'm not sure. So this guy like this is a man. This is just a toy. The USS Abraham Carrier Strike Group is just a toy. Okay.
That's shitty. It does.
Like, are you that lady saying, are we children? Are we children? Okay. So that man is like, is this supposed to be scary? This man is laughing. Guys, I'm like, these people really make me hope that the entire force of this carrier strike group is used. And I don't know, I want these people to see it. I don't know, I really want to be able to experience these people experiencing what it means, what it's like for them to feel the entire force of the military might of United States. Okay. I mean, guys, like the F around and find out. I hope it becomes true for these people. Yeah, like this is ridiculous. This is funny. This is not scary. It's funny. Yeah, like, yeah, this is scary. This is actually funny. Like that guy is saying this is nothing. Same thing. Like laughing, saying this is nothing. Like, no, man, we have no fear of this. So he's saying, this man is saying, we could take this out with one of our Khorramshahr 4 missiles. Is that, Goldie, is that the same missile that we were showing and we were playing that music? Is that the same missile?
Yes, I'm actually going to bring up that video right now so people can see which missile he's talking about. So when this guy says, "Oh, this is like one of our Khorramshahr missiles can take it out," this is the missile he's referring to. So yes, this guy is saying that one of those pointy Crayola missiles, one of them is going to destroy the entire USS Abraham Lincoln.
Amazing. Just one. So guys, remember, they confirmed that they could take out a tent. Remember, a tent with one of these missiles. So I mean, if it could take out a tent, then it must be able to take out the entire carrier strike group.
یه چیزی من بگم.
بفرمایید.
این که من اسم خرمشهر رو میخوام بذارم سورپرایز میسایل، یعنی خودش بعضی موقع لحظه آخر مسیرش رو عوض میکنه، سورپرایز میکنه. یکی از دوستانم که بهش میگه اسکری پنسل، اونم خیلی بهش میاد. ولی مسئله مهمتر اینه که اینا واقعا توی دکترین خودشون هم اومدن تو تلویزیون گفتم مثلا ما ناو میتونه 5 تا موشک، 10 تا موشک، 20 تا موشک رو اینترسپت کنه. اگر ما همزمان 1000 تا موشک بزنیم سمتش، مطمئن باشید این ناو غرق میشه. بعد من همیشه سوالم اینه که اوکی، اون 1000 تا جایی که ازش موشک میخواد در بیاد و بره بخوره سمت ناو، تا قبل از اینکه بخوره به ناو قطعا اونجا دیگه وجود ندارن. بعدش قراره چیکار بکنه؟
Yeah, actually, Patipta is making a very important point. Like, the Islamic Republic says that we're going to be sending thousands of missiles towards these like carrier strike groups or whatever before to destroy them. I mean, the place that you are about to the area where you're going to be launching these missiles from is known to the Americans and Israelis. Like, do you think they're just going to stand by and just let you launch these missiles? Obviously, they're going to bombard the launchers area before you even get the chance to use your missiles. So this is why during the 12-day war, they weren't be able to like rain down thousands of missiles on Tel Aviv, and it was just coming in batches of 100 or something, 100, 200, because they were constantly being bombarded. It's not like America and Israel is just going to watch while you're shooting missiles at them.
And Petito said that he calls the missile the surprise missile because you never know where it's going to land. Where like the wherever it lands, it's a surprise. So he calls it the surprise missile.
It's so surprising. Yeah, it's so surprising that it actually might explode before it even leaves. It might kill the people who are trying to launch it. That's the scariest, yeah.
Daughter of Persia, I got the link to the GB News thing. I'll add it to the list of things for us to watch. Thank you so much. I have the link. It's in the queue. Okay. All right, let's continue with this.
It's actually guys, it's actually not an exaggeration that the people who should be scared the most are the people that are launching the missiles. Not like this is how bad these missiles are. You know, the pointy end, being on the side of the pointy end is less scary than being at the other side of it, right? So the pointy side is not the scary side. The other side is the more scary side. Not just because sometimes they blow up and just right where they're being launched and kill people around them, but also because whoever is launching them is going to be a target of Israeli and American planes, right? So it's like, I'm not exaggerating when I say it's much scarier to be on the other side of the missile.
ببین تازه یه موضوع هم در نظر ندارم، یه قسمتش اینه که شما با جنگنده این لانچرها رو بمبارون کنی. اصلا باید برن یه خورده در مورد کلا موشک تاماهاک بررسی بکنن و اینکه زیردریایی ها هر کدوم چند تا تاماهاک میتونن شلیک بکنن. 5 تا زیردریایی آمریکا میتونه تمام لانچرها رو همزمان در یک لحظه هدف بگیره. مثلا اینا اومدن لانچ هم کردن، چه لانچ بکنن چه لانچ نکنن، بعدش دیگه لانچری وجود نداره. برای اون 10 دقیقه بعدش هم اینا حتی برنامه‌ای ندارن، فقط میگن بفرستیم بره.
Right. Yeah, so guys, right, yeah, Petito is also saying even if you use your launchers, like let's say for example you manage to hide them or something, as soon as you use them, so the only your first wave will you be able to launch those missiles, because immediately after, then wherever the locations of your launchers are, they might be bombed after you even launch them. Right? But yeah, let's continue with this video. Oh, this one was actually more important, like interesting, guys. So he's saying so this guy is not denying the USS Abraham Lincoln being he's not saying it's a joke, but he's saying whatever it is, it's not bigger than Allah. Oh, Allah. Right? So yeah, you guys have USS Abraham Lincoln. We have Allah. Guys, if you want to properly say Allah, you have to make sure that you try to tear apart your throat when you're saying the hay at the very end. Okay, so yeah, you have them, we have Allah, and Allah is the greatest. So Allah is the great. So they're gonna succeed. They're gonna be victorious. Like that, it's not bigger than God. The Quran, it's like I swear to you, saying I swear to the Quran that USS Abraham Lincoln is not bigger than God.
Dude, relax. Of course it's not bigger.
Oh my, she's saying they're showing us their toys. Oh my God, this guy is saying it's like a cake. It's like a cake for our Khorram Shah 4 missiles. Again, the missile that Goldie showed you, the pointy pencils. Oh my God, he's saying that they're all everything that they have, the Americans have, is made out of straws, basically meaning that they are nothing. If they hit us, we will also hit them. So he's saying that the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group is just made out of straws. Wow. This guy looks like he has gone through multiple Ramadans. This lady is saying that the fact that they're dragging it on and keep saying they not attacking, that they're delaying the attack, this shows that what they're saying is that we are unable to attack Iran. But I mean, she says Iran, but what she means is the Islamic Republic. So she's saying the fact that the Americans haven't attacked yet is because they are basically signaling to us that they are unable to do so. See, she's saying they can't do anything. They can't do anything. Oh, what? You say this is the oh, it's saying He's saying a dog that bites doesn't bark. Right? So he's saying a dog that bites doesn't bark. So he's saying that by these people, Americans, are barking, so they're incapable of biting because they're barking.
20 روز آذوقه تمام نمیشه.
Oh my God. So he's saying they're gonna run out of food.
20 روز آذوقه تمام نمیشه. 20 روز آذوقه تمام نمیشه.
Like if they were about to strike, they wouldn't be losing all their food supply after 20 days. Does this guy not know that the food gets delivered to them? Like this guy thinks that they are the people on that ship, like they just go with a limited amount of food, and if they run out, they're just like, shit, we're gonna starve now. Like, does he not know that like stuff constantly gets delivered to them? Like he doesn't know that? Okay. So like they're not gonna hit. Like this guy is daring them. Like if you have the courage, attack. So these people are so certain that America is not gonna attack. They're daring the USS Abraham Lincoln. They're like, if you have courage, attack. Oh, he's saying if you have the courage, attack. So it gives us the excuse for us to completely annihilate you. Apparently. Oh my God! What the hell? These people are ridiculous. Like he's saying, we are people of war. So basically, bring it. She's saying they're not gonna do anything. Whoa, this is interesting. So guys, this guy, are there Jews in the chat? This guy is claiming Moses. Look at this. اون دستی که خدای موسی بود اون چی؟ اون کسی که so saying the God of Moses is our God as well. Basically he's saying that our God, God is on our side. It's just a way of saying God is still on our side. So for people who might not know, these people think Moses was a Muslim, right? If you don't know. So and Moses' God was Allah. So he's saying Moses' God is our God, so there's nothing to worry about. Like he needs to pack up and go. He needs to pack up and go. My God, why are they talking about the food a lot? They think like okay, so apparently this is part of regime propaganda.
خیلی آدم احمقی. این ناو در هر صورت 5000 تا نیروش دارن شام و غذا میخورن، چه دم مثلا ایران باشه چه مثلا اقیانوس آرام باشه. این میگه
I know, right?
ندارن برن دیگه.
So Potipto, the fact that two people said this, they're talking about running out of food on the USS Abraham carrier strike group, to me suggests that this must be part of the regime's narrative, or else they would two. Yeah, so they're like this advertisement against the USS Abraham carrier strike group. When you see multiple people saying the same thing, it means that it's being fed to them from somewhere. So you can see this is the second guy who's saying that these people can't even feed the 5,000 people crew, as they're saying, on the carrier strike group, and so they should pack up and go home before they run out of food. So, and Potipto is pointing out that these people are insane because wherever these soldiers are, they have to eat. Like, even if they go back to US or wherever they are, even if they go back to, I mean, let's say, for example, we move the USS Abraham Lincoln carrier strike group back to the Pacific. You still have to feed, you still have to feed your soldiers. They always have to eat. So them being around the Middle East doesn't mean that you have to now. This is now an extra cost that United States has to pay for that they can't afford apparently. That they used to not have to carry they didn't have to pay for before. Wow. So apparently around the Pacific, American soldiers don't eat.
بعد من فکر میکنم این بیشتر یه مثلا برون نماییه، چون بالاخره جمهوری اسلامی در حال حاضر قطعاً دغدغه سیر کردن شکم سربازاشو داره و اصلا استراتژی که ترامپ در مقابل جمهوری اسلامی داره اینه که استراتژی کلاسیک که دور قلعه رو محاصره می‌کنی تا زمانی که استارف تو دد بشن. الان سربازه و مزدور جمهوری اسلامی قطعا دغدغه سیر کردن شکم رو دارن و اینو دارن اینو پروژکت میکنن روی ترامپ و ناوگانش.
Yeah. So Potito is saying this is probably projection because the Islamic Republic is finding it hard to actually feed its own soldiers, its own armed forces, and Trump is basically playing a classic game of surrounding a castle and starving the people within, and they're actually finding it more and more difficult to actually even feed their soldiers. So this is probably projection. So let's continue. So she's saying if they could have done something, they would have done it already. So guys, multiple people are saying the same thing. The fact that the United States delayed so much, to them, it means that they can't actually do anything in their minds. So the fact that multiple people are saying that also suggests that they're being fed this narrative from top down. Like she's saying we're not afraid of anything. So he's saying what you're showing me, the Navy assets that you're showing me, this is going to turn into their graves. But I say no, it won't be their graves because the sharks will eat them. So it's not going to turn into their graves because there's not going to be no bodies. Amazing. Amazing. Somebody send this to Trump. Because like this is a classic case of F around and find out. What else do we have here? Oh, Goldie, there's a lot.
I sent you a bunch of links, but can I share something really quickly?
Yes. Of course.
Thank you. So sorry guys, I know I've been a little bit distracted. I apologize. But look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Iran International just posted an electronic petition submitted to the website of Canada's House of Commons on Thursday calls on the government to declare the Islamic Republic illegitimate and recognize exiled Prince Reza Pahlavi as a representative of the Iranian people during a democratic transition. The petition, E7152, sponsored by Conservative MP Melissa Lantsman and initiated by Golsa Gamari, former provincial legislature from Toronto, has so far received 508 validated signatures. The number actually is much higher. The number now is almost 2,500. An e-petition must gather 500 or more signatures to receive certification for presentation to the House, which opens the door to a formal government response. The petition urges Canada to designate the Islamic Republic as a foreign occupying entity, lacking domestic support, recognize Prince Reza Pahlavi and the Iranian transitional team as legitimate representatives, support their plan for a transition to secular democracy, and engage in discussions about Iran's future governance. Boom! That's how it's done.
Guys, Goldie doesn't report the news. She makes the news. She just made the news.
So there you go.
This is amazing. 100. God, amazing, Goldie. That's a huge accomplishment.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Yep. Appreciate that. So guys, again, I apologize. That's why I've been a little bit distracted today because I was working on this and answering questions. So now over here it says 2,496. On the actual petition website, though, it says 2,478. Now it says 76. So it's taking a little bit of time for things to upload. But it's a slow process. It's a slow process because it is a government of Canada document. So it's not like change.org or something where like anyone can sign and it's like an automatic thing. So that's why it's taking some time. So, I just, encourage everyone who signed it. If you haven't received a confirmation email yet, please, check your spam and junk folder, and please be patient because I have a feeling that the clerks might be a little bit overwhelmed right now because everyone is signing this all at once. So, I mean, I would think there's probably like 10 or 20,000 maybe signatures on this already. So it's going to take some time to upload and to update. So please, everyone, just be patient. Some people have said that it took them like 2 or 3 hours before they got the confirmation email. And please keep in mind, you need to click on the confirmation email when you get it in order for your signature to be valid. So right now, Ontario is in the lead, but a few minutes ago, Ontario was at 98. So because I've been monitoring the numbers here, it seems like what they're doing is they're kind of going province by province in a way, right? So they're kind of doing it in batches, because for a little bit, like BC was, really high, and then Alberta was really high, and then Ontario was at 98, and now all of a sudden it jumped up by like almost 1,200 signatures, and Quebec and that as well. So just everyone, please be patient, but please sign the petition. It's super important. The link is there. So yeah, there you go. That's my little quick update. All right, back to you with the rest of the.
Goldie, I just want to say, well done. We are so proud of you.
Thank you. دیگه وظیفه‌مونه. حالا هر کاری که میتونیم انجام بدیم دیگه داریم انجام بدیم. Hopefully this is going to start the process. Yeah, we also have one in Nunavut. We're still waiting for Northwest Territories and Yukon to join in. Maybe they will soon. So let's see. But there you go. It's slowly going there. All right, Armin, back to you.
So Goldie, I'm going to Neil Bunny watch the video of Trump, President Trump.
Mm-hmm.
The video. So I'm just going to also send you the timestamps when he talks about Iran. Okay, so I'm just going to send that to you on WhatsApp as well, so in case you want to show it at any point. Okay. So let me do that. All right. So those are the timestamps for when President Trump talks about Iran, in case you ever want to show that. You're muted.
I said, okay, thank you so much.
No worries. Really quickly, I want to show this because apparently somebody went over showing that some of the videos from the rally by the Islamic Republic was AI.
This video showing the official flag of the Islamic Republic stretching out.
Goldie, have you seen this?
No.
Watch this. This is funny. I think this is good. Oh, okay. But it's still good to see that the Islamic Republic uses AI. So this is from last month. But guys, look at the Islamic Republic using AI for showing crowd sizes.
This video showing the official flag of the Islamic Republic stretching out for miles, flanked by what we think is thousands of protesters alongside it. Now, what I can tell you is that this video is AI generated. Not only is there multiple distorted facial features, if we take a closer look at the video itself, there are multiple distorted facial features. At one point, this video showing
So just more confirmation regarding Islamic Republic.
یه چیز جالب در مورد این پرچم بگم. خامنه ای مثلا امروز فراخوان داد به مردم، گفت فردا بیام بیرون، همون روزی که با هلیکوپتر اومد بالا فیلم گرفتن. بعد مثلا توی فاصله 24 ساعت اینا این پرچم رو کردن. مثلا 2 کیلومتر هم پرچمه. مثلا رکورد جهانی اگه مثلا این پرچم رو 24 ساعت بسازی. هیچ جوره با منطق جور در نمیاد این موضوع.
Yeah, so Petition is saying it's obviously fake because as soon as that video came out, really shortly after they announced it for people to come out, which means that they managed to have that flag displayed like that in record time, which would be, it needs to be like a Guinness record or something for them. Like there's no way that they could have done that so fast. Okay, so let's go to this video. So I'm going to try to, because I need to, so I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh no, this is repetitive. So I have 6 more things to show you guys. And then after that, I might need to go. But so I'm going to try to do these as fast as possible. But this one looks interesting. Where is this? I haven't seen this one. Which is good.
میره تو کشورهای خارجی ما تبلیغمون بد میشه.
خانم ما از همه گرفتیم.
باشه از همه اشتباه کردید که دیگه حجابا رو گرفتید. حجابتون
اتفاقا خیلی بهتره.
نه خیلی بهتر نیست. ما سنگرمون داره میشه. میشکنه نه
نمیشکنه.
چرا شما دارین میشکنینش
عالیه عالی
خصوص این روز قشنگ
دوست داره
این دوست داره نیست
سوژم مردم نگاریه خبرنگاری مردم نگاری کل سال ایران فقط همین امروز که مثلا جمعیت
Okay, guys, let me explain to you. This is a good demonstration of the internal conflict, of some of the internal conflict within the Islamic Republic. Okay, so just to be clear, everybody here, this hijabi woman and these non-hijabi women, they're all pro-Islamic Republic. Okay, but they have different strategies to support the Islamic Republic. Okay, so this is a good demonstration of something much bigger than what you're seeing in this video, because this fight that you're going to see here, this fight goes all the way to the top, all the way to the top. So yeah, Petito is saying yes, confirming. So this woman over here represents like parts of the Islamic Republic who think that we should be completely abiding by Islamic values and we shouldn't be giving up on any of our values or principles, because it's the very principles that keeps the Islamic Republic strong. Like these other side, these people over here, they want to be more strategic and more pragmatic and be more inclusive and try to signal to Western countries that, oh, maybe Islamic Republic is not as radical and we're tolerant and our base of support is diverse among some group of people. So we need to be, if we want to survive, we need to be pragmatic and basically use this type of, this face for the Islamic Republic. This is a new mask for the Islamic Republic for us to survive. But these people over here, they're like, what the hell are you talking about? If the Islamic Republic is not Islamic, then it's not even worthy of surviving, right? And anything that makes us strong is our values, is the Islamic values. So giving up on our Islamic values will surely bring us down faster, because then we will be losing the support of Allah. Like our strength comes from our Islam, right? And again, like I said, these are just people in the streets that are having this fight, but just imagine this, the leaders, the highest ranking people within the Islamic Republic are having a similar fight within, right? So now let's go. Yeah, go ahead.
اولا اینکه حالا فرای بحث این که این دو نفر الان توی این قابی که داری میبینی تو تقریبا همه دارن به هم تجاوز میکنن. اون به خودش حق میده بیاد مثلا روسری رو عوض کنه، بعد چند لحظه بعد میاد اینو باز دوباره ماچش میکنه. اون خانومه داره با خبرنگار بحث میکنه. یعنی این واقعا ذات این که هر کی داره کاری یکی دیگر رو میکنه. دقیقاً حرف درستی که داری میزنی و اتفاقی که اینجا داره میفته دقیقاً تو ساختار نظام داره اکو میشه. یعنی اگر خود جمهوری اسلامی هم بخواد الان کرنشی بکنه، خود ساختار درونیش اجازه نمیده که جون سالم به در ببره.
Okay, so first of all, Petito is saying everybody here is raping everyone else, like the kiss, the allowing to put the hijab on this lady. This is just like basically her personal space, allowing this to happen and all. This is like a degree of like humiliation. Even the kiss is like a degree of a humiliation that I don't know if you guys understand. Just like sometimes a kiss is not a kiss. Sometimes a kiss is like a humiliation, but it's an attack. But another thing Petito is saying is that he's confirming that yes, this conflict that you're seeing here is also a conflict that among higher ups within the regime as well. But also he's mentioning something very interesting, is that this is why the Islamic Republic has a hard time being flexible for its own survival. Because if one part of it wants to be pragmatic and flexible for its survival, the other side doesn't allow it, because it considers this to be a violation of Islamic principles. By the way, guys, look at this picture. Who do you think I'm rooting for? This side of the Islamic Republic on the right, or this side of the Islamic Republic on the left? Who do you think I'm rooting for? I consider these people on the right to be more our enemies than these people on the left. I think this lady doesn't know that she's on our side. Like she's working unknowingly on our side. These people on the right are more dangerous because if anything could save the Islamic Republic, it's these people on the right here. These people on the right, they are more our enemy. These people are like cuckoo. Okay, these people are like bananas. Okay, these people are like effed up in the head, right? If anything, these people will help us bring the regime down a lot faster. It's these people on the right who have managed to make the Islamic Republic survive for 47 years. If the Islamic Republic was all this, it wouldn't have lasted for 10 years. This wing of the Islamic Republic has managed to make this whole misery last for 47 years, right? So these people are considered our main enemies. Like, you go on.
I want to add something to that. So the reason that those girls are the enemies is because they're part of the propaganda where people go around and they're like, oh, look, there's no mandatory hijab. People are free, right? Everyone's lying. There's right. No like discrimination, blah, blah, blah. And on that note, before we go back to the video, I just want to share a really funny update from Bushra, which you're going to like. So remember how this crazy Pakistani terrorist was walking around and she was like, oh, like, look, I'm walking around Iran with no hijab and blah, 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 right? But then when she went on Islamic Regime State TV, she had to cover up. So you can see, this is her with like all the filters and whatever. And then this is like her on like Islamic Regime State TV. So even like, so you can tell like it's literally propaganda, right? So she's doing this because this is like for external audiences. But when she actually went on like Islamic Regime, like news media outlet, they forced her to cover up. So it just goes to show like everything these people are saying is a lie, right? It's all a lie.
Right.
So yeah, I just wanted to share that. I'm going to find the full screenshot of that if I can. I have it somewhere, but there you go.
All right. So this time I'm going to play it. I'm going to read the translation so people could hear exactly what's going on. Guys, and don't tell me like, Armin, we see the captions. You don't need to read it. There are some people who are driving, some people are walking their dogs, some people are bench pressing, some people are doing washing their dishes. I mean, who washes the dishes? But whatever. Gardening. Some people are gardening. So let's do this. So these people were hijabless in the rally. And this woman is coming out and putting the hijab on their head. And this kiss, guys, this kiss is, I know what this is. This is worse than a slap, okay? This is like fake love. This is like, I don't know how to describe. If you've not experienced this type of fake love, you don't know what I'm talking about.
You are under my command. In کاملا داره ثابت میکنه you are under my submission.
Exactly, it's that. Oh yeah, you are under my control. It's a control. Yeah, exactly. Like like you have to submit to our love, and again, their love is worse than any form of hate. So what she So she's saying that this is bad for our advertising. Oh, so no, actually, let me actually read the translation. So this lady is saying your photos will go to Western nations. It's bad publicity for us. So this lady who seems to be in charge of these two girls this lady seems to be in charge of trying to get footage from young girl hijabless women inside the protest. So she seems to be on a message. So she's saying, lady, we recorded everybody. Like she's saying, like we're recording. Like what she means is that we're trying to show a diverse group of people here in this rally for the Islamic Republic. So they're saying, ma'am, we filmed everyone here. So when saying everyone, he's saying like what she means is like every kind of person. So she's saying, this other lady, that is not being translated for some reason. It's like, well, you made a mistake. You shouldn't have been recording these hijabless women. And on this great day, yeah, you shouldn't have. Let me see. The translations are not correct. So she's trying to tell this woman to put the hijab back on, and she's saying this is much better. This other lady, I think this is like a PR, Islamic Republic PR person. She's saying this is better.
به زبون بیزبونی میخواد بگه بابا ما میخوایم پروپاگاندا کنیم بذار کارمون رو بکنیم.
Yeah, so this lady is trying to explain to this more religious lady on the left that this is like trying to explain to her, failing at it, that this is part of our propaganda. Let us just do what we're doing. She's saying it's better that we include this type of people in our rally. And this lady is saying, no, this is not better at all. So she's saying this is our sangar. What is a sangar? It's guys, what do you call in English the place that you go hide behind in the middle of a battlefield so you don't get hit? What is this? Oh my god, sangar.
What's it called in Persian? Sangar? Here, let me check.
Sangar.
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 That's century, but it's not that. Stronghold, like a fortress, fort.
Trench.
Oh, trench. Okay.
Trench, yeah. Yeah, so she's saying, so there's a famous saying by the Islamic Republic, hijab sangaramos, which means that hijab is our trench, is the trench of the Islamic Republic, right? So hijab is not just a covering. چی؟
خط مقدمشونه یعنی هیچ وقت نباید بیفته.
Yeah, it's the front line of the Islamic Republic. So if you lose your front line, everything else will fall apart. So hijab is not just like something you put on the head of women. Hijab is basically the main wall between the Islamic Republic and the outside world. Like it's basically defense. It's like a spiritual defense. It's like a shield. It's like a spiritual shield of the country. If you lose hijab, the whole country will fall apart. Yes. So I think our nation is threatened. You're the cause. No, the translation is wrong. She's not saying that. She's saying this is our trench. This is our shield. I think in English, they would use shield. Like they wouldn't use trench. So I think instead of saying trench, I'm going to use the word shield because that's what English-speaking people would use as a symbolism, right? So she's saying hijab is our shield, and you're breaking our shield. And the woman is saying, like, no, I'm not breaking the shield. Like, yes, you're breaking it. Look, you're breaking our shield. Oh, look at this.
آرمین من متوجه شدم اینا زیرنویسشون رو عمدن به یه جور دیگه جلوه دادن میدونی یعنی مکالمه فارسی رو ترجمه کردن زیرنویس اینجوریه که فرد خارجی که ببینه بگه او اینا چقدر دموکراتیکن وای.
Oh yeah, so Petito is saying that he thinks that the English translation is false on purpose so that maybe that you could so maybe this is part of the propaganda as well, so that when you guys look at this you think like, oh my god, look, it's being like democracy in Iran. Actually.
Open discussion in the street.
They have open discussion in the street. Who's this guy? Look at this guy with this weird hat looking at the girls. Oh, this guy has also gone through multiple Ramadans. Guys, whenever I see a chubby guy, I say they went through multiple Ramadans because Ramadan makes you gain weight. Okay, unlike what people say.
طرف اینجوریه که مثلا این اگر توی مثلا شغلش اینه که تو روز عادی این دخترای اینجوری رو میگیره میکنه تو ون یا مثلا یه بلای سرشون میاره الان دوچار یأس فلسفی شده نگاه میکنه نمیتونم کارم انجام بدم.
Oh yeah, so Petito say this might be a guy whose job it is to grab these girls like this and arrest them and put them in a van, and now he's going through a philosophical crisis because he's looking at them. And he thinks he can't do it here over now. So he's saying, my dear, keep your hijab, especially on this beautiful day like this. Okay, so this other lady is saying, Like this, they want to be like this, guys. This is really amazing, right? Just a few years ago, if you didn't wear a hijab, they would just grab you and put you in a van and take you to a place like. But now the regime propagandists themselves, they're saying she wants to dress like this. We have to let her dress like this. Like, oh my god. She's saying everybody should dress up the way they want. Oh man, unbelievable. This is coming from regime propagandists. So this is apparently she's saying I'm a student here to take photos. My subject is society and ethnography. So look, they're giving the regime propaganda, saying in the entire year in Iran, only a day like this we see people gathered around by this much. But today is very special. There's a huge crowd. So yeah, they're being used as tools by the Islamic Republic to send their own message out there. What is this? Okay, so guys, remember. Oh yeah, it's a food. Guys, look at this. This is what you get if you
this person was exposing the food that the Islamic regime gives gave yesterday to like encourage people to come out.
This is the definition of Sandisk Pro Max, Pro Plus.
Yeah, this is Sandisk Pro Plus, as people are saying, because they usually just gave you like this fruit drink that was called Sandisk, but now they're giving you water, Coke. I mean, it's not Coke. Coke is Zionist. Obviously, it's not Coke, but it's like Timu version of Coke, and I don't know what else. Some cake, probably. Oh, there's a pen.
Oh no, they're giving like chicken salad. They're giving meat.
Oh,
chicken salad. Yeah.
Yes.
That's why Potito's saying it's the Sandisk Pro Max.
Oh, guys, like remember, guys, I told you that they probably will give some sort of a meat. I said, like, guys, if I told you guys if they hand out meat, then remember that I said this because there is a lot of food security issues. Like a lot of Iranians haven't had meat for a very long time, right? So there's food security in Iran is the lowest it has ever been. So handing out a box of free food will get a lot of people motivated to show up.
ولی این نشون میده که چقدر براشون مهم بوده واقعا مردم بیان، یعنی اصلا واقعا خرج کردن که یکی اینقدر تو بحران بودن که خرج کردن.
Yeah, so Petition is saying this shows how desperate they were for people to show up, because this probably cost them a lot of money. Like they spent a lot of money because they had a lot of these, right? So they were really desperate to get the people out there. So let's see what they included. Ooh. So let's feed. This is a chicken salad. Chicken salad. This is jam, I think. What is this? What is that?
لواشک بود فکر می‌کنم.
لواشک چه مربع. Okay, so this is like a
cake.
It's a cake, probably. Water. Timu version of Coke.
باور کن من این همه سال دارم تو تهران خرید و فروش میکنم، اولین بار اصلا این برند دارم میبینم. میگم اصلا فقط چسبوندن روش واسه یه نوشابه سیاهی بوده اینا دادن گفتن بدین مردم بخوره بره.
It says Iceland.
Iceland.
It says Iceland on it. Why does the brand Iceland?
It's for Iceman.
Guys, there's a soft drink brand in Iran, and the brand is Iceland. Trump.
Well, apparently we don't know if this is real or not, because I don't think this is real, because Petition is saying that he's never seen anything like this in Iran. So maybe there's a reason it's called Iceland. Do you want to get into that, Armin?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if this brand exists in Iran, but I mean, I know Trump wants Iceland, so here's Iceland.
No, he wants. I think he wants Greenland, though. He wants Greenland, not Iceland.
Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry. All right, sorry. He wants.
Greenland. Oh, everyone's saying, is it Yach? Yeah. So this apparently this brand of weird, unlabeled soda is called Yach.
Yachland.
I said Iceland because Trump in one of his speeches he made the mistake. He referred to Greenland as Iceland, so that's why I made the mistake.
There you go.
Anyways, Greenland is filled with ice, and Iceland is filled with greens. Anyways, they should change their names. So why is it Iceland?
I have no idea.
I don't know. Potipto is saying this might be a fake brand because
he's never seen this
brand. He's never seen this brand.
یعنی اصلا جستجو کنیم برند تازه اصلا ثبت هم نکردن.
But why would they need? If it's a fake brand, why would they go with the name Iceland?
آفرین رفتن گفتن آقا این نوشابه مونده مثلا 1000 لیتر چقدر دارین کردنش تو جعبه زمزم برچسب آیسلند هم چسبوندن روش دادن راهپیمایی بخورن.
They should call it Yachland.
So Petito thinks that the drinks are probably like expired from like a different brand, and so they basically just went and they bought a whole bunch of expired drinks, like expired soda, probably like rebranded it, and then they're giving these out for free. The regime is known for doing things like that, so that's probably the most logical explanation, because apparently like that company, Iceland or whatever, it's not even like a registered company in Iran. Like no one's ever heard of it. So it's literally just like a fake thing.
نون لواش هم دادن با اون ساندویچ مرغ لقمه مرغ درست کنین.
This is just bread, guys.
To go with the chicken salad.
با دست خالی هم قاشق هم توش نیست.
Oh yeah, no cutlery, guys. No cutlery. They expect you to eat with your hands.
I had a teacher back in Iran who would dip bread into soft drink and eat it. Like it was so weird. Like we would go out eat with him, and he would dip his bread into like his like Coke, and then eat the bread.
Ew.
Yeah. Like we were all looking at him, we're like, what the hell is this man doing? He wanted to be cool coming out and eating with us. Oh, guys, I found a brand. It does exist.
Oh, it does.
Iceland. Yeah. So let me.
باور کن من شماره ثبت و شماره پیگیری و همش بهت قول میدم فیکه.
So Petito says he's never seen something like this, so he thinks it's fake, but who knows? I mean, we have no idea.
Okay.
یعنی الان اگر سفارش هم بدی از اون لینک میگه آقا بی خیال ما اصلا نداریم همچین چیزی یا یهی گذاشت.
Okay. All right, so this is nun lavash. This is bread basically. Flat bread. It's flat bread. This is like a cake, like a sweet bread puffy. It's a cake. Yeah. But
کیک واسه کسایی گذاشتن که دیگه اگه سیر نشدن با نون اولویه یه دونه کیک هم بخورن قشنگ سیر شن.
Oh, yeah, so this is for dessert after you eat bread and your chicken salad, then you could eat the cake after. Guys, so it says cake but tame vanille. So it says a cake with vanilla taste. All right. So this is basically selling your soul for like a meal.
Less than $1. بهت قول میدم اینا زیر 150,000 تومان شده این پک. Selling your soul for less than $1.
Selling your soul for less than $1 basically if you go to Israeli. Okay, what the hell is this?
Oh my gosh, this one is so funny. You have to play the whole thing one time. Just play it. Just play it.
Okay. All right, let's play.
Look at the emotions going through her face. Just look at the emotions.
Okay, let's play this.
آمریکا مرگ و نیرنگ تو آمریکا تو اینا همه نقشه برابه هیچ کار نمیتونی بکنی ما پشت رهبرمون وایستادیم اگه هممون بریم من یک زن پیر دوست دارم نارنجک ببندم بیام آمریکا تو اتاق تو خودم بگیرم تو رو سقط کنم به خدا همیشه چیز من اینه انشالله که تو لعنت بشی لعنت من دوست دارم تو بشنوی سگ سفید ترام بدجنس امسال دیگه سال آخرته اینو بدون سال آخرته مرگ بر انگلیس مرگ بر آمریکا مرگ بر اسرائیل مرگ بر اسرائیل درود بر اسلام درود بر فلسطین درود بر لبنان درود بر سوریه الهی سوریه آزاد بشه ما دوباره بریم ای خدا ای خدا ای خدا هر چی میخوای تو بکن امروز تو بکن حق جد فاطمه زهرا این ترام لعنتی سقط بشه اسرائیل سرنگون بشه ما بریم اونجا آزاد زندگی کنیم آمریکا
What the hell? Okay.
زنه واقعا کاکتل مشکلات روانیه چهرهش در کسری از ثانیه لبخند یهو میره رو خشم نمه.
Let me see. How much do I have? I want to see if I could finish all of this before I have to go. All right, so let's translate this one.
So guys, these are the like, you know, evil women that give birth to all like the Muslim Nazis, right? So you can obviously tell like where the demons come from. They're all like demon spawn. So she's like she's insane. She's crazy.
با توجه به اون پیشنهادی که میده برای ترور ترامپ اگر سوپر هیرو بود فکر می‌کنین چه سوپر هیرویی میشد ایشون؟
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Hossein Fahmide. All right, let me go through this. Let me go through this because I need to finish this one. All right, so let's translate.
America.
So America. So, I mean, this part doesn't need translation. So it's saying USA. Death on your face. Death be upon you. Whatever. Death be on your. I mean, نیرنگ چی میشه پتیپتو؟ نیرنگ میشه.
Lies. دروغ.
Your lies. Yeah. Death be upon your lies. Your deception. Death be upon your deception. So all your plans will be ruined. All your plans will be foiled. You can't do anything, America. We're standing behind our supreme leader.
Guys, wait, Armin, pause for a second. Armin, Americans, you should be very scared because this like insane jihadi old woman, she's backing the Ayatollah, right? So Americans be very scared because this is who is supporting the Islamic regime.
You might have the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group, but this is what Khamenei has. Like, come on, guys. Are you not afraid?
Great point.
Yeah. Oh my God. Somebody make a meme, like put the USS Carrier Strike Group on one side and her on the other side. Who will win?
She's a superhero. Jihadi superhero.
Yeah. Jihadi superhero.
Yeah. So she will, yeah. So you'll see what we mean when we go forward. Yeah, people are scared. Guys, who's afraid in chat?
من یک زن پیر دوست دارم نارنجک ببندم بیام آمریکا تو اتاق تو خودم بیرم تو رو سقط کنم.
So she's saying, so this is addressed to Trump. She says, me as an elderly woman, I want to put grenades on my body, come to your room, and then explode, kill myself so I could kill you as well.
تنها راهی که میتونه این کارو بکنه اینه که یه پورتالگان داشته باشه، یعنی هیچ جوره نمیتونه دیگه بره تو اتاق رئیس جمهور با یه مش گرنید به عنوان یه پیرزن چادری.
Petito says the only way that she could go to the Oval Office and do that with grenades is if, like, you know, she had a portal gun, because there's no way in heck, you know, she would be able to actually go into the Oval Office, you know, wearing the chador, like this Islamic jihadi, you know, headscarf, whatever, hijab, and, you know, have like grenades strapped to her. But yeah, guys, even the old women are crazy, right? Even the old women are crazy. So when we Iranians say, like, don't show mercy to any of them, this is why. Right? The women are even more insane than the men.
All right. So she's saying her ultimate dream is to be a suicide bomber, basically. So let's continue.
به خدا همیشه چیز من اینه. انشالله که تو لعنت بشی.
Like I swear to God that this has always been my thing. And like God willing, you will catch a curse, like you will get a curse be upon you, God willing.
من دوست دارم تو بشنوی سگ سفید.
I really want you to hear this. Like Trump, I'm sure Trump is watching this. You're a white dog. So sometimes they call him a white dog, sometimes they call him a yellow dog. So referring to his skin color, I mean, or his hair color. I don't know. So now, guys, this is also very anti-dog. Like the fact that they think dog is a swear word is also a thing. So they
we
think,
love dogs.
Yeah, we love dogs. This year is your last year. He's telling Trump that this is his last year. What level of confidence? Know this. This is your last year. Death to you, Trump. Death to the United Kingdom. So they say English, but they mean the Great Britain. Like death to England, basically. Death to England, death to America. Death to Israel, of course. Salutations to Islam. Salutations to Palestine. Salutations to Lebanon. Salutations to Syria. You guys lost Syria. What the hell are you talking about? Syria is done.
Armin, did you catch? So as soon as she says like Durud bar Syria, she remembers, oh shit, we lost Syria. So then she like literally pauses, and then she's like, oh, I wish Syria's good. Like she caught herself because she forgot that Syria has been liberated and is no longer colonized by the regime.
Yeah, Syria is like the
she flips around right away.
Let's watch this. Oh, she fixes it. She fixes it. She said like, oh, salutations to Syria. Oh, God willing, Syria will become free again. So she catches herself and she fixes it. Like, God, basically, I hope Syria becomes free again. Oh God, do whatever you think is best today. Oh, the Fatima Zahra, what? Yeah. Oh, the حق جدمون فاطمه زهرا. Oh, for the I think it means like for the sake of our ancestor Fatima Zahra, the basically daughter of Muhammad.
I mean, she's sorry. So when she calls like Fatima Zahra her ancestor, she's basically admitting that she's not Iranian, she's Arab, because all these like ayatollahs or like all these imams and whatever, they were Arab, right? We're Iranian. Our ancestors is Cyrus the Great and all those people. So she's pretty much admitting that she's like an Arab and like a foreign invader, right? Because her ancestors, like we don't share the same ancestors.
اسرائیل سقط بشه who سقط بشه this cursed Trump should die basically. So he's saying like basically, God, do what you want for the sake of Fatima Zahra, make it so that Trump dies so that Israel falls. And we go there and live there freely. She wants to go to Israel and live freely in Israel, apparently. Okay.
آفرین. شما مگه تو ایران نمیتونی آزاد زندگی کنی؟ چیکار داری به اسرائیل آزاد زندگی کنی؟
But they're saying if you're free in Iran, then why would you want to go live freely in Israel?
بعد میدونی چرا با خیال راحت میگفت ترامپ سال آخرشه؟
برای سال آخر خودشه؟
نه، به خاطر که اون پورتالگانش تو کیفشه، هر موقع اراده کنه میتونه به سراغ ترامپ.
Okay, so Petito said, do you know why she's saying that this is President Trump's last year? Because she has a portal gun in her purse, and so she's going to use the portal gun to go to the Oval Office and, do her Allahu Akbar jihad thing. So, okay, this is the last video, and then I have to go as well, Armin, because it's been a long night as well.
Oh, great timing. I always feel guilty when I abandon you here.
No. I have to go. I have a lot of things I need to do as well, follow up, but we'll be back tomorrow with more news.
All right. Every time I leave and you're still here, I'm like, I let down Goldie.
No, that's okay. That's totally fine. Totally fine.
All right. Good. So I'm not going to feel guilty anymore then.
Yeah.
All right, let's continue.
Only for tonight. Just because your day starts earlier than mine, right? So you're like live streaming 3-4 hours before I start.
Yeah. All right. So let's watch this. But okay. Actually, let me tell you, Goldie, you actually do a lot of work before we get started as well. You made the news before we even started.
I also had
Like,
an interview this morning too. I also had a
yeah. So I should every time I say that, I should mention that. Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Let's watch this.
Well, I find it really quite hard to believe, but for nearly half a century now, Iran has been under a theocratic, and I think fair to say barbaric regime, public executions and the like. And of course, we know with the recent uprising, well, we don't actually know how many were died, but it's many, 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 many thousands. I find it very difficult to even understand or believe how Antonio Guterres, who has been the United Nations chief for some time, has actually congratulated Iran on the anniversary of the Islamic Revolution. It's the 47th anniversary of the Islamic Revolution. And I just literally cannot get my head around it. But equally, I can't get my head around how back in 2015, President Obama, the European Union, the British government, the Foreign Office launched into this deal with Iran. And the idea was we'd free up tens of billions of dollars for them. In return, they promised they wouldn't go on building nuclear weapons. They, of course, totally ignored us and used much of the money that was freed up to help fund Hamas, the Houthis, Hezbollah, and all sorts of other proxies around the world. And much of this is organized by the Iranian IRGC. It's a terrorist group that operates around the world to foment revolution, to foment extremism. And I just can't believe that we as a British government, whether it's Tory or Labour, have not prescribed them as an organisation. Well, one of my panel, Lord Cryer, was in the House of Lords today debating extremism and said this.
I really think that we need to look at the question of prescribing the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. This is an issue that came up under the previous government. It's come up persistently under this government. I've never heard a convincing explanation as to why we don't prescribe the IRGC.
Well, he's right, isn't he?
He is right. He's absolutely right, and it should have already happened.
Why didn't
it? That's a very good question. Like John, I've never heard a convincing reason why not. Look, officialdom has been against it, and to be fair, most of the European Union countries have also not proscribed the IRGC. There's some argument that because it's an arm of the state as opposed to a terrorist organisation, it doesn't fall within the legislation and all that sort of stuff. But I think the reality is they should have been proscribed a long time ago. It's an evil regime, as you were saying, Nigel. They've probably just killed, I mean, the figures are unclear, but I think they could have killed up to 40,000 people. Those are some of the numbers that are being, even the regime itself admits to killing over 6,000 of its own people. And I don't think we can believe anything the regime says. If they admit to 6,000, who knows how many they've killed. They used military-grade weapons against their own civilian protesters. This is a savage and barbaric regime, but the United Nations organization, frankly, is broken. It is absolutely broken. And, you know, there are also reports that the Iranian foreign minister has allegedly been invited to turn up to give a speech in Switzerland at some event in the next couple of weeks.
That was great.
Yeah, I have an update on that. So he's been disinvited. So after like tremendous international pressure, the United Nations disinvited IRGC from speaking. So, but yeah, the UN is it's a shame. Yeah. So, okay.
That was I really like him. Yeah.
And I was just going to say that was a request from one of our viewers on X, Daughter of Persia, who sent the link and wanted me to play that. So thank you for that.
He makes like every video I've seen of him, I like, except when he's against Tommy Robinson, right? The British people in the chat. Like, am I correct about this? Like, I do not understand his anti-Tommy Robinson position. He's almost every single video I've seen of him. I love his points, and he makes really good points on immigration, on Islam. But for some reason, on Tommy Robinson, he's really wrong. Right? Like, let me know if I'm wrong about this in the British. Between him and Tommy, I will pick Tommy. Anyways.
All right. Well, thank you everyone for joining us for day 47 of Iran Revolution Live. Everyone put a P in the chat for Potipto to show our support and appreciation for him. And Armin, thank you so much for pretty much like running the whole show today because I was a little bit preoccupied, but I'll do more tomorrow, I promise. But thank you everyone for being here.
Thank
Armin,
you, Goldie, for changing history by today. Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Listen, I'm just doing my duty, right? But ultimately, it's up to all of us to sign
doing it perfectly
and support it. Thank you. So, and you know what? Like right now, guys, I have a feeling this petition is going to be one of the most signed petitions in the history of Canada. Like right now, it's already up to 2,732 signatures in like less than like 8 hours. And this is just what's gone through because like I'm getting messages from like thousands and thousands and thousands of people. They're like, we're waiting for our confirmation email and stuff like that. So I have a feeling the number is actually much, much higher. It's just a matter of like, it's a government document and Government of Canada is a little bit slow on that part. So everyone, please be patient, but please check your spam and junk folders as well. You will get the email. I promise you'll get the email and you'll sign it. Thank you so much.
Awesome. All right, guys. I'm Israel Chai, Javid Shah, پاینده ایران.
غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما، تاریخ ما در سیدگر فرا گرفته. گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است. به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است. به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر هن ای پسر برخیز و با ما شو همگام. درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است. به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است. به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر ای برزگر راحت کنون ادامه دارد. در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است. به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است. به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلق‌ها به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از هر آیین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است. به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است. به پیش به پیش به پیش. با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشور و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم. نه خارجی نه بیگانه نه مستشارهای ویرانی نه چیر خاران نه کاسلیسان فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. تا با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است. به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است. داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستی، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما، پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان. روی شانه هامان هم میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
تو ای خاک پربار ایران من، تو ای مظهر عشق و ایمان من، تو ای زادگاه نیاکان من، تو ای مهد آزاد مردان من. به خاک تو بود از تأثیرات برابر حقوق سپید و سیاه. یه دوران کوروش در این بوم و بر شده پای ریزی حقوق بشر. زهر تیر و قوم و کیش و نژاد بود بینشان رشته اتحاد. چو ایران نباشد تن من نباد، ملی بوم و بر زنده یک در نهاد. جهان آفرین تا جهان آفرین، نیاورد جز مهر و نیکی پدید. بداندیشی و کینه و دشمنی بود خوی و کردار اهریمنی. زمیندار گفتار و کردار نیک، همیشه طریق باید آزاری. چو ایران ما مهد زیبایی است، مهین سرزمین اهورایی است. دلم میکند هر دم آهنگ تو، که ننگ است ماتم به فرهنگ تو. چو ایران نباشد تن من نباد، ملی بوم و بر زنده یک در نهاد. چنین ملت پاک و گردن فراز، به یک جنبش تازه بودش نیاز. بشد انجمن از ایران